directed toward an observer, not even toward a transcendental subject of apperception. No artwork is to be described or explained in terms of the categories of communication. Artworks are semblance in that they help what they themselves cannot be to a type of second-order, modified existence. They are appearance because by virtue of aesthetic realization the non-existent in them, for whose sake they exist, achieves an existence, however refracted. Yet the identity of essence and appearance can no more be achieved by art than it can be by knowledge of the real. The essence that makes the transition to appearance and defines it also explodes it in being. The appearance of what appears is always also a husk. This was denied by the aesthetic concept of harmony and all its related categories. They envisioned an equilibrium of essence and appearance, virtually by means of tact. In the candid idiom of yesteryear, this was called the artist's skillfulness. What is achieved is never aesthetic harmony but rather polish and balance. Internal to everything in art that can justly be called harmonious, there survives something desperate and mutually contradictory. Point 3. According to their internal constitution, artworks are to dissolve everything that is heterogeneous to their form, even though they are form only in relation to what they would like to make vanish. They impede what seeks to appear in them according to their own a priori. They must conceal it, a concealment that their idea of truth opposes until they reject harmony. Without the memento of contradiction and non-identity, harmony would be aesthetically irrelevant, just as according to the insight of Hegel's early work on the difference between Schelling's and Fichte's systems, identity can only be conceived as identity with what is non-identical. The more deeply artworks immerse themselves in the idea of harmony, of the appearing essence, the less they can be satisfied with that idea. From the perspective of the philosophy of history, it is hardly an improper generalization of what is all too divergent if one derives the anti-harmonic gestures of Michelangelo, of the late Rembrandt, and of Beethoven's last works not from the subjective suffering of their development as artists but from the dynamic of the concept of harmony itself, and ultimately from its insufficiency. Dissonance is the truth about harmony. If the ideal of harmony is taken strictly, it proves to be unreachable according to its own concept. Its desiderata are satisfied only when such unreachableness appears as essence, which is how it appears in the late style of important artists. Far beyond any individual oeuvre, this style has exemplary force, that of the historical suspension of aesthetic harmony altogether. The rejection of the ideal of classicism is not the result of the alternation of styles or, indeed, of an alleged historical temperament. It is, rather, the result of the coefficient of friction in harmony itself, which in corporeal form presents what is not reconciled as reconciled and thereby transgresses the very postulate of the appearing essence at which the ideal of harmony aims. The emancipation from this ideal is an aspect of the developing truth content of art. The rebellion against semblance, art's dissatisfaction with itself, has been an intermittent element of its claim to truth from time immemorial. Art, whatever its material, has always desired dissonance, a desire suppressed by the affirmative power of society with which aesthetic semblance has been bound up. Dissonance is effectively expression. The consonant and harmonious want to soften and eliminate it. Expression and semblance are fundamentally antithetical. If expression is scarcely to be conceived except as the expression of suffering, joy has proven inimical to expression, perhaps because it has yet to exist, and bliss would be beyond expression. Expression is the element immanent to art through which, as one of its constituents, art defends itself against the immanence that it develops by its law of form. Artistic expression comports itself mimetically, just as the expression of living creatures is that of pain. The lineaments of expression inscribed in artworks, if they are not to be mute, are demarcation lines against semblance. Yet, in that artworks as such remain semblance, the conflict between semblance, form in the broadest sense, an expression, remains unresolved and fluctuates historically. Mimetic comportment, an attitude toward reality distinct from the fixated antithesis of subject and object, is seized in art, the organ of mimesis, since the mimetic taboo, by semblance and as the complement to the autonomy of form, becomes its bearer. The unfolding of art is that of a quid pro quo expression, through which non-aesthetic experience reaches most deeply into the work, becomes the archetype of everything fictive in art, as if at the juncture where art is most permeable to real experience, culture most rigorously stood guard that the border not be violated. The expressive values of artworks cease to be immediately those of something alive. Refracted and transformed, they become the expression of the work itself. The term musica ficta is the earliest evidence of this. That quid pro quo not only neutralizes mimesis, it also derives from it. If mimetic comportment does not imitate something, but rather makes itself like itself, this is precisely what artworks take it upon themselves to fulfill. In their expression, artworks do not imitate the impulses of individuals, nor in any way those of their authors. In cases where this is their essential determination, they fall as copies precisely to the mercy of that reification that the mimetic impulse opposes. At the same time, artistic expression enforces on itself history's judgment that mimesis is an archaic comportment, that as an immediate practice mimesis is not knowledge, that what makes itself like itself does not become truly alike. That mimetic intervention failed. Thus mimesis is banished to art that comports itself mimetically, just as art absorbs the critique of mimesis into itself by carrying out the objectivation of this impulse. Although there has rarely been doubt that expression is an essential element of art, even the present hesitancy toward expression confirms its relevance and actually holds for art as a whole. Its concept, like most key aesthetic concepts, is recalcitrant to the theory that wants to name it. What is qualitatively contrary to the concept per se can only with difficulty be brought within the bounds of its concept. The form in which something may be thought is not indifferent to what is thought. From the perspective of the philosophy of history, expression in art must be interpreted as a compromise. Expression approaches the transsubjective. It is the form of knowledge that, having preceded the polarity of subject and object, does not recognize this polarity as definitive. Art is secular, however, in that it attempts to achieve such knowledge within the bounds of the polarity of subject and object, as an act of autonomous spirit. Aesthetic expression is the objectification of the non-objective, and in fact in such a fashion that, through its objectification, it becomes a second-order non-objectivity. It becomes what speaks out of the artifact not as an imitation of the subject. Yet precisely the objectivation of expression, which coincides with art, requires the subject who makes it and, in bourgeois terms, makes use of his own mimetic impulses. Art is expressive when what is objective, subjectively mediated, speaks, whether this be sadness, energy, or longing. Expression is the suffering countenance of artworks. They turn this countenance only toward those who return its gaze, even when they are composed in happy tones or glorify the vie opportune of Rococo. If expression were merely the doubling of the subjectively felt, it would be null and void. The artist who condemns a work as being an impression rather than an invention knows this perfectly well. Rather than such feelings, the model of expression is that of extra-artistic things and situations. Historical processes and functions are already sedimented in them and speak out of them. Kafka is exemplary for the gesture of art when he carries out the retransformation of expression back into the actual occurrences enciphered in that expression, and from that he derives his irresistibility. Yet, expression here becomes doubly puzzling because the sedimented, the expressed meaning, is once more meaningless. It is natural history that leads to nothing but what, impotently enough, it is able to express. Art is imitation exclusively as the imitation of an objective expression, remote from psychology, of which the sensorium was perhaps once conscious in the world and which now subsists only in artworks. Through expression, art closes itself off to being for another, which always threatens to engulf it, and becomes eloquent in itself. This is art's mimetic consummation. Its expression is the antithesis of expressing something. Such mimesis is the ideal of art, not its practical procedure, nor is it an attitude directed toward expressive values. The contribution made to expression by the artist is the power of mimicry, which in him releases the expressed. If what is expressed becomes the tangible content (inhalt) of the artist's soul, and the artwork a copy of this content, the work degenerates into a blurred photograph. Schubert's resignation has its locus not in the purported mood of his music, nor in how he was feeling, as if the music could give a clue to this, but in the it is thus for that it announces with the gesture of letting oneself fall. This is its expression. Its quintessence is art's character of eloquence, 5 fundamentally distinct from language as its medium. It is worth speculating whether the former is incompatible with the latter. That would in part explain the effort of prose, since Joyce to put discursive language out of action, or at least to subordinate it to formal categories to the point that construction becomes unrecognizable. The new art tries to bring about the transformation of communicative into mimetic language. By virtue of its double character, language is a constituent of art, and its mortal enemy. Etruscan vases in the Villa Giulia are eloquent in the highest degree and incommensurable with all communicative language. The true language of art is mute, and its muteness takes priority over poetry's significative element, which in music too is not altogether lacking. That aspect of the Etruscan vases that most resembles speech depends most likely on their here I am or this is what I am, a selfhood not first excised by identificatory thought from the interdependence of entities. Thus the rhinoceros, that mute animal, seems to say, I am a rhinoceros. Rilke's line, for there is no place, without eyes to see you, 6 which Benjamin held in high esteem, codified the non-significative language of artworks in an incomparable fashion. Expression is the gaze of artworks. Compared to significative language, the language of expression is older though unfulfilled, as if artworks, by molding themselves to the subject through their organization, recapitulated the way the subject originated, how it wrested itself free. 7 Artworks bear expression not where they communicate the subject, but rather where they reverberate with the proto-history of subjectivity, of ensoulment, for which tremolo of any sort is a miserable surrogate. This is the affinity of the artwork to the subject, and it endures because this proto-history survives in the subject and recommences in every moment of history. Only the subject is an adequate instrument of expression. However much, though it imagines itself unmediated, it is itself mediated. However much the expressed resembles the subject, however much the impulses are those of the subject, they are at the same time a personal participating in the integrative power of the ego without ever becoming identical with it. The expression of artworks is the non-subjective in the subject, not so much that subject's expression as its copy. There is nothing so expressive as the eyes of animals, especially apes, which seem objectively to mourn that they are not human. By the transposition of impulses into artworks, which make them their own by virtue of their integration, these impulses remain the plenipotentiary in the aesthetic continuum of extra-aesthetic nature, yet are no longer incarnate as its afterimage. This ambivalence is registered by every genuine aesthetic experience, and incomparably so in Kant's description of the feeling of the sublime as a trembling between nature and freedom. Such modification of mimesis is, without any reflection on the spiritual, the constitutive act of spiritualization in all art. Later art only develops this act, but it is already posited in the modification of mimesis through the work, provided that it does not occur through mimesis itself as, so to speak, the physiologically primordial form of spirit. The modification shares the guilt of the affirmative character of art because it mollifies the pain through imagination, just as the spiritual totality in which this pain disappears makes it controllable and leaves it untransformed. However much art is marked and potentiated by universal alienation, it is least alienated insofar as everything in it passes through spirit, is humanized, without force. Art oscillates between ideology and what Hegel confirmed as the native domain of spirit, the truth of spirit's self-certainty. No matter how much spirit may exert domination in art, its objectivation frees it from the aims of domination. In that aesthetic structures create a continuum that is totally spirit, they become the semblance of a blocked being in itself, in whose reality the intentions of the subject would be fulfilled and extinguished. Art corrects conceptual knowledge because, in complete isolation, it carries out what conceptual knowledge in vain awaits from the non-pictorial subject-object relation, that through a subjective act, what is objective would be unveiled. Art does not postpone this act ad infinitum but demands it of its own finitude at the price of its illusoriness. Through spiritualization, the radical domination of nature, its own, art corrects the domination of nature as the domination of another. What establishes itself in the artwork as an alien and rudimentary fetish that endures in opposition to the subject is the plenipotentiary of the non-alienated. By contrast, however, what comports itself in the world as though it were unidentical nature is reduced all the more surely to the material of the domination of nature, to a vehicle of social domination, and is thus truly alienated. Expression, by which nature seeps most deeply into art, is at the same time what is not literally nature, a memento of what expression itself is not, of what could not have become concrete except through the how of that expression. The mediation of expression in artworks through their spiritualization, which in Expressionism's early period was evident to its most important exponents, implies the critique of that clumsy dualism of form and expression that orients traditional aesthetics as well as the consciousness of many genuine artists. 8 Not that this dichotomy is without any basis. The preponderance of expression at one point, and of the formal aspect at another, cannot be denied, especially in older art, which offered impulse as a framework. Since then both elements have become inextricably mediated by each other. Where works are not fully integrated, not fully formed, they sacrifice precisely the expressivity for the sake of which they dispense with the labor and effort of form, and the supposedly pure form that disavows expression rattles mechanically. Expression is a phenomenon of interference, a function of technical procedures no less than it is mimetic. Mimesis is itself summoned up by the density of the technical procedure, whose immanent rationality indeed seems to work in opposition to expression. The compulsion exerted by integral works is equivalent to their eloquence, to what speaks in them, and no merely suggestive effect. Suggestion is, furthermore, itself related to mimetic processes. This leads to a subjective paradox of art, to produce what is blind, expression, by way of reflection, that is, through form, not to rationalize the blind but to produce it aesthetically, to make things of which we do not know what they are. 9. This situation, which has today been sharpened to an antithesis, has a long prehistory. In speaking of the precipitate of the absurd, the incommensurable, in every artwork, Goethe not only formulated the modern constellation of the conscious and unconscious but also envisioned the prospect that the sphere of art sheltered from consciousness as a preserve of the unconscious would become that spleen as which art understood itself to be in the second Romanticism since Baudelaire, a virtually self-transcending preserve built into rationality. Pointing this out, however, does not dispatch art, Whoever argues against modernism in this fashion holds mechanically to the dualism of form and expression. What theorists take for a strictly logical contradiction is familiar to artists and unfolds in their work as that control over the mimetic element that summons up, destroys, and redeems its spontaneity. Spontaneity amid the involuntary is the vital element of art, and this ability is a dependable criterion of artistic capacity, though it does not gloss over the fatality of this capacity. Artists are familiar with this capacity as their sense of form. It provides the mediating category to the Kantian problematic of how art, which Kant considered blatantly non-conceptual, subjectively bears that element of the universal and the necessary that, according to the critique of reason, is reserved exclusively for discursive knowledge. The sense of form is the reflection, at once blind and binding, of the work in itself on which that reflection must depend. It is an objectivity closed to itself that devolves upon the subjective mimetic capacity, which for its part gains its force through its antithesis, rational construction. The blindness of the sense of form corresponds to the necessity in the object. The irrationality of the expressive element is for art the aim of all aesthetic rationality. Its task is to divest itself, in opposition to all imposed order, both of hopeless natural necessity and chaotic contingency. Aesthetic necessity becomes aware of its fictive element through the experience of contingency. But art does not seek to do justice to contingency by its intentional, fictive incorporation in order, thus to depotentiate its subjective mediations. Rather, art does justice to the contingent by probing in the darkness of the trajectory of its own necessity. The more truly art follows this trajectory, the less self-transparent art is. It makes itself dark. Its immanent process has the quality of following a divining rod. To follow where the hand is drawn. This is mimesis as the fulfillment of objectivity. Examples of automatic writing, including the Schoenberg who wrote Wartung, were inspired by this utopia, only to be compelled to discover that the tension between expression and objectivation does not issue in their identity. There is no middle position between the self-censorship of the need for expression and the concessiveness of construction. Objectivation traverses the extremes. When untamed by taste or artistic understanding, the need for expression converges with the bluntness of rational objectivity. On the other hand, art's thinking of itself, its noesis noesios, is not to be restrained by any preordained irrationality. Aesthetic rationality must plunge blindfolded into the making of the work rather than directing it externally as an act of reflection over the artwork. Artworks are smart or foolish according to their procedures, not according to the thoughts their author has about them. Such immanent understanding of the material assures that Beckett's work is at every point sealed tightly against superficial rationality. This is by no means the exclusive prerogative of modern art, but equally evident in the abbreviations in late Beethoven, in the renunciation of superfluous and to this extent, irrational ornamentation. Conversely, lesser artworks, facile music, especially, are marked by an immanent stupidity, to which modernism's ideal of maturity was a polemical reaction. The aporia of mimesis and construction compels artworks to unite radicalism with deliberation, without the aid of any apocryphal, trumped-up hypotheses. Deliberation, however, does not resolve the aporia. Historically, one of the roots of the rebellion against semblance is the allergy to expression. Here, if anywhere in art, the relation between the generations plays a part. Expressionism became the father image. Empirically, it has been confirmed that inhibited, conventional, and aggressive reactionary individuals tend to reject introception, self-awareness, in any form, and along with it, expression as such, as being all too human. 10 They are the ones who, in a context of general estrangement from art, declare themselves with particular resentment against modernism. Psychologically they obey defense mechanisms with which a weakly developed ego repudiates whatever disturbs its restricted functional capacity and may, above all, damage its narcissism. This psychological posture is that of an intolerance to ambiguity, an impatience with what is ambivalent and not strictly definable. Ultimately, it is the refusal of what is open, of what has not been predetermined by any jurisdiction, ultimately of experience itself. Immediately back of the mimetic taboo stands a sexual one. Nothing should be moist. Art becomes hygienic. Many artistic directions identify with this taboo and with the witch hunt against expression. The anti-psychologism of modernism has shifted its function. Once a prerogative of the avant-garde, which rebelled against Jugendstil as well as against a realism protracted by a turn toward inwardness, this anti-psychologism was meanwhile socialized, and made serviceable to the status quo. The category of inwardness, according to Max Weber's thesis, is to be dated back to Protestantism, which subordinated works to faith. Although inwardness, even in Kant, implied a protest against a social order heteronomously imposed on its subjects, it was from the beginning marked by an indifference toward this order, a readiness to leave things as they are and to obey. This accorded with the origin of inwardness in the labor process. Inwardness served to cultivate an anthropological type that would dutifully, quasi-voluntarily, perform the wage labor required by the new mode of production, necessitated by the relations of production. With the growing powerlessness of the autonomous subject, inwardness consequently became completely ideological, the mirage of an inner kingdom where the silent majority are indemnified for what is denied them socially. Inwardness thus becomes increasingly shadowy and empty, indeed contentless in itself. Art no longer wants to accommodate itself to this situation. Yet art is scarcely imaginable without the element of inwardness. Benjamin once said that in his opinion, inwardness could go fly a kite. This was directed against Kierkegaard and the philosophy of inwardness that claimed him as their founder, even though that term would have been as antipathetic to the theologian as the word ontology. Benjamin had in mind abstract subjectivity that powerlessly sets itself up as substance. But his comment is no more the whole truth than abstract subjectivity is. Spirit, certainly Benjamin's own, must enter itself, if it is to be able to negate what is opaque. This could be demonstrated by the antithesis of Beethoven and jazz, a contrast to which many musicians' ears are already beginning to be deaf. Beethoven is, in modified yet determinable fashion, the full experience of external life returning inwardly, just as time, the medium of music, is the inward sense. Popular music, in all of its many varieties, does not undergo this sublimation and is, as such, a somatic stimulant and therefore regressive vis-a-vis aesthetic autonomy. Even inwardness participates in dialectics, though not as Kierkegaard thought. The result of the liquidation of inwardness was by no means the surfacing of a type of person cured of ideology, but rather one who never became an individual in the first place, the type David Reisman termed outer-directed. This casts a reconciling light on the category of inwardness in art. In fact, the rabid denunciation of radically expressive works as being examples of hyperbolic late Romanticism has become the predictable babble of all those who favor a return to the pristine. Aesthetic self-relinquishment in the artwork requires not a weak or conformist ego, but a forceful one. Only the autonomous self is able to turn critically against itself and break through its illusory imprisonment. This is not conceivable, as long as the mimetic element is repressed by a rigid aesthetic superego, rather than that the mimetic element disappears into and is maintained in the objectivation of the tension between itself and its antithesis. All the same, semblance is most strikingly obvious in expression because it makes its appearance as if it were illusionless even while subsuming itself to aesthetic semblance. Major criticism of expression has been sparked by its perception as theatrics. In the fully administered world, the mimetic taboo, a keystone of bourgeois ontology, encroached on the zone that had been tolerantly reserved for mimesis, whereby it beneficially revealed human immediacy to be a lie. Beyond this, however, the allergy to expression supports that hatred of the subject without which no critique of the commodity world would even be meaningful. The subject is abstractly negated. Indeed, the subject, which in compensation inflates itself the more powerless and functional it becomes, is false consciousness the moment it lays claim to expression by feigning a relevance that was withdrawn from it. Yet the emancipation of society from the supremacy of its relations of production has as its aim what these relations have to date impeded, the real establishment of the subject, and expression is not simply the hubris of the subject but the lament over its miscarriage as a cipher of its possibility. Certainly the allergy to expression may be most profoundly legitimated by the fact that something in expression tends toward mendacity, regardless of any aesthetic manipulation. Expression is a priori imitation. Latently implicit in expression is the trust that by being spoken or screamed all will be made better. This is a rudiment of magic. Faith in what Freud polemically called the omnipotence of thought. Yet, expression is not altogether circumscribed by the magic spell. That it is spoken, that distance is thus won from the trapped immediacy of suffering, transforms suffering just as screaming diminishes unbearable pain. Expression that has been objectivated as language endures. What has once been said never fades away completely, neither the evil nor the good, neither the slogan of the final solution, nor the hope of reconciliation. What exceeds to language enters the movement of a humanness that does not yet exist. It is compelled toward language and alive only by virtue of its helplessness. Stumbling along behind its reification, the subject limits that reification by means of the mimetic vestige, the plenipotentiary of an undamaged life in the midst of mutilated life, which subverts the subject to ideology. The inextricability of reification and mimesis defines the aporia of artistic expression. There is no general test for deciding if an artist who wipes out expression altogether has become the mouthpiece of reified consciousness or of the speechless, expressionless expression that denounces it. Authentic art knows the expression of the expressionless, a kind of weeping without tears. By contrast, Nui Sachlichkate's polished extirpation of expression contributes to universal conformism and subordinates anti-functional art to a principle that originates entirely in functionality. This form of reaction fails to recognize in expression what is not metaphorical, not ornamental. The more unreservedly artworks open themselves to this, the more they become depositions of expression and effectively invert Sachlichkeit. At the very least it is evident that anti-expressive and, like Mondrian's, affirmatively mathematized artworks have, by no means passed final judgment on expression. If the subject is no longer able to speak directly, then at least it should, in accord with a modernism that has not pledged itself to absolute construction, speak through things, through their alienated and mutilated form. Notes 1. See Adorno, In Search of Wagner, trans. Rodney Livingstone. London, 1981, pp. 85 ff. 2. Was Aesthetisch der Fall say? This is a reference to Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. See Note 3 in Situation. Trans. 3. See Adorno, On the Classicism of Goethe's Iphigenie, in Notes 2. Literature. Trans. Sherry Weber Nicholson. Volume 2. New York, 1992. pp. 153 ff. 4. So East S. See Note 16 on So Sane in Natural Beauty. Trans. 5. Sprachcharakter. There is no adequate translation for this concept as Adorno uses it. Its meaning, however, is partly elucidated by a group of related ideas in which Adorno conceives the artwork as something that is, or becomes, varied, fluent, expressive, where something comes to, or finds, Sprache. This is a speech where language itself is not necessarily the medium. Eloquence has, as a potential, just this implication, and it has therefore been used, reluctantly, for all of the above concepts in one way or another. The problem is, of course, that the English concept tends to emphasize an unconflicted sort of fluency and persuasiveness. Adorno, however, is not at all concerned with persuasion but rather with expression as gesture, cipher, countenance, script and speech as it arises out of brokenness, fragmentariness or fissuredness. Eloquence, furthermore, importantly forfeits the idea of script, which is a palpable aspect of Sprachcharakter. But script would forfeit the quality of speaking, and in any case, when Adorno wants to emphasize script, he uses Schrift, or, in other writings than Aesthetic Theory, Écriture. Trans. 6 Rainer Maria Rilke. Archaischer Torso Apollos, in Samtliche work. Ed. E. Zinn. Volume 1. Wiesbaden. 1955, page 557. Den da ist keine Stelle, die dich nicht sieht. See also, Torso of an Archaic Apollo, in Selected Poems, trans. C.F. McIntyre, Berkeley, 1964, pp. 92-93. Trans. 7. Wie es entspringt, sich in Trink. This passage is constructed out of the central concepts of Walter Benjamin's The Origin of German Tragic Drama. Trans. John Osborne, London, 1977. In this line Adorno effectively explicates Benjamin's concept of origin, the Ursprung, the original leap, as both a leap out of and a resting free. See Benjamin, The Origin of German Tragic Drama, page 45. Trans. 8 C. Adorno, Reminiscence, Alban Berg, Master of the Smallest Link. Trans. Julianne Brand and Christopher Haley, Cambridge, 1991, pp. 9 ff. 9. Here Adorno quotes the last line from his Vers und Musik. Informell, in quasi una fantasia, trans. Rodney Livingstone, London, 1992, page 322, translation amended, trans. 10. See Adorno et al. The Authoritarian Personality, New York, 1982, pp. 163 ff. Trans. Chapter 7. Enigmaticalness, Truth Content, Metaphysics. The task of aesthetics is not to comprehend artworks as hermeneutical objects. In the contemporary situation, it is their incomprehensibility that needs to be comprehended. What is so resistlessly absorbed as a cliché by the watchword, the absurd, could only be recuperated by a theory that thinks its truth. It cannot simply be divided off from the spiritualization of artworks as counterpoint to that spiritualization. This counterpoint is, in Hegel's words, the ether of artworks. It is spirit itself in its omnipresence, and not the intention of the enigma. For in that it negates the spirit that dominates nature, the spirit of artworks does not appear as spirit. It ignites on what is opposed to it, on materiality. In no way is spirit most present in the most spiritual artworks. Art is redemptive in the act by which the spirit in it throws itself away. Art holds true to the shudder, but not by regression to it. Rather, art is its legacy. The spirit of artworks produces the shudder by externalizing it in objects. Thus art participates in the actual movement of history in accord with the law of enlightenment. By virtue of the self-reflection of genius, what once seemed to be reality emigrates into imagination, where it survives by becoming conscious of its own unreality. The historical trajectory of art as spiritualization is that of the critique of myth as well as that toward its redemption. The imagination confirms the possibilities of what it recollects. This double movement of spirit in art describes its proto-history, which is inscribed in its concept, rather than its empirical history. The uncheckable movement of spirit toward what has eluded it becomes in art the voice that speaks for what was lost in the most distantly archaic. Mimesis in art is the prespiritual. it is contrary to spirit and yet also that on which spirit ignites. In artworks, spirit has become their principle of construction, although it fulfills its telos only when it emerges from what is to be constructed, from the mimetic impulses, by shaping itself to them, rather than allowing itself to be imposed on them by sovereign rule. Form objectivates the particular impulses only when it follows them where they want to go of their own accord. This alone is the methexis of artworks in reconciliation. The rationality of artworks becomes spirit only when it is immersed in its polar opposite. The divergence of the constructive and the mimetic, which no artwork can resolve and which is virtually the original sin of aesthetic spirit, has its correlative in that element of the ridiculous and clownish that even the most significant works bear and that, unconcealed, is inextricable from their significance. The inadequacy of classicism of any persuasion originates in its repression of this element, a repression that art must mistrust. The progressive spiritualization of art in the name of maturity only accentuates the ridiculous all the more glaringly. The more the artwork's own organization assimilates itself to a logical order, by virtue of its inner exactitude, the more obviously the difference between the artwork's logicity and the logicity that governs empirically becomes the parity of the latter, the more reasonable the work becomes in terms of its formal constitution, the more ridiculous it becomes according to the standard of empirical reason. Its ridiculousness is, however, also part of a condemnation of empirical rationality. It accuses the rationality of social praxis of having become an end in itself and as such the irrational and mad reversal of means into ends. The ridiculous in art, which Philistines recognize better than do those who are naively at home in art, and the folly of irrationality made absolute indict one other reciprocally. Incidentally, when viewed from the perspective of the praxis of self-preservation, happiness, sex, is equally ridiculous, as can be spitefully pointed out by anyone who is not driven by it. Ridiculousness is the residue of the mimetic. In art, the price of its self-enclosure. In his condemnation of this element, the Philistine always has an ignominious measure of justification. The ridiculous, as a barbaric residuum of something alien to form, misfires in art. If art fails to reflect and shape it, if it remains on the level of the childish, and is taken for such, it merges with the calculated fun of the culture industry. By its very concept, art implies kitsch, just as by the obligation it imposes of sublimating the ridiculous it presupposes educational privilege and class structure. Fun is art's punishment for this. All the same, the ridiculous elements in artworks are most akin to their intentionless levels, and therefore, in great works, also closest to their secret. Foolish subjects, like those of the magic flute and Der Freischütz, have more truth content through the medium of the music than does the ring, which gravely aims at the ultimate. In its clownishness, art consolingly recollects prehistory in the primordial world of animals. Apes in the zoo together perform what resembles clown routines. The collusion of children with clowns is a collusion with art, which adults drive out of them just as they drive out their collusion with animals. Human beings have not succeeded in so thoroughly repressing their likeness to animals that they are unable in an instant to recapture it and be flooded with joy. The language of little children and animals seems to be the same. In the similarity of clowns to animals, the likeness of humans to apes flashes up. The constellation animal, fool, clown is a fundamental layer of art. As a thing that negates the world of things, every artwork is a priori helpless when it is called on to legitimate itself to this world. Still, art cannot simply refuse the demand for legitimation by pointing to this a priority. It is hard to be astonished by art's enigmaticalness if it is taken neither as a source of pleasure, as it is for those alien to art, nor as an exceptional realm, as it is for the connoisseur, but as the substance of personal experience. Yet this substance demands that the elements of art not be abandoned but secured when art is fundamentally challenged by its experience. An inkling of this is had when artworks are experienced in so-called cultural contexts that are alien or incommensurable to them. In these situations, artworks are displayed naked to the test of their cui bono, a test from which they are protected only by the leaky roof of their own familiar context. In such situations, the disrespectful question, which ignores the taboo surrounding the aesthetic zone, often becomes fateful to the quality of a work. Observed completely externally, the artwork's dubiousness is uncovered as relentlessly as when they are observed completely internally. The enigmaticalness of artworks remains bound up with history. It was through history that they became an enigma. It is history that ever and again makes them such, and, conversely, it is history alone, which gave them their authority, that holds at a distance the embarrassing question of their raison d'etre. The enigmaticalness of artworks is less their irrationality than their rationality. The more methodically they are ruled, the more sharply their enigmaticalness is thrown into relief. Through form, artworks gain their resemblance to language, seeming at every point to say just this, and only this, and at the same time whatever it is slips away. All artworks, and art altogether, are enigmas. Since antiquity this has been an irritation to the theory of art. That artworks say something and in the same breath conceal it expresses this enigmaticalness from the perspective of language. This characteristic cavorts clownishly. If one is within the artwork, if one participates in its imminent completion, this enigmaticalness makes itself invisible. If one steps outside the work, breaking the contract with its imminent context, this enigmaticalness returns like a spirit. This gives further reason for the study of those who are alien to art. In their proximity, the enigmaticalness of art becomes outrageous to the point that art is completely negated, unwittingly the ultimate criticism of art, and in that it is a defective attitude, a confirmation of art's truth. It is impossible to explain art to those who have no feeling for it. They are not able to bring an intellectual understanding of it into their living experience. For them, the reality principle is such an obsession that it places a taboo on aesthetic comportment as a whole. Incited by the cultural approbation of art, alienness to art often changes into aggression, not the least of the causes of the contemporary de-aestheticization of art. Its enigmaticalness may in an elementary fashion confirm the so-called unmusical, who does not understand the language of music, hears nothing but nonsense, and wonders what all the noise is about. The difference between what this person hears and what the initiated hear defines art's enigmaticalness. This is of course not restricted to music, whose a conceptuality makes it almost too obvious. Whoever refuses to reenact the work under the discipline it imposes falls under the empty gaze cast by a painting or poem, the same empty gaze that, in a sense, the art alien encounter in music, and it is precisely the empty questioning gaze that the experience and interpretation of artworks must assimilate if they are not to go astray. Failing to perceive the abyss is no protection from it, however. Consciousness seeks to safeguard itself from losing its way is fateful. There is no answer that would convince someone who would ask such questions as, why imitate something? Or, why tell a story as if it were true when, obviously the facts are otherwise and it just distorts reality? Artworks fall helplessly mute before the question, what's it for? And before the reproach that they are actually pointless. If, for instance, one responded that fictive narration can touch more deeply on the essence of historical reality than can factual reportage, a possible reply would be that precisely this is a matter of theory, and that theory has no need of fiction. This manifestation of the enigmaticalness of art as incomprehension in the face of questions of putatively grand principle is familiar in the broader context of the bluff inherent in the question as to the meaning of life. Point 1. The awkwardness prompted by such questions can easily be confused with their irrefutability. Their level of abstraction is so remote from what is effortlessly subsumed, that the actual question vanishes. Understanding art's enigmaticalness is not equivalent to understanding specific artworks, which requires an objective, experiential reenactment from within in the same sense in which the interpretation of a musical work means its faithful performance. Understanding is itself a problematic category in the face of art's enigmaticalness. Whoever seeks to understand artworks exclusively through the immanence of consciousness within them by this very measure, fails to understand them, and as such understanding grows, so does the feeling of its insufficiency caught blindly in the spell of art, to which art's own truth content is opposed. If one who exits from this immanent context, or was never in it, registers the enigmaticalness with animosity, the enigmaticalness disappears deceptively into the artistic experience. The better an artwork is understood, the more it is unpuzzled on one level, and the more obscure its constitutive enigmaticalness becomes. It only emerges demonstratively in the profoundest experience of art. If a work opens itself completely, it reveals itself as a question and demands reflection. Then the work vanishes into the distance, only to return to those who thought they understood it, overwhelming them for a second time with the question, what is it? Art's enigmaticalness can, however, be recognized as constitutive where it is absent. Artworks that unfold to contemplation and thought without any remainder are not artworks. Enigma here is not a glib synonym for problem, a concept that is only aesthetically significant in the strict sense of a task posed by the immanent composition of works. In no less strict terms, artworks are enigmas. They contain the potential for the solution. The solution is not objectively given. Every artwork is a picture puzzle, a puzzle to be solved, but this puzzle is constituted in such a fashion that it remains a vexation, the pre-established routing of its observer. The newspaper picture puzzle recapitulates playfully what artworks carry out in earnest. Specifically, artworks are like picture puzzles in that what they hide, like Poe's letter, is visible and is, by being visible, hidden. The German language, in its proto-philosophic description of aesthetic experience, rightly expresses that one understands something of art, not that one understands art. Connoisseurship of art is the combination of an adequate comprehension of the material and a narrow-minded incomprehension of the enigma. It is neutral to what is cloaked. Those who peruse art solely with comprehension make it into something straightforward, which is furthest from what it is. If one seeks to get a closer look at a rainbow, it disappears. Of all the arts, music is the prototypical example of this. It is at once completely enigmatic and totally evident. It cannot be solved, only its form can be deciphered, and precisely this is requisite for the philosophy of art. He alone would understand music who hears with all the alienness of the unmusical and with all of Siegfried's familiarity with the language of the birds. Understanding, however, does not extinguish the enigmaticalness of art. Even the felicitously interpreted work asks for further understanding, as if waiting for the redemptive word that would dissolve its constitutive darkening. Following artworks through in the imagination is the most complete, most deceptive surrogate for understanding, though obviously also a step toward it. Those who can adequately imagine music without hearing it possess that connection with it required for its understanding. Understanding in the highest sense, a solution of the enigma that at the same time maintains the enigma, depends on a spiritualization of art and artistic experience whose primary medium is the imagination. The spiritualization of art approaches its enigmaticalness not directly through conceptual elucidation, but rather by concretizing its enigmaticalness. The solution of the enigma amounts to giving the reason for its insolubility, which is the gaze artworks direct at the viewer. The demand of artworks that they be understood, that their content be grasped, is bound to their specific experience, but it can only be fulfilled by way of the theory that reflects this experience. What the enigmaticalness of artworks refers to can only be thought mediatedly. The objection to the phenomenology of art, as to any phenomenology that imagines it can lay its hands directly on the essence, is not that it is anti-empirical but, on the contrary, that it brings thinking experience to a halt. The much derided incomprehensibility of Hermetic artworks amounts to the admission of the enigmaticalness of all art. Part of the rage against Hermetic works is that they also shatter the comprehensibility of traditional works. It holds true in general that the works sanctioned by tradition and public opinion as being well understood withdraw behind their galvanized surface and become completely incomprehensible. Those manifestly incomprehensible works that emphasize their enigmaticalness are potentially the most comprehensible. Art in the most emphatic sense lacks the concept even when it employs concepts and adapts its facade to comprehension. No concept that enters an artwork remains what it is. Each and every concept is so transformed that its scope can be affected and its meaning refashioned. In Trakhl's poems, the word sonata acquires a unique importance by its sound and by the associations established by the poem. If one wanted to envision a particular sonata on the basis of the diffuse sounds that are suggested, the sense of the word in the poem could be missed just as the conjunct image would be incongruous with such a sonata and the sonata form itself. At the same time, this would be legitimate, because the word coalesces out of fragments and scraps of sonatas and its very name is reminiscent of the sound that is meant and awakened in the work. The term sonata describes works that are highly articulated, motivically and thematically wrought, and internally dynamic. Their unity is a clearly differentiated manifold, with development and reprise. The verse, "There are rooms filled with chords and sonatas," too retains little of this but has, rather, the feeling of the childish naming of names. It has more to do with the spurious title Moonlight Sonata than with the composition itself, and yet is no coincidence. Without the sonatas that his sister played, there would not have been the isolated sounds in which the melancholy of the poet sought shelter. Something of this marks even the poem's simplest words, which are drawn from communicative language. That is why Brecht's critique of autonomous art, that it simply reiterates what something is, misses the mark. Even Trakhl's omnipresent is alienated in the artwork from its conceptual sense. It expresses no existential judgment but rather its pale afterimage qualitatively transformed to the point of negation. The assertion that something is amounts to both more and less and includes the implication that something is not. When Brecht or William Carlos Williams sabotages the poetic and approximates an empirical report, the actual result is by no means such a report. By the polemical rejection of the exalted lyrical tone, the empirical sentences translated into the aesthetic monad acquire an altogether different quality. The antilyrical tone and the estrangement of the appropriated facts are two sides of the same coin. Judgment itself undergoes metamorphosis in the artwork. Artworks are, as synthesis, analogous to judgment. In artworks, however, synthesis does not result in judgment. Of no artwork is it possible to determine its judgment or what its so-called message is. It is therefore questionable whether artworks can possibly be engagés, even when they emphasize their engagement. What works amount to, that in which they are unified, cannot be formulated as a judgment, not even as one that they state in words and sentences. Morick has a little poem entitled, Mousetrap Rhyme. If one restricted interpretation to its discursive content, the poem would amount to no more than sadistic identification with what civilized custom has done to an animal disdained as a parasite. Mousetrap Rhyme. The child circles the mousetrap 3 times and chants, "Little guest, little house, dearest tiny or grown-up mouse, boldly pay us a visit tonight, when the moon shines bright. But close the door back of you tight. You hear? And careful for your little tail. After dinner we will sing. After dinner we will spring. and make a little dance. Swish, swish, my old cat will probably be dancing with. Point 3. The child's taunt, my old cat will probably be dancing with, if it really is a taunt and not the involuntarily friendly image of child, cat, and mouse dancing, the two animals on their hind legs, once appropriated by the poem, no longer has the last word. To reduce the poem to a taunt is to ignore its social content, inhalt, along with its poetic content. The poem is the non-judgmental reflex of language on a miserable, socially conditioned ritual, and as such it transcends it by subordinating itself to it. The poem's gesture, which points to this ritual as if nothing else were possible, holds court over the gapless immanence of the ritual by turning the force of self-evidence into an indictment of that ritual. Art judges exclusively by abstaining from judgment. This is the defense of naturalism. Form, which shapes verse into the echo of a mythical epigram, negates its fatefulness. Echo reconciles. These processes, transpiring in the interior of artworks, make them truly infinite in themselves. It is not that artworks differ from significative language by the absence of meanings, rather, these meanings, through their absorption become a matter of accident. The movements by which this absorption of meaning occurs are concretely prescribed by every aesthetically formed object. Artworks share with enigmas the duality of being determinate and indeterminate. They are question marks, not univocal even through synthesis. Nevertheless, their figure is so precise that it determines the point where the work breaks off. As in enigmas, the answer is both hidden and demanded by the structure. This is the function of the work's immanent logic, of the lawfulness that transpires in it, and that is the theodicy of the concept of purpose in art. The aim of artworks is the determination of the indeterminate. Works are purposeful in themselves, without having any positive purpose beyond their own arrangement. Their purposefulness, however, is legitimated as the figure of the answer to the enigma. Through organization, artworks become more than they are. In recent aesthetic debates, especially in the fine arts, the concept of acrature has become relevant, inspired probably by Klee's drawings, which approximate scrawled writing. Like a searchlight, this category of modern art illumines the art of the past. All artworks are writing, not just those that are obviously such. They are hieroglyphs for which the code has been lost, a loss that plays into their content. Artworks are language only as writing. If no artwork is ever a judgment, each artwork contains elements derived from judgment, and bears an aspect of being correct and incorrect, true and false. Yet the silent and determinate answer of artworks does not reveal itself to interpretation with a single stroke, as a new immediacy, but only by way of all mediations, those of the work's discipline as well as those of thought and philosophy. The enigmaticalness outlives the interpretation that arrives at the answer. If the enigmaticalness of artworks is not localized in what is experienced in them, in aesthetic understanding, if the enigmaticalness only bursts open in the distance, the experience that immerses itself in the artworks and is rewarded with corroboration itself becomes enigmatic. The enigma that what is multivocally entwined can be univocally and compellingly understood as such. For the experience of artworks, whatever its starting point, is as Kant himself described it, necessarily immanent and transparent right into its most sublime nuance. The musician who understands the score follows its most minute impulses, and yet in a certain sense he does not know what he plays. The situation is no different for the actor, and precisely in this is the mimetic capacity made manifest most drastically in the praxis of artistic performance as the imitation of the dynamic curves of what is performed. It is the quintessence of understanding this side of the enigma. However, as soon as the experience of artworks flags, they present their enigma as a grimace. Incessantly the experience of artworks is threatened by their enigmaticalness. If enigmaticalness disappears completely from the experience, if experience supposes that it has become completely immanent to the object, the enigma's gaze suddenly appears again. Thus is preserved the artwork's seriousness, which stares out of archaic images and is masked in traditional art by their familiar language until strengthened to the point of total alienation. If the process immanent to artworks constitutes the enigma, that is, what surpasses the meaning of all its particular elements, this process at the same time attenuates the enigma as soon as the artwork is no longer perceived as fixed and thereupon vainly interpreted but instead once again produced in its objective constitution. In performances that do not do this, that do not interpret the in itself of the artworks, which such asceticism claims to serve, becomes the booty of its muteness. Every non-interpretive performance is meaningless. If some types of art, drama, and to a certain extent music, demand that they be played and interpreted so that they can become what they are, a norm from which no one is exempt who is at home in the theater or on the podium and knows the qualitative difference between what is required there and the texts and scores, these types actually do no more than illuminate the comportment of an artwork, even those that do not want to be performed. This comportment is that each artwork is the recapitulation of itself. Artworks are self-likeness freed from the compulsion of identity. The Aristotelian dictum that only like can know like, which progressive rationality has reduced to a marginal value, divides the knowledge that is art from conceptual knowledge. What is essentially mimetic awaits mimetic comportment. If artworks do not make themselves like something else but only like themselves, then only those who imitate them understand them. Dramatic or musical texts should be regarded exclusively in this fashion and not as the quintessence of instructions for the performers. They are the congealed imitation of works, virtually of themselves, and to this extent constitutive although always permeated with significative elements. Whether or not they are performed is for them a matter of indifference. What is not, however, a matter of indifference is that their experience, which in terms of its ideal is inward and mute, imitates them. Such imitation reads the nexus of their meaning out of the signa of the artworks and follows this nexus just as imitation follows the curves in which the artwork appears. As laws of their imitation, the divergent media find their unity, that of art. If in Kant discursive knowledge is to renounce the interior of things, then artworks are objects whose truth cannot be thought except as that of their interior. Imitation is the path that leads to this interior. Artworks speak like elves in fairy tales. If you want the absolute, you shall have it, but you will not recognize it when you see it. The truth of discursive knowledge is unshrouded, and thus discursive knowledge does not have it. The knowledge that is art has truth, but as something incommensurable with art. Through the freedom of the subject in them, artworks are less subjective than is discursive knowledge. With unerring compass, Kant subordinated art to a concept of teleology whose positive application he did not concede to empirical understanding. However, the block that according to Kant's doctrine obstructs the in itself to people, shapes that in itself in artworks, the doctrine's proper domain, in which there is no longer to be any difference between what is in itself and what is for itself, as enigmatic figures, precisely because they are blocked. Artworks are images of being in itself. Ultimately, what lives on in art's enigmaticalness, through which art most abruptly opposes the unquestionable existence of objects of action, is the latter's own enigma. Art becomes an enigma because it appears to have solved what is enigmatical in existence, while the enigma in the merely existing is forgotten as a result of its own overwhelming ossification. The more densely people have spun a categorical web around what is other than subjective spirit, the more fundamentally have they disaccustomed themselves to the wonder of that other and deceived themselves with a growing familiarity with what is foreign. Art hopes to correct this, though feebly and with a quickly exhausted gesture. A priori, art causes people to wonder, just as Plato once demanded that philosophy do, which, however, decided for the opposite. The enigma of artworks is their fracturedness. If transcendence were present in them, they would be mysteries, not enigmas. They are enigmas because, through their fracturedness, they deny what they would actually like to be. Only in the recent past, in Kafka's damaged parables, has the fracturedness of art become thematic. Retrospectively, all artworks are similar to those pitiful allegories in graveyards, the broken-off stelae. Whatever perfection they may lay claim to, artworks are lopped off. That what they mean is not their essence is evident in the fact that their meaning appears as if it were blocked. The analogy here to astrological superstition, which similarly depends on a purported relationship as much as it leaves this relationship obscure, is too insistently obvious to be dismissed lightly. Art's blemish is that it is bound up with superstition. Art all too happily, and irrationally, revalues this blemish as a merit. The much-touted complexity of art is the falsely positive name for its enigmaticalness. This enigmaticalness, however, has an anti-aesthetic aspect, which Kafka irrevocably unveiled. By their failure with regard to their own element of rationality, artworks threaten to relapse into myth, from which they have been precariously wrested. Art is mediated in spirit, the element of rationality, in that it produces its enigmas mimetically, just as spirit devises enigmas, but without being capable of providing the solution. It is in art's enigmaticalness, not in its meanings, that spirit is manifest. In fact, the praxis of important artists has an affinity with the making of puzzles, as is evident in the delight taken by composers over many centuries in enigmatic canons. Art's enigmatic image is the configuration of mimesis and rationality. This enigmaticalness emerged out of a historical process. Art is what remains after the loss of what was supposed to exercise a magical, and later occultic, function. Art's why and wherefore, its archaic rationality, to put it paradoxically, was forfeited and transformed into an element of its being in itself. Art thus became an enigma. If it no longer exists for the purpose that it infused with meaning, then what is it? Its enigmaticalness goads it to articulate itself immanently in such a fashion that it achieves meaning by forming its emphatic absence of meaning. To this extent, the enigmaticalness of artworks is not all there is to them. Rather, every authentic work also suggests the solution to its unsolvable enigma. Ultimately, artworks are enigmatic in terms not of their composition but of their truth content. The indefatigably recurring question that every work incites in whoever traverses it, the "what is it all about?" becomes, is it true? The question of the absolute, to which every artwork responds by wresting itself free from the discursive form of answer. A taboo on any possible answer is all that discursive thought can offer. Art itself, which is the mimetic struggle against this taboo, seeks to impart the answer and yet, being non-judging, does not impart it. Thus art becomes as enigmatic as the terror born of the primordial world, which, though it metamorphoses, does not disappear. All art remains the seismogram of that terror. The key to art's enigma is missing, just as it has been lost for the writings of many peoples who have perished. The most extreme form in which the question posed by the enigmaticalness of art can be formulated is whether or not there is meaning. For no artwork is without its own coherence, however much this coherence may be transformed into its own opposite. Through the objectivity of the work, this coherence posits the claim to the objectivity of meaning in itself. This claim is not only non-negotiable, it is contravened by experience. Enigmaticalness peers out of every artwork with a different face, but as if the answer that it requires, like that of the Sphinx, were always the same, although only by way of the diversity, not the unity that the enigma, though perhaps deceptively, promises. Whether the promise is a deception, that is the enigma. The truth content of artworks is the objective solution of the enigma posed by each and every one. By demanding its solution, the enigma points to its truth content. It can only be achieved by philosophical reflection. This alone is the justification of aesthetics. Although no artwork can be reduced to rationalistic determinations, as is the case with what art judges, each artwork, through the neediness implicit in its enigmaticalness, nevertheless turns toward interpretive reason. No message is to be squeezed out of Hamlet. This in no way impinges on its truth content. That great artists, the Goethe who wrote fairy tales no less than Beckett, want nothing to do with interpretations, only underscores the difference of the truth content from the consciousness and the intention of the author, and does so by the strength of the author's own self-consciousness. Artworks, especially those of the highest dignity, await their interpretation. The claim that there is nothing to interpret in them, that they simply exist, would erase the demarcation line between art and non-art. Ultimately, perhaps, even carpets, ornaments, all non-figural things longingly await interpretation. Grasping truth content postulates critique. Nothing is grasped whose truth or untruth is not grasped, and this is the concern of critique. The historical development of works through critique and the philosophical development of their truth content have a reciprocal relation. The theory of art must not situate itself beyond art, but must rather entrust itself to its laws of movement, while recognizing that artworks hermetically seal themselves off against the consciousness of these laws of movement. Artworks are enigmatic in that they are the physiognomy of an objective spirit that is never transparent to itself in the moment in which it appears. The absurd, the category most refractory to interpretation, inheres in that spirit that is requisite to the interpretation of artworks. At the same time, the need of artworks for interpretation, their need for the production of their truth content, is the stigma of their constitutive insufficiency. Artworks do not achieve what is objectively sought in them. The zone of indeterminacy between the unreachable and what has been realized constitutes their enigma. They have truth content and they do not have it. Positive science and the philosophy derived from it do not attain it. It is neither the work's factual content nor its fragile and self-suspendable logicality. Nor, despite traditional philosophy, is art's truth content its idea, even if that idea is so broad as to include the tragic or the conflict between the finite and the infinite. Indeed, in its philosophical construction such an idea rises above subjective intention, yet, however applied, it remains external to the artwork and abstract. Even idealism's emphatic concept of the idea relegates artworks to examples of the idea as instances of what is ever the same. This passes sentence on the rule of the idea in art, just as this idea can no longer hold its ground to philosophical critique. The content, Gehalt, of art does not reduce without remainder into the idea. Rather, this content is the extrapolation of what is irreducible. Among academic aestheticians only Friedrich Theodor Vischer had an inkling of this. Just how little the truth content converges with the subjective idea, with the intention of the artist, is evident to the most rudimentary consideration. There are artworks in which the artist brought out clearly and simply what he wanted, and the result, nothing more than an indication of what the artist wanted to say, is thereby reduced to an enciphered allegory. The work dies as soon as philologists have pumped out of it what the artist pumped in, a tautological game whose schema is true also of many musical analyses. The difference between truth and intention in artworks becomes evident to critical consciousness when the object of the artist's intention is itself false, those usually eternal truths in which myth simply reiterates itself. Mythical inevitability usurps truth. Innumerable artworks suffer from the fact that they lay claim to being a process of constant self-transformation and development and yet subsist as an atemporal sequence of what is ever the same. It is at such points of fracture that technological critique becomes the critique of the untrue and thus allies itself with the truth content. There are good reasons to hold that in artworks, technical failure is indicated by the metaphysically false. Artworks have no truth without determinate negation. Developing this is the task of aesthetics. Today, the truth content of artworks cannot be immediately identified. Just as it is known only mediately, it is mediated in itself. What transcends the factual in the artwork, its spiritual content, cannot be pinned down to what is individually, sensually given but is, rather, constituted by way of this empirical givenness. This defines the mediatedness of the truth content. The spiritual content does not hover above the work's facture. Rather, artworks transcend their factuality through their facture, through the consistency of their elaboration, the breadth that surrounds them, that which is most akin to their truth content and is at once factual and not factual, is fundamentally distinct from mood in whatever way artworks once expressed mood. On the contrary, in the interest of the work's breadth, mood is consumed by the forming process. In artworks, objectivity and truth are inseparable. Through the breadth of objectivity and truth within themselves, composers are familiar with the idea of a composition's breadth. Artworks approach nature, but not by imitation, whose sphere encompasses mood. The more deeply works are formed, the more obstinate they become against any contrived semblance, and this obstinacy is the negative appearance of their truth. Truth is antithetical to the phantasmagorical element of artworks. Thoroughly formed artworks that are criticized as formalistic are the most realistic works insofar as they are realized in themselves and solely by means of this realization achieve their truth content, what is spiritual in them, rather than merely signifying this content. However, it is no guarantee of their truth that artworks transcend themselves through their realization. Many works of the highest quality are true as the expression of a consciousness that is false in itself. This is recognized only by transcendent criticism, such as Nietzsche's critique of Wagner. The failing of that kind of critique, however, is not only that it judges the matter from on high rather than measuring itself by it. This criticism is also impeded by a narrow-minded notion of truth content, usually a cultural, philosophical notion that neglects the immanently historical element of aesthetic truth. The separation of what is true in itself from the merely adequate expression of false consciousness is not to be maintained, for correct consciousness has not existed to this day, and no consciousness has the lofty vantage point from which this separation would be self-evident. The complete presentation of false consciousness is what names it and is itself truth content. It is for this reason that works unfold not only through interpretation and critique but also through their rescue, which aims at the truth of false consciousness in the aesthetic appearance. Great artworks are unable to lie, even when their content is semblance, insofar as this content is necessary semblance. The content has truth, to which the artworks testify. Only failed works are untrue. By reenacting the spell of reality, by sublimating it as an image, art at the same time liberates itself from it. Sublimation and freedom mutually accord. The spell with which art through its unity encompasses the membra disjecta of reality is borrowed from reality and transforms art into the negative appearance of utopia. That by virtue of their organization artworks are more, not only as what is organized but also as the principle of organization, for as what is organized, they obtain the semblance of being non-artifactual, determines them as spiritual. This determination, when recognized, becomes content. It is expressed by the artwork not only through its organization but equally through its disruption, which organization implies. This throws light on the contemporary predilection for the shabby and filthy as well as on the allergy to splendor and suaveness. Underlying this is the consciousness of the sordid aspects of culture hidden beneath its husk of self-contentment. art, that forswears the happy brilliance that reality withholds from men and women and thus refuses every sensual trace of meaning, is spiritualized art. It is, in its unrelenting renunciation of childish happiness, the allegory of the illusionless actuality of happiness while bearing the fatal proviso of the chimerical, that this happiness does not exist. Philosophy and art converge in their truth content. The progressive self-unfolding truth of the artwork is none other than the truth of the philosophical concept. With good reason, idealism historically, in Schelling, derived its own concept of truth from art. The closed yet internally dynamic totality of idealist systems was read out of artworks. However, because philosophy bears upon reality and in its works is not autarkically organized to the same degree as are artworks, the cloaked aesthetic ideal of systems necessarily shattered. These systems are paid back in their own coin with the ignominious praise that they are philosophical artworks. The manifest untruth of idealism, however, has retrospectively compromised artworks, that in spite of their autarky and by means of it they seek their other, what is external to their spell, drives the artwork beyond the identity with itself by which it is fundamentally determined. The disruption of its autonomy was not a fateful decline, rather, it became art's obligation in the aftermath of the verdict over that in which philosophy was all too much like art. The truth content of artworks is not what they mean but rather what decides whether the work in itself is true or false, and only this truth of the work in itself is commensurable to philosophical interpretation and coincides, with regard to the idea, in any case, with the idea of philosophical truth. For contemporary consciousness, fixated on the tangible and unmediated, the establishment of this relation to art obviously poses the greatest difficulties, yet without this relation art's truth content remains inaccessible. Aesthetic experience is not genuine experience unless it becomes philosophy. The condition for the possibility that philosophy and art converge is to be sought in the element of universality that art possesses through its specification as language sui generis. This universality is collective just as philosophical universality, for which the transcendental subject was once the signum, points back to the collective subject. However, in aesthetic images precisely that is collective, that withdraws from the eye, society inheres in the truth content. The appearing, whereby the artwork far surpasses the mere subject, is the eruption of the subject's collective essence. The trace of memory in mimesis, which every artwork seeks, is simultaneously always the anticipation of a condition beyond the diremption of the individual and the collective. This collective remembrance in artworks is, however, not chori sigma from the subject but rather takes place by way of the subject. In the subject's idiosyncratic impulse the collective form of reaction becomes manifest. For this reason, too, the philosophical interpretation of the truth content must unswervingly construe that truth content in the particular. By virtue of this content's subjectively mimetic expressive element, artworks gain their objectivity. They are neither pure impulse nor its form, but rather the congealed process that transpires between them, and this process is social. Today the metaphysics of art revolves around the question of how something spiritual that is made, in philosophical terms something merely posited, can be true. The issue is not the immediately existing artwork but its content, Gehalt. The question of the truth of something made is indeed none other than the question of semblance and the rescue of semblance as the semblance of the true. Truth content cannot be something made. Every act of making in art is a singular effort to say what the artifact itself is not, and what it does not know. Precisely this is art's spirit. This is the locus of the idea of art as the idea of the restoration of nature that has been repressed and drawn into the dynamic of history. Nature, to whose imago art is devoted, does not yet in any way exist. What is true in art is something non-existent. What does not exist becomes incumbent on art in that other for which identity positing reason, which reduced it to material, uses the word nature. This other is not concept and unity, but rather a multiplicity. Thus, truth content presents itself in art as a multiplicity, not as the concept that abstractly subordinates artworks. The bond of the truth content of art to its works and the multiplicity of what surpasses identification accord. Of all the paradoxes of art, no doubt the innermost one is that only through making, through the production of particular works specifically and completely formed in themselves, and never through any immediate vision, does art achieve what is not made, the truth. Artworks stand in the most extreme tension to their truth content. Although this truth content, conceptless, appears nowhere else than in what is made, it negates the made. Each artwork, as a structure, perishes in its truth content. Through it, the artwork sinks into irrelevance, something that is granted exclusively to the greatest artworks. The historical perspective that envisions the end of art is every work's idea. There is no artwork that does not promise that its truth content, to the extent that it appears in the artwork as something existing, realizes itself and leaves the artwork behind simply as a husk, as Mignon's prodigious verse prophesies. The seal of authentic artworks is that what they appear to be appears as if it could not be prevaricated, even though discursive judgment is unable to define it. If, however, it is indeed the truth, then along with the semblance truth abolishes the artwork. The definition of art is not fully encompassed by aesthetic semblance. Art has truth as the semblance of the illusionless. The experience of artworks has as its vanishing point the recognition that its truth content is not null. Every artwork, and most of all works of absolute negativity, mutely say, non confundar. Artworks would be powerless if they were no more than longing, though there is no valid artwork without longing. That by which they transcend longing, however, is the neediness inscribed as a figure in the historically existing. By retracing this figure, they are not only more than what simply exists but participate in objective truth to the extent that what is in need summons its fulfillment and change. Not for itself, with regard to consciousness, but in itself, what is wants the other. The artwork is the language of this wanting, and the artwork's content, Gehalt, is as substantial as this wanting. The elements of this other are present in reality, and they require only the most minute displacement into a new constellation to find their right position. Rather than imitating reality, artworks demonstrate this displacement to reality. Ultimately, the doctrine of imitation should be reversed. In a sublimated sense, reality should imitate the artworks. However, the fact that artworks exist signals the possibility of the non-existing. The reality of artworks testifies to the possibility of the possible. The object of art's longing, the reality of what is not, is metamorphosed in art as remembrance. In remembrance, what is qua what was combines with the non-existing because what was no longer is. Ever since Plato's doctrine of anamnesis, the not yet existing has been dreamed of in remembrance, which alone concretizes utopia without betraying it to existence. Remembrance remains bound up with semblance, for even in the past the dream was not reality. Yet art's imago is precisely what, according to Bergson's and Proust's thesis, seeks to awaken involuntary remembrance. In the empirical, a thesis that proves them to be genuine idealists. They attribute to reality what they want to save and what inheres in art only at the price of its reality. They seek to escape the curse of aesthetic semblance by displacing its quality to reality. The non-confundar of artworks marks the boundary of their negativity, comparable to the boundary marked out in the novels of the Marquis de Sade, where he has no other recourse than to call the most beautiful guidons du tableau, beau comme des anges. At this summit of art, where its truth transcends semblance, it is most mortally exposed. Unlike anything human, Art lays claim to being unable to lie, and, thus it is compelled to lie. Art does not have it in its power to decide over the possibility that everything may indeed not come to anything more than nothing. It has its fictiveness in the assertion implicit in its existence that it has gone beyond the limit. The truth content of artworks, as the negation of their existence, is mediated by them though they do not in any way communicate it. That by which truth content is more than what is posited by artworks is their methexis in history and the determinate critique that they exercise through their form. History in artworks is not something made, and history alone frees the work from being merely something posited or manufactured. Truth content is not external to history but rather its crystallization in the works. Their unposited truth content is their name. In artworks the name is, however, strictly negative. Artworks say what is more than the existing, and they do this exclusively by making a constellation of how it is. Comments say, for the metaphysics of art requires its complete separation from the religion in which art originated. Artworks are not the absolute, nor is the absolute immediately present in them. For their methexis in the absolute they are punished with a blindness that in the same instant obscures their language, which is a language of truth. Artworks have the absolute and they do not have it. In their movement toward truth, artworks are in need of that concept that for the sake of their truth they keep at a distance. It is not up to art to decide whether its negativity is its limit or truth. Artworks are a priori negative by the law of their objectivation. They kill what they objectify by tearing it away from the immediacy of its life. Their own life preys on death. This defines the qualitative threshold to modern art. Modern works relinquish themselves mimetically to reification, their principle of death. The effort to escape this element is art's illusory element which, since Baudelaire, art has wanted to discard without resigning itself to the status of a thing among things. Those heralds of modernism Baudelaire and Poe were as artists the first technocrats of art. Without the admixture of poison, virtually the negation of life, the opposition of art to civilizatory repression would amount to nothing more than impotent comfort. If since early modernism, art has absorbed alien objects that have been received without being fully transformed by its law of form, this has led mimesis in art to capitulate, as in montage, to its antagonist. Art was compelled to this by social reality. Whereas art opposes society, it is nevertheless unable to take up a position beyond it. It achieves opposition only through identification with that against which it remonstrates. This was already the content, Gehalt, of Baudelaire's Satanism, much more than the punctual critique of bourgeois morality which, outdone by reality, became childishly silly. If art tried directly to register an objection to the gapless web, it would become completely entangled. Thus, as occurs in such exemplary fashion in Beckett's Endgame, art must either eliminate from itself the nature with which it is concerned, or attack it. The only parti pris left to it, that of death, is at once critical and metaphysical. Artworks derive from the world of things in their performed material as in their techniques. There is nothing in them that did not also belong to this world and nothing that could be wrenched away from this world at less than the price of its death. Only by the strength of its deadliness do artworks participate in reconciliation. But in this they at the same time remain obedient to myth. This is what is Egyptian in each. By wanting to give permanence to the transitory, to life, by wanting to save it from death, the works kill it. With good reason the power of artworks to reconcile is sought in their unity, in the fact that, in accord with the ancient topos, they heal the wound with the spear that inflicted it. Reason, which in artworks affects unity even where it intends disintegration, achieves a certain guiltlessness by renouncing intervention in reality, real domination. Yet even in the greatest works of aesthetic unity the echo of social violence is to be heard. Indeed, through the renunciation of domination spirit also incurs guilt. The act that binds and fixates the mimetic and diffuse in the artwork not only does harm to amorphous nature, the aesthetic image is a protest against nature's fear that it will dissipate into the chaotic. The aesthetic unity of the multiplicitous appears as though it had done no violence but had been chosen by the multiplicitous itself. It is thus that unity, today as real as was ever the diremption, crosses over into reconciliation. In artworks, the destructive power of myth is mollified through the particularization of the repetition that myth exercises in empirical reality, repetition that the artwork summons into particularization at the closest proximity. In artworks, spirit is no longer the old enemy of nature. Assuaged, spirit reconciles. Art is not reconciliation in the classicistic sense. Reconciliation is the comportment of artworks by which they become conscious of the non-identical. Spirit does not identify the non-identical, it identifies with it. By pursuing its own identity with itself, art assimilates itself with the non-identical. This is the contemporary stage of development of art's mimetic essence. Today, reconciliation as the comportment of the artwork is evinced precisely there where art countermands the idea of reconciliation in works whose form dictates intransigence. Yet even such a reconcilable reconciliation through form is predicated on the unreality of art. This unreality threatens art permanently with ideology. Art, however, does not sink to the level of ideology, nor is ideology the verdict that would ban each and every artwork from truth. On the basis of their truth, of the reconciliation that empirical reality spurns, art is complicitous with ideology in that it feigns the factual existence of reconciliation. By their own a priori, or, if one will, according to their idea, artworks become entangled in the nexus of guilt. Whereas each artwork that succeeds transcends this nexus, each must atone for this transcendence, and therefore its language seeks to withdraw into silence. An artwork is, as Beckett wrote, a desecration of silence. Art desires what has not yet been, though everything that art is has already been. It cannot escape the shadow of the past. But what has not yet been is the concrete. Nominalism is perhaps most deeply allied with ideology in that it takes concretion as a given that is incontestably available. It thus deceives itself and humanity by implying that the course of the world interferes with the peaceful determinacy of the existing, a determinacy that is simply usurped by the concept of the given and smitten with abstractness. Even by artworks, the concrete is scarcely to be named other than negatively. It is only through the non-fungibility of its own existence and not through any special content, inhalt, that the artwork suspends empirical reality as an abstract and universal functional nexus. Each artwork is utopia, insofar as through its form it anticipates what would finally be itself, and this converges with the demand for the abrogation of the spell of self-identity cast by the subject. No artwork cedes to another. This justifies the indispensable sensual element of artworks. It bears their hic et nunc in which, in spite of all mediation, a certain independence is maintained. Naive consciousness, which always clings to this element, is not altogether false consciousness. The non-fungibility, of course, takes over the function of strengthening the belief that mediation is not universal. But the artwork must absorb even its most fatal enemy, fungibility, rather than fleeing into concretion. The artwork must present through its own concretion the total nexus of abstraction and thereby resist it. Repetition in authentic new artworks is not always an accommodation to the archaic compulsion toward repetition. Many artworks indict this compulsion and thereby take the part of what Karl-Heinz Haag has called the unrepeatable. Beckett's play, with the spurious infinity of its reprise, presents the most accomplished example. The black and gray of recent art, its asceticism against color, is the negative apotheosis of color. If in the extraordinary biographical chapters of Selma Lagerlof's Marbachka, a stuffed bird of paradise, something never before Scene. Here's a paralyzed child. The effect of this vision of utopia remains vibrant, but today nothing comparable would be possible. The Tenebris has become the plenipotentiary of that utopia. But because for art, utopia, the yet to exist, is draped in black, it remains in all its mediations. Recollection. Recollection of the possible in opposition to the actual that suppresses it. It is the imaginary reparation of the catastrophe of world history. It is freedom, which under the spell of necessity did not, and may not ever, come to pass. Art's methexis in the Tenebris, its negativity, is implicit in its tense relation to permanent catastrophe. No existing, appearing artwork holds any positive control over the non-existing. This distinguishes artworks from religious symbols, which in their appearance lay claim to the transcendence of the immediately present. The non-existing in artworks is a constellation of the existing. By their negativity, even as total negation, artworks make a promise, just as the gesture with which narratives once began or the initial sound struck on a sitar promised what was yet to be heard, yet to be seen, even if it was the most fearsome, and the cover of every book between which the eye loses itself in the text is related to the promise of the camera obscura. The paradox of all modern art is that it seeks to achieve this by casting it away just as the opening of Proust's Recherche ingeniously slips into the book without the whirring of the camera obscura, the peep show perspective of the omniscient narrator. Renouncing the magic of the act and thereby realizing it in the only way possible. Aesthetic experience is that of something that spirit may find neither in the world nor in itself. It is possibility promised by its impossibility. Art is the ever-broken promise of happiness. Notes 1. See Adorno, Meditations on Metaphysics, in Negative Dialectics. Trans. E. B. Ashton, New York, 1973, pp. 361 ff. 2. Georg Araki, Psalm, trans. Dallas Wiebe, in the 60s 8. Spring. 1966, pp. 37-38. 3. Eduard Morik, Samtalici Work, ed. J. Perfall et al. Volume 1, Munich. 1968, page .855. The original text is as follows. Trans. Mausfallen Sprüchlein, das kind get dreimal die Falle und spricht. Kleine Gast, kleines Haus, lieb Massen, oder Maus, stell dich nur keklich ein. Hut Nacht beim Mondenschein, mach aber die Tür fein hinter der Zu. Horst du? Dabei hut den Schwanzhen, nach Tisch singen wir, nach Tisch springen wir, und machen ein Tanzchen. Wit wit, meine alt Katz tanzt wahrscheinlich mit. 4. See Note 16 on, so sane, in Natural Beauty. Trans. Chapter 8. Coherence and Meaning. Although artworks are neither conceptual nor judgmental, they are logical. In them nothing would be enigmatic if their immanent logicality did not accommodate discursive thought, whose criteria they nevertheless regularly disappoint. They most resemble the form of a syllogism and its prototype in empirical thought. That in the temporal arts one moment is said to follow from another is hardly metaphorical. That one event is said to be caused by another at the very least allows the empirical causal relation to shimmer through. It is not only in the temporal arts that one moment is to issue from another. The visual arts have no less a need of logical consistency. The obligation of artworks to become self-alike, the tension into which this obligation brings them with the substratum of their immanent contract, and ultimately the traditional desideratum of homeostasis require the principle of logical consistency. This is the rational aspect of artworks. Without its immanent necessity no work would gain objectivation. This necessity is art's antimimetic impulse, one borrowed externally, which unites the work as an interior. The logic of art, a paradox for extra-aesthetic logic, is a syllogism. Without concept or judgment, it draws consequences from phenomena that have already been spiritually mediated and to this extent made logical. Its logical process transpires in a sphere whose premises and givens are extralogical. The unity that artworks thereby achieve makes them analogous to the logic of experience, however much their technical procedures and their elements and the relation between them may distance them from those of practical empirical reality. The affiliation with mathematics that art established in the age of its dawning emancipation and that today, in the age of the dissolution of its idioms, once again emerges as predominant, marked art's emergent self-consciousness from its dimension of logical consistency. Indeed, on the basis of its formalism, mathematics is itself a conceptual. Its signs are not signs of something, and it no more formulates existential judgments than does art. Its aesthetic quality has often been noted. Of course, art deceives itself when, encouraged or intimidated by science, it hypostatizes its dimension of logical consistency and directly equates its own forms with those of mathematics, unconcerned that its forms are always opposed to those of the latter. Still, it is art's logicality that among its powers constitutes it most emphatically as second nature, as a being sui generis. It thwarts every effort to comprehend artworks on the basis of their effect. By way of their logical character, artworks are determined objectively in themselves without regard to their reception. Yet their logicality is not to be taken à la lettre. This is the point of Nietzsche's comment, though admittedly it amateurishly underestimates the logicality of art, that in artworks everything only appears as if it must be as it is and could not be otherwise. The logic of artworks demonstrates that it cannot be taken literally, in that it grants every particular event and resolution an incomparably greater degree of latitude than logic otherwise does. It is impossible to ignore the compelling hint of a relation with the logic of dreams in which, comparably, a feeling of coercive logical consistency is bound up with an element of contingency. Through its retreat from empirical goals, logic in art acquires a shadowy quality of being at once binding and slack. Logic is all the less constrained the more obliquely pre-established styles provide the semblance of logicality and unburden the particular work of the need for its manufacture. Whereas logicality rules without the slightest misgiving in works commonly called classical, they nevertheless provide several, sometimes a plethora, of internal possibilities, just as Thoreau's music and commedia dell'arte and other pre-established forms permit improvisation more securely than do later fully organized and individualized works. Although superficially these individualized works are less logical and less transparently modeled according to quasi-conceptual schemata and formulas, internally they are far more severely concerned with logical consistency. However, while the logicality of artworks intensifies, while its claims become ever more literal, to the point of parody in totally determined works deduced from a minimum of basic material, the as if of this logicality is laid bare. What today seems absurd in art is the negative function of unbridled logical consistency. Art is thus made to pay for the fact that conclusions cannot be drawn without concept and judgment. This figurative rather than real logic of art is difficult to distinguish from causality because in art there is no difference between purely logical forms and those that apply empirically. In art the archaic undifferentiatedness of logic and causality hibernates. Schopenhauer's Principia Individuationis, space, time, and causality, make a second, refracted appearance in art, in the sphere of what is most individuated. Their diffraction, a necessary implication of art's illusoriness, endows art with its aspect of freedom. It is through this freedom, through the intervention of spirit, that the sequence and nexus of events is established. In the undifferentiatedness of spirit and blind necessity, art's logic is reminiscent of the strict lawfulness that governs the succession of real events in history. Schoenberg was known to speak of music as the history of themes. Crude unmediated space, time, and causality no more exist in art than, in keeping with the idealist philosophem, as a sphere totally apart, art exists beyond their determinations. They play into art as from a distance and in it are immediately transformed into something other. Thus, for example, there is no mistaking time as such in music, yet it is so remote from empirical time that, when listening is concentrated, temporal events external to the musical continuum remain external to it and indeed scarcely touch it. If a musician interrupts a passage to repeat it or to pick it up at an earlier point, musical time remains indifferent, unaffected. In a certain fashion it stands still and only proceeds when the course of the music is continued. Empirical time disturbs musical time, if at all, only by dint of its heterogeneity, not because they flow together. All the same, the formative categories of art are not simply qualitatively distinct from those external to them but, in spite of the latter's modification, incorporate their quality in a qualitatively other medium. If in external existence these forms are fundamental to the control of nature, in art they are themselves controlled and freely disposed over. Through the domination of the dominating, art revises the domination of nature to the core. In contrast to the semblance of inevitability that characterizes these forms in empirical reality, art's control over them and over their relation to materials makes their arbitrariness in the empirical world evident. As a musical composition compresses time, and as a painting folds spaces into one another, so the possibility is concretized that the world could be other than it is. Space, time, and causality are maintained. Their power is not denied, but they are divested of their compulsiveness. Paradoxically, it is precisely to the extent that art is released from the empirical world by its formal constituents that it is less illusory, less deluded by subjectively dictated lawfulness, than is empirical knowledge. That the logic of artworks is a derivative of discursive logic and not identical with it, is evident in that art's logic, and here art converges with dialectical thought, suspends its own rigor and is ultimately able to make this suspension its idea. This is the aim of the many forms of disruption in modern art. Artworks that manifest a tendency toward integral construction disavow their logical rigor with what is heterogeneous to it, the indelible trace of mimesis, on which construction depends. The autonomous law of form of artworks protests against logicality even though logicality itself defines form as a principle. If art had absolutely nothing to do with logicality and causality, it would forfeit any relation to its other and would be an a priori empty activity. If art took them literally, it would succumb to the spell only by its double character, which provokes permanent conflict. Does art succeed at escaping the spell by even the slightest degree? Conclusions drawn without concept and judgment are from the outset divested of any apodicity and insist instead on a communication between objects that is easily masked by concept and judgment, whereas aesthetic consistency preserves this communication as the affinity of elements that remain unidentified. The oneness of aesthetic constituents with those of cognition is, however, the unity of spirit and thus the unity of reason. This Kant demonstrated in his theory of aesthetic purposefulness. If Schopenhauer's thesis of art as an image of the world once overbears a kernel of truth, then it does so only insofar as this second world is composed out of elements that have been transposed out of the empirical world in accord with Jewish descriptions of the messianic order as an order, just like the habitual order but changed in the slightest degree. This second world, however, is directed negatively against the first. It is the destruction of what is simulated by familiar senses rather than the assemblage of the membra disjecta of existence. There is nothing in art, not even in the most sublime, that does not derive from the world, nothing that remains untransformed. All aesthetic categories must be defined both in terms of their relation to the world and in terms of art's repudiation of that world. In both, art is knowledge, not only as a result of the return of the mundane world and its categories, which is art's bond to what is normally called an object of knowledge, but perhaps even more importantly as a result of the implicit critique of the nature-dominating ratio, whose rigid determinations art sets in movement by modifying them. It is not through the abstract negation of the ratio, nor through a mysterious, immediate eidetic vision of essences, that art seeks justice for the repressed, but rather by revoking the violent act of rationality, by emancipating rationality from what it holds to be its inalienable material in the empirical world. Art is not synthesis, as convention holds. Rather, it shreds synthesis by the same force that affects synthesis. What is transcendent in art has the same tendency as the second reflection of nature dominating spirit. The comportment of artworks reflects the violence and domination of empirical reality by more than analogy. The closure of artworks, as the unity of their multiplicity, directly transfers the nature-dominating comportment to something remote from its reality. This is perhaps because the principle of self-preservation points beyond the possibility of its realization in the external world, there sees itself confuted by death, and is unable to reconcile itself to that. Autonomous art is a work of contrived immortality, utopia and hubris in one. Scrutinized from another planet, they would all seem Egyptian. The purposiveness of artworks, through which they assert themselves, is only a shadow of the purposiveness external to them. This they resemble only in their form, through which, from their perspective at least, they are protected from decomposition. Kant's paradoxical formulation that the beautiful is what is purposive without a purpose, expresses, in the language of subjective transcendental philosophy, the heart of the matter with a fidelity that never ceases to distance the Kantian theorems from the methodological nexus in which they appear. For Kant, artworks were purposive as dynamic totalities in which all particular elements exist for the sake of their purpose, the whole, just as the whole exists for the sake of its purpose, the fulfillment or redemption, through the negation of its elements. At the same time, artworks were purposeless because they had stepped out of the means-ends relation of empirical reality. Remote from reality, the purposiveness of artworks has something chimerical about it. The relation of aesthetic to real purposiveness was historical. The immanent purposiveness of artworks was of external origin. In many instances, collectively fashioned aesthetic forms are once purposive forms that have become purposeless. This is notably the case with ornaments, which drew heavily on mathematical astronomical science. The course of this development was marked out by the origin of artworks in magic. They shared in a praxis meant to influence nature. Separated from this praxis in the early history of rationality, and renounced the deception of any real influence. What is specific to artworks, their form, can never, as the sedimentation of content, inhalt, fully disown its origin. Aesthetic success is essentially measured by whether the formed object is able to awaken the content, inhalt, sedimented in the form. In general, then, the hermeneutics of artworks is the translation of their formal elements into content, inhalt. This content, inhalt, does not, however, fall directly to art, as if this content only needed to be gleaned from reality. Rather, it is constituted by way of a counter-movement. Content, inhalt, makes its mark in those works that distance themselves from it. Artistic progress, to the degree that it can be cogently spoken of, is the epitome of this movement. Art gains its content, inhalt, through the latter's determinate negation. The more energetic the negation, the more artworks organize themselves according to an immanent purposiveness, and precisely thereby do they mold themselves progressively to what they negate. The Kantian conception of a teleology of art modeled on that of organisms was rooted in the unity of reason, ultimately in the unity of divine reason as it is manifest in things in themselves. This idea had to go. All the same, the teleological determination of art guards its truth beyond that trivial notion, rejected in the course of artistic development, that the artist's fantasy and consciousness confer organic unity on his works. Art's purposiveness, free of any practical purpose, is its similarity to language. Its being without a purpose is its non-conceptuality, that which distinguishes art from significative language. Artworks move toward the idea of a language of things only by way of their own language, through the organization of their disparate elements. The more they are syntactically articulated in themselves, the more eloquent they become in all their elements. The aesthetic concept of teleology has its objectivity in the language of art. Traditional aesthetics misses the mark because, in keeping with a general parti pris, it prejudges the relation of the whole and the part in favor of the whole. In contrast, dialectics does not give any instructions for the treatment of art, but inheres in it the reflective power of judgment, which cannot take the subordinating concept as its starting point nor, consequently, the artwork as a whole, for it is never given, and which follows the individual elements and goes beyond them by virtue of their own need. Subjectively traces the movement of artworks in themselves. By the force of their dialectic, artworks escape myth, the blind and abstractly dominating nexus of nature, incontestably the quintessence of all elements of logicality, or, more broadly, coherence in artworks, is form. It is astonishing, however, how little aesthetics reflected on the category of form, how much it, the distinguishing aspect of art, has been assumed to be unproblematically given. The difficulty in getting a grasp on it is in part due to the entwinement of all aesthetic form with content. Inhalt, form is not only to be conceived in opposition to content but through it. If aesthetics is not to fall prey to an abstractness that habitually makes it the ally of reactionary art. Indeed, the concept of form has been the blind spot of aesthetics right up to Valéry, because everything about art is so inextricably tied up with it that the concept defies isolation. As little as art is to be defined by any other element, it is simply identical with form. Every other element can be negated in the concept of form, even aesthetic unity, the idea of form that first made the wholeness and autonomy of the artwork possible. In highly developed modern works, form tends to dissociate unity, either in the interest of expression or to criticize art's affirmative character. Long before the ubiquitous crisis, open forms existed. In Mozart, the unity of the work was occasionally playfully tested by its relaxation. By juxtaposing relatively disjointed or contrasting elements, Mozart, the composer who is praised above all others for the rigor of his form, masterfully juggles the concept of form itself. He is so sure of its strength that he effectively lets go the reins and, on the basis of the security of the construction itself, gives the lead to centrifugal forces. For Mozart, the heir of an older tradition, the idea of unity as form is still so unshaken that it is able to bear the utmost pressure, whereas for Beethoven, in whom unity lost its substantiality under the nominalist assault, there is a need to assert unity far more strictly. Unity preforms the multiplicitous contents a priori and thus tames them all the more triumphantly. Today artists would like to do away with unity altogether, though with the irony that those works that are supposedly open and incomplete necessarily regain something comparable to unity insofar as this openness is planned. For the most part, theory equates form with symmetry or repetition. There is no reason to deny that, if one wanted to reduce the concept of form to invariance, equality and repetition could be lined up in opposition to inequality, that is, to contrast and development. But little would be gained by setting up such categories. Musical analyses, for example, show that even in those works most diffuse and hostile to repetition, similarities are involved, that many parts correspond with others in terms of shared, distinguishing characteristics, and that it is only through the relation to these elements of identity that the sought-after non-identity is achieved. Without sameness of any sort, chaos itself would prevail as something ever same. Indeed, the distinction between repetition that is superficial, heteronomously decreed, and incompletely mediated by specific details and, on the other hand, the ineluctable determination of the unlike by a degree of sameness, is a distinction that decisively outweighs all invariance. If this distinction is ignored by a concept of form sympathetic with invariance, the result is an affinity for that bestial phraseology that indulges in expressions like consummate form. Because form is the central concept of aesthetics and is always presupposed by it in the givenness of art, aesthetics must gather all its forces to think the concept through. If aesthetics is not to be trapped in tautologies, it must gain access to what is not simply immanent in the concept of form, yet the concept of form refuses to grant a voice to anything aesthetic that claims independence from it. An aesthetics of form is possible only if it breaks through aesthetics as the aesthetics of the totality of what stands under the spell of form. Whether art is in any way still possible depends precisely on this. The concept of form marks out art's sharp antithesis to an empirical world in which art's right to exist is uncertain. Art has precisely the same chance of survival as does form, no better. The participation of form in the crisis of art becomes evident in statements like those of Lukács, who said that in modern art the importance of form has been greatly overestimated. 1. Evident in this Philistine call to arms is a discontent with art of which Lukács the cultural conservative is unconscious, as well as a concept of form that is inadequate to art. To hit upon the idea that form has been overestimated in art, one must fail to recognize that form is essential to art. That it mediates content, Inhalt. Form is the artifact's coherence, however self-antagonistic and refracted, through which each and every successful work separates itself from the merely existing. Lukács's unreflected concept of form, with its hue and cry over formalism, sets form in opposition to the content of poems, compositions, and paintings as an organization that can simply be lifted off the work. Form is thereby conceived as something superimposed, subjectively dictated, whereas it is substantial only when it does no violence to what is formed and emerges from it. Indeed, what is formed, the content, Inhalt, does not amount to objects external to form. Rather, the content is mimetic impulses that are drawn into the world of images that is form. The innumerable and pernicious equivocations of the concept of form can be traced to its ubiquity, which produces the temptation to call everything and anything that is artistic in art form. In any case, the concept of form is fruitless if nothing more is meant than the trivial generality that the artwork's material, whether this means intentional objects or materials such as tones or colors, mediates instead of simply being present. It is just as inapt to define form as it is to define what is conferred by the subject and bears the stamp of that subject. What can rightly be called form in artworks fulfills the desiderata of that on which subjective activity takes place just as much as it is the product of subjective activity. In artworks, form is aesthetic essentially insofar as it is an objective determination. Its locus is precisely there where the work frees itself from being simply a product of subjectivity. Form is thus not to be sought in the arrangement of pregiven elements, as the theory of pictorial composition held it to be prior to being debunked by Impressionism. That, nevertheless, so many artworks, including precisely those that are applauded as classical, prove under careful scrutiny to be just such an arrangement as a fatal objection to traditional art. There is absolutely no reducing the concept of form to mathematical relations, as was envisioned by aesthetics of Zeissing's era point to such relations, whether explicitly invoked as principles during the Renaissance or latently coupled with mystical ideas, as perhaps occasionally in Bach, play a role as technical procedures, yet they are not form itself but rather its vehicle, the means by which the newly liberated subject, dependent strictly on its own resources, preforms otherwise chaotic and indifferentiated material. Just how little mathematical organization and everything related to it coincides with aesthetic form is audible in the recent history of 12-tone technique, which in fact preforms the material by the establishment of numerical relations of permutated rows in which no tone may occur before the other tone has preceded it. Immediately it became evident that this preformation did not constitute form in the fashion expected by Erwin Stein's program, which not by accident carried the title New Principles of Form. 3 Schoenberg himself distinguished almost mechanically between the preparation of 12-tone material and composition, and on account of this distinction he had reason to regret his ingenious technique. The heightened logical consistency of the following generation, however, which obliterated the distinction between the preparation of the material and actual composition, not only exchanged integration for music's self-alienation but incurred the loss of articulation, without which form is almost inconceivable. It is as if the immanent nexus of the work, when abandoned completely to itself without any interference, without the effort to hear the totality of form out of the heterogeneous, relapses into the raw and crude. In fact, the totally organized works of the serial phase have almost completely surrendered the means of differentiation in which they originated. Mathematization as a method for the immanent objectivation of form is chimerical. Its insufficiency can perhaps be clarified by the fact that artists resort to it during historical periods when the traditional self-evidence of forms dissolves and no objective canon is available. At these moments the artist has recourse to mathematics. It unifies the level of subjective reason attained by the artist with the semblance of an objectivity founded on categories such as universality and necessity. This is semblance because the organization, the relation of elements to each other that constitutes form, does not originate in the specific structure and fails when confronted with the particular. For this reason mathematization favors precisely those traditional forms that it at the same time denounces as irrational. Rather than embodying the abiding lawfulness of being, its own claim to legitimacy, the mathematical aspect of art despairingly strives to guarantee its possibility in a historical situation in which the objectivity of the conception of form is as requisite as it is inhibited by the level of consciousness. Frequently the concept of form proves limited in that, depending on the circumstances, it locates form in one dimension regardless of others, as, for example, when musical form is located in temporal succession, as if simultaneity and polyphony do not contribute to form, or when in painting, form is attributed to proportions of space and surface at the cost of the form-giving function of color. In contrast to this, aesthetic form is the objective organization within each artwork of what appears as bindingly eloquent. It is the non-violent synthesis of the diffuse that nevertheless preserves it as what it is in its divergences and contradictions, and for this reason form is actually an unfolding of truth. A posited unity, it constantly suspends itself as such. Essential to it is that it interrupts itself through its other just as the essence of its coherence is that it does not cohere in its relation to its other, whose foreignness it mollifies and yet maintains. Form is what is anti-barbaric in art. Through form art participates in the civilization that it criticizes by its very existence. Form is the law of the transfiguration of the existing, counter to which it represents freedom. Form secularizes the theological model of the world as an image made in God's likeness, though not as an act of creation but as the objectivation of the human comportment that imitates creation, not creatio ex nihilo but creation out of the created. The metaphorical expression is irresistible, that form in artworks is everything on which the hand has left its trace, everything over which it has passed. Form is the seal of social labor, fundamentally different from the empirical process of making. What artists directly perceive as form is best elucidated e contrario as an antipathy to the unfiltered in the artwork, to the grouping of color that is simply factual without being articulated or animated in itself, an antipathy to the rote musical sequence. The topos, the precritical form converges with critique. It is that through which artworks prove self-critical. What in the work rebels against any untransformed residue is really the bearer of form, and art is disavowed. Wherever support is given to the theodicy of the unformed, whether under the name of musicality or ham acting, by its critical implication, form annihilates practices and works of the past. Form repudiates the view that artworks are immediately given. If form is that in artworks by which they become artworks, it is equivalent with their mediatedness, their objective reflectedness into themselves. Form is mediation in that it is the relation of parts to each other and to the whole, and as the elaboration of details. With regard to form, then, the much-praised naivete of artworks turns out to be hostile to art. What may appear intuitive and naive in artworks, their constitution as something that presents itself as self-coherent, gapless, and therefore unmediated, derives from their mediatedness in themselves. It is only through this mediatedness that they become significative and their elements become signs. Everything in artworks that resembles language originates in form and is thus transformed into the antithesis of form, the mimetic impulse. Form seeks to bring the particular to speech through the whole. However, this is the melancholy of form, especially among artists in whose work form prevails. Form inevitably limits what is formed, for otherwise its concept would lose its specific difference to what is formed. This is confirmed by the artistic labor of forming, which is always a process of selecting, trimming, renouncing. Without rejection there is no form, and this prolongs guilty domination in artworks, of which they would like to be free. Form is their amorality. They do injustice to what they form by following it. At least something of this was sensed by vitalism's endlessly rehearsed assurance, ever since Nietzsche, of the antithesis between form and life. Art becomes entangled in the guilt context of the living, not only because its distance allows the guilt context to prevail, but even more importantly because it makes incisions in the living in order to help it to language and thus mutilates it. The myth of Procrustes recounts the philosophical proto-history of art. Yet the total condemnation of art does not follow from this any more than it does elsewhere from partial guilt in the context of total guilt. Whoever rails against art's putative formalism, against art being art, advocates the very inhumanity with which he charges formalism, and does so in the name of cliques that, in order to retain better control of the oppressed, insist on adaptation to them. Whenever the inhumanity of spirit is indicted, it is a judgment passed against humanity. Only that spirit does justice to humanity that, rather than serving it according to what it has become, immerses itself in that which unknown to humanity is its own. The campaign against formalism ignores the fact that form that befalls content, inhalt, is itself sedimented content. This, and not regression to any pre-artistic emphasis on content, secures the primacy of the object in art. Aesthetic categories of form such as particularity, development and resolution of conflict, even the anticipation of reconciliation through homeostasis, are transparent with regard to their content even, and most of all, where they have separated themselves from the empirical objects. Precisely by distance from it, art adopts its stance toward the empirical world in which conflicts appear immediate and as absolute cleavages. Their mediation, implicitly contained in the empirical, becomes the for itself of consciousness only by the act of stepping back from it, which is what art does. This stepping back is, as such, an act of knowledge. Those features of modern art on whose account it has been ostracized as formalistic derive without exception from the fact that in them, content flickers incarnate, instead of having been peremptorily adjusted by an easily marketable harmony. Emancipated expression, in which all of modern art's forms originated, was a protest against romantic expression by a depositional character that is antagonistic to the forms. This was the source of their substantiality. Kandinsky coined the term cerebral acts. The historico-philosophical significance of the emancipation of form is that it refuses to mollify alienation in the image, exclusively thereby incorporating the alienated, that it defines the alienated as such. The Hermetic works bring more criticism to bear on the existing than do those that, in the interest of intelligible social criticism, devote themselves to conciliatory forms and silently acknowledge the flourishing culture industry. In the dialectic of form and content, the scale also tips toward form, against Hegel, because content, which his aesthetics wanted to salvage, degenerated to a positivistic given, a mold for the reification, against which, according to Hegel's theory, art protests. Thus the more deeply the content, Inhalt, is experienced and transformed unrecognizably into formal categories, the less the unsublimated materials are commensurable with the content, Gehalt, of artworks. Everything appearing in the artwork is virtually content, Inhalt, as much as it is form. Whereas form remains that by which the appearing determines itself and content remains what is self-determining. To the extent that aesthetics achieved an energetic concept of form, it legitimately opposed the pre-artistic view of art by seeking what is specifically aesthetic exclusively in form, by seeking out form's transformations as such in the comportment of the aesthetic subject. This was axiomatic for the conception of art history as cultural history, but what promises to emancipate and thus strengthen the subject weakens it at the same time through its isolation. Hegel is right that all aesthetic processes are bound up with content, Inhalt, just as in the history of the plastic arts and literature new levels of the external world constantly become apparent and are discovered and assimilated, whereas others perish, lose their artistic potential, and no longer excite even the worst commercial painter to grant them a brief eternity on canvas. In this regard it is worth mentioning the studies of the Warburg Institute, many of which penetrated to the center of artistic content, Gehalt, through the analysis of motifs. In Poetics, Benjamin's study of the German Baroque shows an analogous tendency, motivated by the rejection of the confusion of subjective intentions with aesthetic content, Gehalt, and, ultimately, of the alliance of aesthetics and idealist philosophy. The elements bound up with content, Inhalt, undergird the substance, Gehalt, in opposition to the pressure of subjective intention. The articulation, by which the artwork achieves its form, also always coincides in a certain sense with the defeat of form. If a gapless and unforced unity of form and the form succeeded, as is intended by the idea of form, this would amount to the achievement of the identity of the identical and non-identical. But it is vis-a-vis the fact that this has not been achieved that the artwork is motivated to wall itself up in the imaginary confines of an identity that is merely for itself. The arrangement of a whole, in accordance with the sum of its complexes, which is the idea of articulation, is never completely adequate, whether as the division of a lava mass into a multitude of small garden plots or whether it is because an external residue remaining after the divergent has been unified. A prototypical instance of this is the suite-like, unmastered randomness of the succession of movements in an integrated symphony. What may be called a works level of form, a term employed in graphology ever since Ludwig Klages, depends on its degree of articulation. This concept calls a halt to the relativism of Regel's artistic will. There are types of art, as well as phases, in its history, in which articulation was of little concern or was impeded by conventional procedures. articulation's adequacy to artistic will, to the objective historical sense of form that it bears, does not make it any less inferior. Under the constraint of an encompassing, it shall not be, such works fail to carry out what they are obliged to fulfill according to their own logicality. Like desk-bound white-collar workers whose ancestors were artists of an inferior level of form, their unconscious whispers in their ears that the utmost is not possible for the little men that they are, yet the utmost is nevertheless the law of form of what they undertook to do. It is rarely noted, even in art criticism, that neither individual nor collective art wills its own concept, which develops from within. Rather like people who laugh, even when there is nothing funny. Many artworks are undertaken with tacit resignation. For their diminished claim they are rewarded by making art, historians and the public happy. It would be worthwhile to analyze to what degree such aesthetic resignation has since antiquity contributed to the division of high and low art, a division whose decisive reason is obviously that culture proved unsuccessful for precisely those who produced it. In any case, even so apparently formal a category as that of articulation has its material aspect, that of intervention in the rudis and digestac moles of what is sedimented in the artwork. This side of its autonomy, even aesthetic forms, tend historically toward becoming material of a second order. The means, without which there would be no form, undermine form. This aporia is dodged, not solved, by works that renounce partial wholes of any significant dimension in order to protect their unity. This is the key objection to Webern's intensity without extension. Mediocre works, by contrast, leave the partial wholes unchallenged under the thin husk of their form, camouflaging them rather than melding them. It could almost be stated as a rule, one that testifies to the depth at which form and content, inhalt, are mediated in each other, that the relation of the parts to the whole, an essential aspect of form, is constituted by way of detours. Artworks lose themselves in order to find themselves, the form category. For this is the episode. In a collection of aphorisms from his expressionist phase published prior to World War I, Schoenberg noted that Ariadne provides no thread to follow through the interior of artworks. Point 4. This, however, does not imply aesthetic irrationalism. Their form, their whole, and their logicality are hidden from artworks to the same degree as the elements, the content, inhalt, desire the whole. Art that makes the highest claim compels itself beyond form as totality and into the fragmentary. The plight of form is most emphatically manifest in the difficulty of bringing temporal art forms to a conclusion. In music, composers often speak of the problem of a finale, and in literature the problem of a denouement, which came to a head in Brecht. Once having shaken itself free of convention, no artwork was able to end convincingly, and the continued use of traditional endings only simulate the temporal convergence of the particular elements, with the concluding instant as a totality of form. In many modern works that have attracted a large audience, the form was artfully held open, because they wanted to demonstrate that the unity of form was no longer bestowed on them. Spurious infinity, the inability to close, becomes a freely chosen principle of method and expression. Beckett's play, which, rather than stopping repeats itself word for word, is a reaction to this. Almost 50 years ago, Schoenberg proceeded in similar fashion in the march of his Serenade. After the reprise had been abolished, it was resurrected out of desperation. What Lukács once called the discharge of meaning was the force that allowed the artwork, once it has confirmed its imminent determination, to end on the model of one who dies old, having led a full life. That this is denied artworks, that they can no more die than can the hunter Gracchus, is internalized by them directly as an expression of horror. The unity of artworks cannot be what it must be, the unity of the multiplicitous. In that unity synthesizes, it damages what is synthesized, and thus the synthesis Artworks suffer from their mediated totality no less than from their immediateness. Against the Philistine division of art into form and content, it is necessary to insist on their unity. Against the sentimental view of their indifference in the artwork, it is necessary to insist that their difference endures even in their mediation. Not only is the perfect identity of the two chimerical, it would not redound to the success of the works. By analogy to Kant's maxim, they would become empty or blind, self-sufficient play or raw imperia. With regard to content, Inhalt, the concept of material best does justice to the mediated distinction. According to an almost universally accepted terminology in all the arts, material is what is formed. It is not the same as content, Inhalt, even if Hegel fatefully confounded the two. This can be explicated with regard to music. Its content, Inhalt, is in any case what occurs, partial events, motifs, themes, and their elaboration, changing situations. Content is not external to musical time but essential to it, as time is essential to content. Content is everything that transpires in time. Material, by contrast, is what artists work with. It is the sum of all that is available to them, including words, colors, sounds, associations of every sort and every technique ever developed. To this extent, forms too can become material. It is everything that artists encounter about which they must make a decision. The idea, widespread among unreflective artists, of the open eligibility of any and all material is problematic in that it ignores the constraint inherent in technical procedures and the progress of material, which is imposed by various materials as well as by the necessity to employ specific materials. The choice of the material, its use, and the limitations of that use, are an essential element of production. Even innovative expansion of the material into the unknown, going beyond the material's given condition, is to a large extent a function of the material and its critique, which is defined by the material itself. The concept of material is presupposed by alternatives such as whether a composer works with sounds that are native to tonality and recognizable as its derivatives, or whether he radically eliminates them. Analogous alternatives in painting are those between the representational and the non-representational, the perspectival and the non-perspectival. The concept of material may first have taken conscious shape in the 20s, if one leaves aside the lingo of singers who, tortured by a sense of the dubiousness of their musicality, exult over their material. Since Hegel's theory of the Romantic artwork, the error has persisted that along with pre-established overarching forms, even the bindingness of the materials with which the forms were concerned has disintegrated. The expansion of available materials, which scorns the old boundaries between the arts, is primarily the result of the historical emancipation of the concept of form in art. This expansion has been much overestimated by those external to it. It is offset by the renunciations demanded of the artist not only by taste but by the condition of the material. Of all the material that is abstractly employable, only the tiniest part does not collide with the condition of spirit and is as such concretely usable. Thus material is not natural material even if it appears so to artists. Rather, it is thoroughly historical. Its supposedly sovereign position is the result of the collapse of every ontology of art, which has in turn affected the materials. They are no less dependent on the transformation of technique than is technique on the materials that it manipulates. It is obvious how much a composer who, for instance, works with tonal material receives this material from tradition. If, however, he turns critically against tradition through the use of an autonomous material, one completely purged of concepts such as consonance, dissonance, triad, and diatonicism, the negated is nevertheless retained in the negation. Such works speak by virtue of the taboos they radiate, the falseness or, at the least, the shock of every triad that they permit makes this obvious enough, and this is the objective cause of the comfortably prescribed monotonousness of radically modern art, the rigorousness of the most recent developments in music and painting, which right into the smallest detail of the emancipated material, ruthlessly eliminates all traces of the traditional and the negated, obeys all the more recklessly, under the illusion of the pure givenness of a material, without any intrinsic quality, the historical tendency, stripping the material of any qualitative dimension, which superficially connotes its dehistoricization, is itself the material's historical propensity, the propensity of subjective reason. What defines its limits are that it leaves its historical determinations behind in the material. What aesthetic terminology once called subject matter, Stoff, and Hegel, the subject, sujet, is not to be apodictically excluded from the concept of material. All the same, while the concept of subject matter remains a concern of art, in its immediacy, as a theme that can be lifted over from external reality and worked upon, it has, since Kandinsky, Proust, and Joyce, incontrovertibly declined. Parallel to the critique of the heterogeneously imposed, the aesthetically unassimilable, discontent has been growing with the so-called great themes to which Hegel as well as Kierkegaard, and more recently many Marxist theoreticians and playwrights, attributed such eminence. The idea that works that occupy themselves with august events, whose sublimity is usually only the fruit of ideology and of respect for power and magnitude, are thereby augmented in their dignity, was unmasked once Van Gogh painted a stool or a few sunflowers in such a fashion that the images rage with the storm of all those emotions in the experience of which the individual of Van Gogh's epoch for the first time registered the historical catastrophe. This having become evident, it could be shown in earlier art too how little its authenticity depends on the trumped up or even actual relevance of its objects. What is the importance of Delft in Vermeer? Does it not hold that, as Krauss wrote, a gutter well painted is of greater value than a badly painted palace, out of a loose sequence of events? A world of perspectives, moods, and shocks takes shape for the more pellucid eye, and trashy poetry becomes the poetry of trash, damnable only to that official idiocy that holds a badly painted palace preferable to a well-painted gutter. 5. Hegel's aesthetics of content, Inhalt. An aesthetics of subject matter, in keeping with the spirit of many of his intentions, subscribes undialectically to the objectivation of art by way of a raw relation to objects. Essentially he excluded mimesis from his aesthetics. In German idealism the turn to the object was always coupled with Philistinism, as is most crassly obvious in the comments on historical painting in the third book of The World as Will and Representation. In its relation to art, idealism's eternity is unmasked as kitsch, to which he who clings to idealism's inalienable categories is consigned. Brecht ignored this. In his essay, Fünf Schwierigkeiten beim Schreiben der Wahrheit, 5 Difficulties in Writing the Truth, he concludes, thus, it is for example not untrue to say that chairs provide a place to sit and that rain falls from above. Many poets write truths of this kind. They are like painters who cover the walls of sinking ships with still lifes. For them even what we have called our first difficulty in writing the truth does not exist, and yet they have a clear conscience. They produce their daubs undisturbed by the mighty or by the screams of the ravaged. The absurdity of what they do produces in them a deep pessimism that they sell at a good price and that would actually better suit those who watch these masters and their sales. At the same time, it is anything but easy to recognize that their truths are truths about chairs or the rain, since they usually sound completely different, as if they were truths about important things. For the process of artistic production is precisely that of according importance to something. Only by taking a close look does one perceive that they are only saying, a chair is a chair, and nobody can change the fact that rain falls from above. 6. This is a blag. It justly provokes the official culture mentality, which has even succeeded in integrating Van Gogh's chair as a piece of furniture. Yet if one wanted to extract a norm out of this, it would be merely regressive. There is no point to making threats. A painted chair can actually be extremely significant, to the extent that one does not prefer to avoid this bloated word. Incomparably deeper and socially relevant experiences can be sedimented in the how of a painting than in faithful portraits of generals or revolutionary heroes. All paintings of this sort retrospectively take their place in the Galerie des Glaces de Versailles of 1871, regardless whether the generals, eternalized in historical postures, were to have led red armies that occupy countries in which the revolution never took place. This problematic of thematic material whose relevance is directly borrowed from reality also befalls the intentions that are injected into the work. However spiritual these ideas may be in themselves, once introduced into the artwork they become no less subject matter than if they were Meyer, the Basel mayor who promises to fetch the coal. As Hegel well knew, what artists can say they say only through the form, Gestaltung, not by letting that form deliver a message. Among the sources of error in the contemporary interpretation and critique of artworks, the most disastrous is the confusion of the intention, what the artist supposedly wants to say, with the content, Gehalt, of the work. In reaction, the content of the artwork is increasingly lodged in what has not been cathected by the artist's subjective intentions, whereas content is blocked in works in which intention, whether as fabula docet or as philosophical thesis, demands primacy. The objection that an artwork is too reflected is not only ideology but has its element of truth in the works being too little reflected, not reflected against the incursion of its own intention. The philological procedure, which imagines that it grasps securely the content of the work when it grasps its intention, passes judgment imminently on itself in that it tautologically extracts from artworks what was put into them earlier. The secondary literature on Thomas Mann is the most repellent example of this. Granted, this practice is fostered by a genuine tendency that has its source in literature. Naive immediacy and its illusoriness has become threadbare for literature, which no longer disavows reflection and is thus compelled to strengthen the dimension of intention. This supplies an interpretive method alien to spirit, with an easy surrogate for spirit. It is incumbent on artworks, just as occurred in modernism's greatest achievements, to incorporate the reflexive element by its further reflexivity into the work itself rather than tolerating it in the form of residual subject matter. However little the intention of artworks is their content, Gehalt, if only because no intention, however neatly presented, is assured of being realized by the work, still only a stubborn rigorism would disqualify intention as an element of the work. Intentions have their locus in the dialectic between the mimetic pole of artworks and their methexis in enlightenment. Intentions have their locus not only in being the subjectively moving and organizing force that is thereupon extinguished in the work but also in the objectivity of the work itself. Because the artwork is not simply inert, intentions are endowed with an independence as specific as that of any other element of the artwork. One would need to ignore the complexion of important artworks for the sake of a thema probandum to deny that. However variable historically, their importance stands in relation to intention. If material in the artwork is truly resistant to the artwork's otherwise pure identity, the inner process of identity in artworks is essentially that between the material and intention. Without intention, without the immanent form of the principle of identity, form would not exist, any more than it would without the mimetic impulse. The surplus of intentions reveals that the objectivity of artworks cannot be reduced simply to mimesis. The objective bearer of intentions, which synthesizes the individual intentions of artworks into a whole, is their meaning. It remains relevant in spite of everything problematic inherent to it and in spite of all the evidence that this is not all there is to artworks. The meaning of Goethe's Iphigenie is humanity. If this idea were merely intended abstractly by the poetic subject, if it were in Hegel's words simply a maxim, as indeed it is in Schiller, it would be irrelevant to the work. In that, however, by means of language, humanity itself becomes mimetic, is itself expressed in the non-conceptual without sacrificing its conceptual element, meaning achieves a fruitful tension to the work's content, Gehalt, to what has been composed. The meaning of a poem such as Verlaine's Clair de Lune cannot be univocally established, yet this is not to say that its meaning does not reach beyond the incomparable resonance of the verses. The poem's sensuality is itself an element of intention, happiness and sadness, which accompany sexuality as soon as it descends into itself and negates spirit as ascetic, are the poem's content. Gehalt, the flawlessly presented idea of sensuality divorced from sensuousness, is the meaning. This trait, central to the whole of late 19th and early 20th century French art, including Debussy, contains the potential of radical modernism, and there is no lack of actual historical ties. Conversely, it is the starting point, though not the telos of criticism, whether the intention is objectivated in what is composed. The fault lines between intention and result, rarely missing from recent art, are no less ciphers of the work's content than is the result. A higher level of critique, however, that of the truth or untruth of the content, often becomes immanent critique through the knowledge of the relation between intention and what has been written, painted, or composed. Intention does not always miscarry as the result of the inadequate form-giving powers of the subject. The untruth of intention interrupts the objective truth content. If what is supposed to be truth content is in itself untrue, that prohibits inner consistency. Such untruth tends to be mediated by the untruth of the intention, as is apparent at the highest level of form in Wagner's music. For traditional aesthetics, and to a large extent, for traditional art as well, the determination of the totality of the artwork is its determination as a nexus of meaning. The reciprocal relation of whole and parts is supposed to shape the work as something meaningful to such an extent that the quintessence of this meaning coincides with the metaphysical content. Because the nexus of meaning is constituted by the relation of elements, and not in atomistic fashion in something given that is sensual, what can justly be called the spirit of artworks should be comprehensible in that nexus. That the spirit of an artwork is the configuration of its elements is more than a seductive idea. It attains its truth in the face of all crude reification or materialization of the spirit and content of artworks. Directly or indirectly, everything that appears in the work contributes to such meaning, though not all that appears is necessarily of equal importance. The establishment of relative importance was one of the most effective means for aesthetic articulation, as is obvious enough in the differentiation between thetic main events and transitions, and between the essential and accidental yet requisite elements. These differentiations in traditional art were largely determined schematically. With the critique of schematic organization, the differentiations become dubious. Art tends toward processes in which everything that occurs is equidistant to the midpoint, where everything accidental arouses the suspicion of being superfluously ornamental. This is one of the most imposing difficulties in the articulation of recent art. Art's inexorable self-criticism, the requirement of drossless composition, underscores this difficulty and promotes chaos, the ever-lurking precondition of all art. Even in works with the highest level of form, the crisis of differentiation has frequently resulted in a dimension of non-differentiation. Efforts to defend against this have almost without exception, though often latently, had recourse to borrowings from the aesthetic resources that they oppose. Even here the total domination of the material and movement toward diffuseness converge, that artworks, in accord with Kant's magnificently paradoxical formula, are purposeless, that they are separated from empirical reality and serve No aim that is useful for self-preservation in life precludes calling arts meaning its purpose, despite meaning's affinity to immanent teleology. Yet, it becomes ever harder for artworks to cohere as a nexus of meaning. Ultimately, they respond to this by rejecting the very concept of meaning. The more the emancipation of the subject demolished every idea of a pre-established order conferring meaning, the more dubious the concept of meaning became as the refuge of a fading theology. Even prior to Auschwitz, it was an affirmative lie, given historical experience, to ascribe any positive meaning to existence. This has consequences that reach deep into aesthetic form. When artworks have nothing external to themselves to which they can cling without ideology, what they have lost cannot be restored by any subjective act. It was wiped out by their tendency toward subjectivization, which was no cultural historical accident but conforms rather with the true state of things. Critical self-reflection, inherent in every artwork, sharpens the work's sensitivity not only toward every element that strengthens traditional meaning but also against the work's immanent meaning and those of its categories that provide meaning. For the meaning, that is the synthesis of the artwork, cannot merely be something that it has manufactured, its quintessence. At the same time, the totality of the work presents meaning and produces it aesthetically, it reproduces it. Meaning is only legitimate in the artwork insofar as it is objectively more than the work's own meaning. In that artworks relentlessly chip away at the nexus in which meaning is founded, they turn against this nexus and against meaning altogether. The unconscious labor of the artistic ingenium on the meaning of the work as on something substantial and enduring transcends this meaning. The advanced production of recent decades has become self-conscious of this issue, has made it thematic and translated it into the structure of artworks. It is easy to convict Neo-Dadaism of a lack of political import and dismiss it as meaningless and purposeless in every sense of the word. But to do so is to forget that its products ruthlessly demonstrate the fate of meaning without any regard to themselves as artworks. Beckett's oeuvre already presupposes this experience of the destruction of meaning as self-evident, yet also pushes it beyond meaning's abstract negation in that his plays force the traditional categories of art to undergo this experience, concretely suspend them, and extrapolate others out of the nothingness. The dialectical reversal that occurs is obviously not a derivative of theology, which always heaves a sigh of relief whenever its concerns are treated in any way, no matter what the verdict, as if at the end of the tunnel of metaphysical meaninglessness, the presentation of the world as hell, light glimmers. Gunther Anders was right to defend Beckett against those who make his works out to be affirmative. 7 Beckett's plays are absurd not because of the absence of any meaning, for then they would be simply irrelevant, but because they put meaning on trial, they unfold its history. His work is ruled as much by an obsession with positive nothingness as by the obsession with a meaninglessness that has developed historically and is thus, in a sense, merited, though this meritedness in no way allows any positive meaning to be reclaimed. Nevertheless, the emancipation of artworks from their meaning becomes aesthetically meaningful once this emancipation is realized in the aesthetic material, precisely because the aesthetic meaning is not immediately one with theological meaning. Artworks that divest themselves of any semblance of meaning do not thereby forfeit their similitude to language. They enunciate their meaninglessness with the same determinacy as traditional artworks enunciate their positive meaning. Today, this is the capacity of art. Through the consistent negation of meaning, it does justice to the postulates that once constituted the meaning of artworks. Works of the highest level of form that are meaningless or alien to meaning, are therefore more than simply meaningless because they gain their content, Gehalt, through the negation of meaning. Artwork that rigorously negates meaning is by this very rigor bound to the same density and unity that was once requisite to the presence of meaning. Artworks become nexuses of meaning, even against their will, to the extent that they negate meaning. Although the crisis of meaning is rooted in a problematic common to all art, the failure in the face of rationality, reflection is unable to repress the question whether art does not perhaps, through the demolition of meaning, throw itself into the arms of precisely that which strikes ordinary consciousness as absurd, the positivistically reified consciousness. The dividing line between authentic art that takes on itself the crisis of meaning, and a resigned art consisting literally and figuratively of protocol sentences, is that in significant works the negation of meaning itself takes shape as a negative, whereas in the others the negation of meaning is stubbornly and positively replicated. Everything depends on this, whether meaning inheres in the negation of meaning in the artwork or if the negation conforms to the status quo, whether the crisis of meaning is reflected in the works or whether it remains immediate and therefore alien to the subject. Key events may include certain musical works such as Cage's Piano Concerto, which impose on themselves a law of inexorable elitariness and thereby achieve a sort of meaning, the expression of horror. What governs Beckett's work, certainly, is a parodic unity of time, place, and action, combined with artfully fitted and balanced episodes and a catastrophe that consists solely in the fact that it never takes place. Truly, one of the enigmas of art, and evidence of the force of its logicality, is that all radical consistency, even that called absurd, culminates in similitude to meaning. This, however, is not confirmation of metaphysical substantiality, to which every thoroughly formed work would lay claim as confirmation of its illusoriness. Ultimately, art is semblance in that, in the midst of meaninglessness, it is unable to escape the suggestion of meaning. Artworks, however, that negate meaning, must also necessarily be disrupted in their unity. This is the function of montage, which disavows unity through the emerging disparateness of the parts at the same time that, as a principle of form, it reaffirms unity. The relation between the technique of montage and photography is familiar. Montage has its appropriate place in film. The sudden, discontinuous juxtaposition of sequences, editing employed as an artistic means, wants to serve intentions without damaging the intentionlessness of life as it is, which is the actual interest of film. On no account is the principle of montage a trick to integrate photography and its derivatives into art despite the limitations defined by their dependence on empirical reality. Rather, montage goes beyond photography imminently without infiltrating it with a facile sorcery, but also without sanctioning as a norm its status as a thing. It is photography's self-correction. Montage originated in antithesis to mood-laden art, primarily Impressionism. Impressionism dissolved objects, drawn primarily from the sphere of technical civilization or its amalgams, with nature, into their smallest elements in order to synthesize them gaplessly into the dynamic continuum. It wanted aesthetically to redeem the alienated and heterogeneous in the replica. The conception proved ever less adequate the more intense the superiority of the reified prosaic world over the living subject became. The subjectivization of objective reality relapsed into romanticism, as was soon blatantly obvious not only in Jugendstil but also in the later stages of authentic Impressionism. It was against this that montage protested, which developed out of the pasted-in newspaper clippings and the like during the heroic years of Cubism. The semblance provided by art, that through the fashioning of the heterogeneously empirical it was reconciled with it, was to be broken by the work admitting into itself literal, illusionless ruins of empirical reality, thereby acknowledging the fissure and transforming it for purposes of aesthetic effect. Art wants to admit its powerlessness vis-a-vis late capitalist totality, and to initiate its abrogation. Montage is the inner aesthetic capitulation of art to what stands heterogeneously opposed to it. The negation of synthesis becomes a principle of form. In this, montage unconsciously takes its lead from a nominalistic utopia, one in which the pure facts are mediated by neither form nor concept and irremediably divest themselves of their facticity. The facts themselves are to be demonstrated in deictical fashion, as epistemology calls it. The artwork wants to make the facts eloquent by letting them speak for themselves. Art thereby begins the process of destroying the artwork as a nexus of meaning. For the first time in the development of art, a fixed debris cleaves visible scars in the work's meaning. This brings montage into a much broader context. All modern art, after Impressionism, probably including even the radical manifestations of Expressionism, has abjured the semblance of a continuum grounded in the unity of subjective experience, in the stream of lived experience. The intertwinement, the organic commingling, is severed, the faith destroyed. That one thing merges wholly with the other, unless the intertwinement becomes so dense and intricate as to obscure meaning completely. This is complemented by the aesthetic principle of construction, the blunt primacy of a planned whole over the details and their interconnection in the microstructure. In terms of this microstructure, all modern art may be called montage. Whatever is unintegrated is compressed by the subordinating authority of the whole so that the totality compels the failing coherence of the parts and thus, however, once again asserts the semblance of meaning. This dictated unity corrects itself in accord with the tendencies of the details. In modern art, the instinctual life of sounds, or colors, in music, for example, in accord with the harmonic and melodic demand that complete use be made of the available tones of the chromatic scale. Certainly, this tendency in turn derives from the totality of the material, from the available spectrum, and is defined by the system rather than actually being spontaneous. The idea of montage and that of technological construction, which is inseparable from it, becomes irreconcilable with the idea of the radical, fully formed artwork with which it was once recognized as being identical. The principle of montage was conceived as an act against a surreptitiously achieved organic unity. It was meant to shock. Once this shock is neutralized, the assemblage once more becomes merely indifferent material. The technique no longer suffices to trigger communication between the aesthetic and the extra-aesthetic, and its interest dwindles to a cultural historical curiosity. If, however, as in the commercial film, the intentions of montage are insisted upon, they are jarringly heavy-handed. Criticism of the principle of montage has implications for constructivism, in which montage has camouflaged itself, precisely because constructivist form succeeds only at the cost of the individual impulse, ultimately the mimetic element. As a result, constructivism is always in danger of rattling emptily. Sachlichkeit itself, as it is represented by constructivism within the bounds of non-functional art, is subject to the critique of semblance. What claims to be strictly adequate to its purpose fails because the work's formative process interferes with the impulses of what is to be formed. An immanent purposefulness is claimed that is in fact none at all, in that the work lets the teleology of the particular elements atrophy. Sachlichkeit turns out to be ideology, the drossless unity to which Sachlichkeit or the technical artwork pretends is never achieved. In those, admittedly minimal, hollows that exist between all particular elements in constructivist works, what has been standardized and bound together breaks apart in just the same way as do suppressed individual interests under total administration. After the default of any higher, subordinating jurisdiction, the process between the whole and the particular has been turned back to a lower court, to the impulse of the details themselves, in accord with the nominalistic situation. At this point, art is conceivable only on the condition that any pre-given subordinating standard be excluded. The blemishes that indelibly mark purely expressive, organic works offer an analogy to the anti-organic praxis of montage. This brings an antinomy into focus. Artworks that are commensurable to aesthetic experience are meaningful insofar as they fulfill an aesthetic imperative. the requirement that everything be required. This ideal, however, is directly opposed by the development that it itself set in motion. Absolute determination, which stipulates that everything is important to an equal degree and that nothing may remain external to the inner nexus of the work, converges, as Georg Ligeti perceived, with absolute arbitrariness. This gnaws away retrospectively at aesthetic lawfulness. It always has an element of positedness, of game rules and contingency. Since the beginning of the modern age, most notably in 17th-century Dutch painting and the early English novel, art has absorbed contingent elements of landscape and fate that were not as such construable out of any overarching ordo or idea of life in order to be able to grant them meaning freely within the aesthetic continuum. Ultimately, however, the impossibility of any subjectively established objectivity of meaning, which was hidden over the long epochs of the rise of the bourgeoisie, abandoned the nexus of meaning itself to that very contingency, whose mastery once defined form. The development toward the negation of meaning is what meaning deserved. However, though this development is inevitable and has its own truth, it is accompanied by a hostility to art that is, although not to the same extent, narrow-mindedly mechanistic and, in terms of its propensity, reprivatizing. This development is allied with the eradication of aesthetic subjectivity by virtue of its own logic. Subjectivity is made to pay the price for the production of the untruth of aesthetic semblance. Even so-called absurd literature participates in this dialectic in the work of its most important representatives, in that as a nexus of meaning organized teleologically in itself it expresses the absence of meaning and thus through determinate negation maintains the category of meaning. This is what makes its interpretation possible, indeed, demands it. Categories such as unity, or even harmony, have not tracelessly vanished. As a result of the critique of meaning, the determinate antithesis of individual artworks toward empirical reality furthers the coherence of those artworks. Otherwise the gaps in the work's structure would be invaded, as occurs in montage, by the unwieldy material against which it protects itself. This is what is true in the traditional concept of harmony. What survives of this concept after the negation of the culinary has retracted to the category of the whole, even though the whole no longer takes precedence over the details. Although art revolts against its neutralization as an object of contemplation, insisting on the most extreme incoherence and dissonance, these elements are those of unity. Without this unity they would not even be dissonant. Even when art unreservedly obeys the dictates of inspiration, the principle of harmony, metamorphosed to the point of unrecognizability, is at work, because inspiration, if it is to count, must gel. That tacitly presupposes an element of organization and coherence, at least as a vanishing point. Aesthetic experience, no less in fact than theoretical experience, is constantly made aware that inspirations and ideas that do not gel impotently dissipate. Art's paratactical logicality consists in the equilibrium of what it coordinates, a homeostasis in which the concept of aesthetic harmony is sublimated as a last resort. With regard to its elements, such aesthetic harmony is negative and stands in a dissonant relation to them. They undergo something similar to what individual tones once underwent in the pure consonance of a triad. Thus aesthetic harmony qualifies in its own right as an element. The mistake of traditional aesthetics is that it exalts the relationship of the whole to the parts to one of entire wholeness, to totality, and hoists it in triumph over the heterogeneous as a banner of illusory positivity. The ideology of culture, in which unity, meaning, and positivity are synonyms, inevitably boils down to a laudatio temporis acti. As the sermon goes, society once enjoyed a blessed closure when every artwork had its place, function, and legitimation and therefore enjoyed its own closure, whereas today everything is constructed in emptiness and artworks are internally condemned to failure. However transparent the tenor of such ideas, which invariably maintain an all too secure distance from art and falsely imagine that they are superior to inner aesthetic necessities, it is better to follow up what is insightful in them rather than to brush them aside, on the basis of the role they play, since failure to investigate them might contribute to their preservation. On no account does an artwork require an a priori order in which it is received, protected, and accepted. If today nothing is harmonious, this is because harmony was false from the beginning. The closure of the aesthetic, ultimately of the extra-aesthetic, system of reference does not necessarily correspond to the dignity of the artwork. The dubiousness of the ideal of a closed society applies equally to that of the closed artwork. It is incontestable that artworks have, as die-hard reactionaries never cease to repeat, lost their social embeddedness. The transition from this security into the open has become, for them, a horror vacui. That they address an anonymous and ultimately non-existent audience has not been just a blessing, not even imminently, not for their authenticity, and not for their relevance. What ranks as problematic in the aesthetic sphere has its origin here. The remainder became the plunder of boredom. Every new artwork, if it is to be one, is exposed to the danger of complete failure. If in his own time Hermann Grebe praised the preformation of style in the keyboard music of the 17th and early 18th centuries because it precluded anything obviously bad, it could be rejoined that this style just as certainly excluded the possibility of what is emphatically good. Bach was so incomparably superior to the music that preceded him and that of his epoch because he broke through this preformation. Even the Lukács of the theory of the novel had to admit that the artworks that came after the end of the supposedly meaning-filled age had gained infinitely in richness and depth. 8 What speaks for the survival of the concept of harmony as an element is that artworks that remonstrate against the mathematical ideal of harmony and the requirement of symmetrical relations, striving rather for absolute asymmetry, fail to slough off all symmetry. In terms of its artistic value, asymmetry is only to be comprehended in its relation to symmetry. This has recently been confirmed by what Kahnweiler has called the phenomena of distortion in Picasso. Similarly, new music has shown reverence for the tonality that it abolished, through the extreme sensitivity that it developed toward its rudiments. This is documented by Schoenberg's ironic comment from the early years of atonality that the Mondfleck of Pierrot Linaire was composed according to the strict rules of counterpoint, which only permitted prepared consonants and then only on unaccented beats. The further real domination of nature progresses, the more painful it becomes for art to admit the necessity of that progress within itself. In the ideal of harmony, art senses acquiescence to the administered world, even though art's opposition to this world continues, with steadily increasing autonomy, the domination of nature. Art concerns itself as much as it is contrary to itself. Just how much these innervations of art are bound up with its position in reality could be viscerally sensed in the bombed German cities of the post-war years. In the face of actual chaos, the optical order that the aesthetic sensorium had long ago rejected once again became intensely alluring. However, rapidly advancing nature, the vegetation in the ruins, brought all vacation-minded romanticization of nature to a deserved end. For a brief historical moment, what traditional aesthetics called satisfying, harmonic and symmetrical relations returned. When traditional aesthetics, Hegel's included, praised harmony and natural beauty, it projected the self-satisfaction of domination onto the dominated. What is qualitatively new in recent art may be that in an allergic reaction it wants to eliminate harmonizations even in their negated form, truly the negation of negation with its own fatality, the self-satisfied transition to a new positivity, to the absence of tension in so many paintings and compositions of the post-war decades. False positivity is the technological locus of the loss of meaning. What during the heroic years of modern art was perceived as its meaning maintained the ordering elements of traditional art as determinately negated. Their liquidation results in a smoothly functioning but empty identity. Even artworks freed from harmonistic symmetrical ideas are formally characterized by similarity and contrast, static and dynamic, exposition, transition, development, identity, and return. Works are unable to wipe out the difference between the first appearance of an element and its repetition, no matter how modified that may be. The capacity to sense and employ harmonic and symmetrical relations in their most abstract form has become progressively more subtle. Whereas in music a more or less tangible reprise was once required to establish symmetry, now a vague similarity of tone color at various points may suffice. Dynamic, freed from every static reference and no longer discernible as such by its contrast to something fixed, is transformed into something that hovers and no longer has direction. In the manner of its appearance, Stockhausen's Zeitmus evokes a through composed cadence, a fully presented yet static dominant. Yet today such invariants become what they are only in the context of change. Whoever tries to distill them from the dynamic complexion of history or from the individual work thereby misrepresents them. Because the concept of spiritual order is itself worthless, it cannot be transposed from cultural cogitations to art. Opposites are intermixed in the ideal of the closure of the artwork, the irrevocable compulsion toward coherence, the ever-fragile utopia of reconciliation in the image, and the longing of the objectively weakened subject for a heteronomous order, a constant of German ideology, temporarily deprived of any direct satisfaction. Authoritarian instincts revel in the imago of an absolutely closed culture where meaning is guaranteed. Closure for its own sake, independent of truth content and what this closure is predicated on, is a category that in fact deserves the ominous charge of formalism. Certainly, this does not mean that positive and affirmative artworks, virtually the whole store of traditional art, are to be dismissed or defended on the basis of the all too abstract argument that, given their abrupt opposition to empirical life, they too are critical and negative. The philosophical critique of unreflective nominalism prohibits any claim that the trajectory of progressive negativity, the negation of objectively binding meaning, is that of unqualified progress in art. However much a song by Webern is more thoroughly constructed, the universality of the language of Schubert's Winterreise secures for it an element of superiority. Though it is nominalism that helped art achieve its language in the first place, still there is no language without the medium of a universality beyond pure particularization, however requisite the latter. This overarching universality necessarily bears a degree of affirmation. This can be sensed in the word understanding. Affirmation and authenticity are amalgamated to no small degree. Yet this is no argument against any individual work, at most it is an argument against the language of art as such. There is no art that is entirely devoid of affirmation, since by its very existence every work rises above the plight and degradation of daily existence. The more binding art is to itself, the richer, denser, and more unified its works, the more it tends toward affirmation, of whatever stamp, by suggesting that its own qualities are those of a world existing in itself beyond art. This a priority of the affirmative is art's ideological dark side. It projects the reflection of possibility onto the existing even as the latter's determinate negation. This element of affirmation withdraws from the immediacy of artworks and what they say and becomes the fact that they continue to speak at all. 9 That the world spirit never made good on its promise has the effect of lending the affirmative works of the past a touching quality rather than ensuring that they remain truly ideological. Today, indeed, what appears evil in consummate works is their own consummateness as a monument to force, rather than a transfiguration that is too transparent to spur any opposition. According to cliché, great works are compelling. In being so, they cultivate coercion to the same extent that they neutralize it. Their guilt is their guiltlessness. Modern art, with its vulnerability, blemishes, and fallibility, is the critique of traditional works, which in so many ways are stronger and more successful. It is the critique of success. It is predicated on the recognition of the inadequacy of what appears to be adequate. This is true not only with regard to its affirmative essence but also in that in its own terms it is not what it wants to be. Instances are the jigsaw puzzle aspects of musical classicism, the mechanical moments in Bach's technique, the top-down construction in the paintings of the masters, which reigned for centuries under the name composition before, as Valéry noted, suddenly becoming a matter of indifference with the rise of Impressionism. Art's affirmative element and the affirmative element of the domination of nature are one in asserting that what was inflicted on nature was all for the good. By re-enacting it in the realm of imagination, art makes it its own and becomes a song of triumph. In this, no less than in its silliness, art sublimates the circus. In doing so, art finds itself in inextricable conflict with the idea of the redemption of suppressed nature. Even the most relaxed work is the result of a ruling tension that turns against the dominating spirit that is tamed in becoming the work. Prototypical of that is the concept of the classical. The experience of the model of all classicism, Greek sculpture, may retrospectively undermine confidence in it, as well as in later epochs. Classical art relinquished the distance to empirical existence that had been maintained by archaic images and carvings. According to traditional aesthetics, classical sculpture aimed at the identity of the universal and the particular, the idea and the individual, because already, it could no longer depend on the sensual appearance of the idea. If the idea was to appear in sensual form, it would have to integrate the empirically individuated world of appearance with its principle of form. This sets a limit to full individuation. However, probably Greek classicism had not yet even experienced individuality. This occurred first, in concordance with the direction of social development, in Hellenic sculpture. The unity of the universal and the particular contrived by classicism was already beyond the reach of Attic art, let alone the art of later centuries. This is why classical sculptures stare with those empty eyes that alarm, archaically, instead of radiating that noble simplicity and quiet grandeur projected onto them by 18th-century sentimentalism. Today what is compelling in antiquity is fundamentally distinct from the correspondence that developed with European classicism in the era of the French Revolution and Napoleon, even in that of Baudelaire. Whoever does not, in the guise of the archaeologist or philologist, sign a covenant with antiquity, which, certainly since the rise of humanism has ever and again shown itself not to be disdained, will not find the normative claim of antiquity compelling. Without protracted study, scarcely any of it speaks, and the quality of the works themselves is certainly not beyond question. What is overwhelming is the level of form. Scarcely anything vulgar or barbaric seems to have been passed down, not even from the imperial age, even though the beginnings of mass production are unmistakable. The floor mosaics of the villas in Ostia, which were presumably meant to be rented, are based on a single model. Ever since Attic classicism, the real barbarism of antiquity, the slavery, genocide, and contempt for human life, left few traces in art. Just how chaste it kept itself, even in barbaric cultures, does not redound to its credit. The formal immanence of antique art is probably to be explained by the fact that the sensual world had not yet been debased by sexual taboos, which would come to encompass a sphere reaching far beyond its own immediate area. Baudelaire's classicist longing is precisely for that. In capitalism, what forces art against art into an alliance with the vulgar is not only a function of commercialism, which exploits a mutilated sexuality, but equally the dark side of Christian inwardness. The concrete transience of the classical, however, which Hegel and Marx did not experience, exposes the transience of its concept and the norms deriving from it. The dilemma between superficial classicism and the demand that a work be coherent is apparently not one that arises from contrasting true classicism with plaster frauds. But this contrast is no more fruitful than that between modern and modernistic. What is excluded in the name of a putative authenticity as its degenerate form is usually contained in the former as its ferment, the excision of which leaves it sterile and harmless. The concept of classicism stands in need of differentiation. It is worthless so long as in peaceful juxtaposition it lays out in state Goethe's Iphigenie, and Schiller's Wallenstein. In popular usage, the concept of classicism means social authority, achieved for the most part through economic control mechanisms. It is fitting that Brecht was no stranger to this usage. Classicism of this sort should rather be held against artworks, yet it is so external to them that by way of all sorts of mediations even authentic works may be bestowed with the accolade. The classical also refers to a standard of style, without its being thereby possible to distinguish between the model, its legitimate appropriation, and fruitless imitation as conclusively as would suit that common sense that assumes it can knowingly play off the classical against classicism. Mozart would be inconceivable apart from the classicism of the last years of the 18th century, with its stylistic imitation of the ancients, yet the trace of these quoted norms in his music provides no basis for any convincing objection to the specific quality of the classical Mozart. Ultimately, to call a work classical refers to its imminent success, the uncoerced yet ever fragile reconciliation of the one and the multiplicitous. It has nothing to do with style and mentality, and everything to do with accomplishment. Here Valeri's comment applies that even a romantic artwork, successfully brought off, is by dint of its success. Classical. 11 This concept of the classical is strung taut to the highest degree. It alone is worthy of critique. The critique of the classical, however, is more than the critique of those formal principles by which the classical has, for the most part, been manifest. The ideal of form, which is identified with classicism, is to be translated back into content, Inhalt. The purity of form is modeled on the purity of the subject, constituting itself, becoming conscious of itself, and divesting itself of the non-identical. It is a negative relation to the non-identical, yet it implies the distinction of form from content, a distinction concealed by the classical ideal. Form is constituted only through dissimilarity, only in that it is different from the non-identical. In form's own meaning, the dualism persists that form effaces. The counter-movement to myth, a counter-movement that classicism shares with the acme of Greek philosophy, was turned directly against the mimetic impulse. Mimesis was displaced by objectifying imitation. This counter-movement thereby easily succeeded in subsuming art to Greek Enlightenment and making taboo that by which art takes the side of the suppressed against the domination of the imposed concept or of what slips through domination's narrow mesh. Though in classicism the subject stands aesthetically upright, violence is done to it, to that eloquent particular that opposes the mute universal. In the much admired universality of the classical work, the pernicious universality of myth, the inescapability of the spell, is perpetuated as the norm of the process of formation. In classicism, where the autonomy of art originated, art renounces itself for the first time. It is no accident that since that moment all classic ISMs have made ready alliance with science. To this day, the scientific mentality has harbored an antipathy toward art that refuses voluntary subservience to categorical thought and the desiderata of clear-cut divisions. whatever precedes as if there is no antinomy is antinomic and degenerates into what bourgeois phraseology is always ready to dub formal perfection, about which nothing more need be said. It is not because of an irrational mentality that qualitatively modern movements frequently correspond, in Baudelaire's sense, with archaic, pre-classical movements. They are, admittedly, no less exposed to the reactionary than is classicism by the delusion that the attitude to reality manifest in archaic works, from which the emancipated subject wrested itself, is to be reasserted, regardless of what has historically transpired. The sympathy of the modern with the archaic is not repressively ideological only when that sympathy turns toward what classicism discarded along the course of its development and refuses to endorse the pernicious pressure from which classicism freed itself. But the one is rarely to be found without the other. In place of the identity of the universal and the particular, classical works provide its abstract logical radius, effectively a hollow form hopelessly awaiting specification. The fragility of the classical paradigm gives the lie to its paradigmatical status and thus to the classical ideal itself. Notes 1. See Georg Lukács, The Meaning of Contemporary Realism, London, 1962. 2. See Arnold Ziesing, Ästhetische Forschungen, Frankfurt, 1885. 3. See Erwin Stein, Neue Formprinzipien in von Neuer Musik, Cologne, 1925, pp. 59 ff. 4. See Arnold Schoenberg, Aphorismen in Die Musik, Volume 9, 1909, 1910, pp.159 ff. 5. Karl Kraus, Literatur und Lüge, ed. H. Fischer, Munich, 1958, page 14. 6. Bertolt Brecht, Von F. Schwierigkeiten beim Schreiben der Wahrheit, in Gesammelte Werk, Volume 18, Frankfurt, 1967, page 225. 7. Gunther Anders, Die Antiquarität des Menschen, Munich, 1956, pp. 213 ff. 8. C. Lukács, The Theory of the Novel, trans. A. Belerian, Cambridge, 1971. 9. Adorno, Is Art Light-Hearted? In Notes to Literature, trans. Schieri, Weber Nicholson, Volume 2, New York, 1992, pp. 247 ff. 10. Joachim Winckelmann's seminal characterization of Greek sculpture in Thoughts on the Imitation of Greek Works in Painting and Sculpture, 1775, trans. 11. C. Paul Valéry, Œuvres, ed. J. Heitier, Volume 2, Paris, 1966, pp. 565 ff. Chapter 9. Subject-Object. Contemporary aesthetics is dominated by the controversy over whether it is subjective or objective. These terms, however, are equivocal. Variously, the controversy may focus on the conclusion drawn from subjective reactions to artworks, in contrast to the intentio recta toward them, the intentio recta being considered precritical according to the current schema of epistemology. Or the two concepts could refer to the primacy of objective or subjective elements in the artworks themselves, in keeping, for instance, with the distinction made in the history of ideas between classical and romantic. Or, lastly, the issue may be the objectivity of the aesthetic judgment of taste. These various meanings need to be distinguished from each other. With regard to the first, the direction of Hegel's aesthetics was objective, whereas with regard to the second, his aesthetics probably emphasized subjectivity more decisively than did that of his predecessors, for whom the participation of the subject in the effect on an observer was limited even in the case of an ideal or transcendental observer. For Hegel, the subject-object dialectic transpires in the object itself. The relation of subject and object in the artwork too must not be forgotten, insofar as it is concerned with objects. This relation changes historically yet persists even in non-representational works, for they take up an attitude to the object by placing it under a taboo. Still, the starting point of the critique of judgment was not simply inimical to an objective aesthetics. Its force was that, as throughout Kant's theories, it was not comfortably installed in any of the positions marked out by the system's strategies. Insofar as, according to his theory, aesthetics is constituted by the subjective judgment of taste, this judgment necessarily becomes not only a constituent of the objective work, but rather bears in itself an objective necessity, however little this necessity can be reduced to universal concepts. Kant envisioned a subjectively mediated but objective aesthetics. The Kantian concept of the judgment of taste, by its subjectively directed query, concerns the core of objective aesthetics, the question of quality, good and bad, true and false, in the artwork. The subjective query is itself more aesthetic than is the epistemological intentio obliqua, because the objectivity of the artwork is mediated in a manner that is qualitatively different from the objectivity of knowledge, being mediated more specifically through the subject. It is virtually tautological to claim that the determination whether an artwork is an artwork depends on the judgment whether it is, and that the mechanism of such judgments, far more than any investigation of the power of judgment as a psychic ability, is the theme of the work. The definition of taste on which I am basing this analysis is that it is the ability to judge the beautiful. But we have to analyze judgments of taste in order to discover what is required for calling an object beautiful. 1. The canon of the work is the objective validity of the judgment of taste that, while affording no guarantee, is nevertheless stringent. The situation of all nominalist art is thus prepared. Analogously with the critique of reason, Kant would like to ground aesthetic objectivity in the subject rather than to displace the former by the latter. Implicitly he holds that the element that unifies the objective and the subjective is reason, a subjective ability at the same time that, by virtue of its attributes of necessity and universality, it is the exemplar of all objectivity. For Kant, even the aesthetic is subordinated to the primacy of discursive logic. I have used the logical functions of judging to help me find the elements that judgment takes into consideration when it reflects, since even a judgment of taste still has reference to the understanding. I have examined the element of quality first, because an aesthetic judgment about the beautiful is concerned first with it. 2. The strongest buttress of subjective aesthetics, the concept of aesthetic feeling, derives from objectivity, not the reverse. Aesthetic feeling says that something is thus, that something is beautiful. Kant would have attributed such aesthetic feeling as taste exclusively to one who was capable of discriminating in the object. Taste is not defined in Aristotelian fashion by sympathy and fear, the effects provoked in the viewer. The contamination of aesthetic feeling, with unmediated psychological emotions by the concept of arousal, misinterprets the modification of real experience by artistic experience. It would otherwise be inexplicable why people expose themselves to aesthetic experience in the first place. Aesthetic feeling is not the feeling that is aroused, it is astonishment vis-a-vis what is beheld rather than vis-a-vis what it is about. It is a being overwhelmed by what is a conceptual and yet determinate, not the subjective effect released, that in the case of aesthetic experience may be called feeling. It goes to the heart of the matter, is the feeling for it and not a reflex of the observer. The observing subjectivity is to be strictly distinguished from the subjective element in the object, that is, from the object's expression as well as from its subjectively mediated form. The question, however, of what is and what is not an artwork cannot in any way be separated from the faculty of judging, that is, from the question of quality, of good and bad. The idea of a bad artwork has something nonsensical about it. If it miscarries, if it fails to achieve its immanent constitution, it fails its own concept and sinks beneath the a priori of art. In art, judgments of relative merit, appeals to fairness and toleration of the half-finished. All common-sense excuses, and even that of humanity, are false. Their indulgence damages the artwork by implicitly liquidating its claim to truth. As long as the boundary that art sets up against reality has not been washed away, tolerance for bad works, borrowed from reality, is a violation of art. To be able to say with good reason why an artwork is beautiful, true, coherent, or legitimate does not mean reducing it to its universal concepts. Even if this operation, which Kant both desired and contested, were possible in every artwork, and not only in the aporia of the faculty of reflective judgment, the universal and the particular are densely intertwined. Kant touches on this when he defines the beautiful as that which pleases universally without requiring a concept. 3. This universality, in spite of Kant's desperate effort, cannot be divorced from necessity. That something pleases universally is equivalent to the judgment that it must please each and every person, for otherwise it would be merely an empirical statement. Yet universality and implicit necessity remain ineluctable concepts, and their unity, as Kant conceived it, in the act of pleasing is external to the work. The requirement of the subsumption of particulars to the unifying concept transgresses against the idea of conceptualization from within that, by means of the concept of finality, was to correct in both parts of the critique of judgment the classificatory method of theoretical, natural, scientific reason that emphatically rejects knowledge of the object from within. In this regard, Kant's aesthetics is a hybrid defenselessly exposed to Hegel's critique. His advance must be emancipated from absolute idealism. This is the task that today confronts aesthetics. The ambivalence of Kant's theory, however, is defined by his philosophy as a whole, in which the concept of purpose only extends the category into its regulative use and, thus to this extent also circumscribes it. He knows what it is that art shares with discursive knowledge, but not that whereby art diverges qualitatively from it. The distinction becomes the quasi-mathematical one between the finite and the infinite. No single rule by which the judgment of taste must subsume its objects, not even the totality of these rules, has anything to say about the dignity of an artwork. So long as the concept of necessity, as constitutive of aesthetic judgment, is not reflected into itself, it simply reproduces the deterministic mechanism of empirical reality, that mechanism that itself only returns in artworks in a shadowy and modified form. Yet the stipulation that beauty be universally pleasing presupposes a consent that is, though without admitting it, subordinate to social convention. If, however, these two elements are harnessed together in the intelligible realm, then Kant's doctrine forfeits its content. Inhalt. It is possible concretely to conceive of artworks that fulfill the Kantian judgment of taste and nevertheless miss the mark. Other works, indeed new art as a whole, contradict that judgment and are hardly universally pleasing. And yet they cannot thereby be objectively disqualified as art. Kant achieves his goal of the objectivity of aesthetics, just as he does that of the objectivity of ethics, by way of universally conceptual formalization. This formalization is, however, contrary to aesthetic phenomena as what is constitutively particular. What each artwork would need to be according to its pure concept is essential to none. Formalization, an act of subjective reason, forces art back into precisely that merely subjective sphere, ultimately that of contingency, from which Kant wanted to wrest it and which art itself resists. As contrary poles, subjective and objective, aesthetics are equally exposed to the critique of a dialectical aesthetics, the former because it is either abstractly transcendental or arbitrary in its dependence on individual taste, the latter because it overlooks the objective mediatedness of art by the subject. In the artwork the subject is neither the observer nor the creator nor absolute spirit, but rather spirit bound up with, preformed and mediated by the object. for the artwork and thus for its theory, subject and object are its own proper elements, and they are dialectical in such a fashion that whatever the work is composed of, material, expression, and form, is always both. The materials are shaped by the hand from which the artwork received them. Expression, objectivated in the work and objective in itself, enters as a subjective impulse. Form, if it is not to have a mechanical relationship to what is formed, must be produced subjectively according to the demands of the object. What confronts artists with the kind of objective impenetrability with which their material so often confronts them, an impenetrability analogous to the construction of the given in epistemology, is at the same time sedimented subject. It is expression, that which appears most subjective, but which is also objective in that it is what the artwork exhausts itself on and what it incorporates. Finally, it is a subjective comportment in which objectivity leaves its imprint. But the reciprocity of subject and object in the work, which cannot be that of identity, maintains a precarious balance. The subjective process of the work's production is, with regard to its private dimension, a matter of indifference. Yet the process also has an objective dimension that is a condition for the realization of its immanent lawfulness. It is as labor, and not as communication, that the subject in art comes into its own. It must be the artwork's ineluctable ambition to achieve balance without ever being quite able to do so. This is an aspect of aesthetic semblance. The individual artist also functions as the executor of this balance. It is hard to say whether, in the production process, he is faced with a self-imposed task, the marble block in which a sculpture waits, the piano keys in which a composition waits to be released, are probably more than metaphors for the task. The tasks bear their objective solution in themselves, at least within a certain variational range, though they do not have the univocity of equations. The act carried out by the artist is minimal, that of mediating between the problem that confronts him and is already determined, and the solution, which is itself similarly lodged in the material, as a potential. If the tool has been called the extension of an arm, the artist could be called the extension of a tool for the transition from potentiality to actuality. Art's linguistic quality gives rise to reflection over what speaks in art. This is its veritable subject, not the individual who makes it or the one who receives it. This is masked by the lyrical I, which in confessing has over the centuries produced the semblance of the self-evidence of poetic subjectivity. But this subjectivity is on no account identical with the I that speaks in the poem. This is not only because of the poetic fictional character of poetry and of music, in which subjective expression scarcely ever coincides immediately with the condition of the composer. Far more important is that the grammatical I of the poem is only posited by the I that speaks latently through the work. The empirical I is a function of the spiritual I, not the reverse. The part played by the empirical I is not, as the topos of sincerity would have it, the locus of authenticity. It remains undecided whether the latent I, the speaking I, is the same in the different genres of art and whether or not it changes. It may vary qualitatively. According to the materials of the arts, their subsumption under the dubious subordinating concept of art obscures this. In any case, this latent I is immanently constituted in the work through the action of the work's language. In relation to the work, the individual who produces it is an element of reality like others. The private person is not even decisive in the factual production of artworks. Implicitly, the artwork demands the division of labor, and the individual functions accordingly. By entrusting itself fully to its material, production results in something universal born out of the utmost individuation. The force with which the private I is externalized in the work is the I's collective essence. It constitutes the linguistic quality of works. The labor in the artwork becomes social by way of the individual. Though the individual need not be conscious of society, Perhaps this is all the more true the less the individual is conscious of society. The intervening, individual subject is scarcely more than a limiting value, something minimal required by the artwork for its crystallization. The emancipation of the artwork from the artist is no l'art pour l'art delusion of grandeur but the simplest expression of the work's constitution as the expression of a social relation that bears in itself the law of its own reification. Only as things do, artworks become the antithesis of the reified monstrosity. Correspondingly, and this is key to art, even out of so-called individual works it is a we that speaks and not an I, indeed all the more so the less the artwork adapts externally to a we and its idiom. Here again music gives the most extreme expression to certain characteristics of the artistic, though this too by no means bestows any primacy on music. Music says we directly, regardless of its intentions. Even the depositional works of its expressionist phase register binding experiences, and the work's bindingness, their formative force, depends on whether these experiences actually speak through the works. In Western music it would be possible to demonstrate how much its most important discovery, the harmonic depth dimension, as well as all counterpoint and polyphony, is the we of the choric ritual that has penetrated into the material. The we introduces its literalness transformed as an immanently acting force and yet maintains the quality of speech. Literary forms, by their direct and ultimately inescapable participation in communicative language, are related to a we. For the sake of their own eloquence they must strive to free themselves of all external communicativeness. But this process is not, as it appears to be or seems to itself to be, one of pure subjectivization. Through this process the subject forms itself to collective experience all the more intimately the more it hardens itself against linguistically reified expression. The plastic arts speak through the how of apperception. Their we is simply the sensorium, according to its historical condition pursued to the point that it breaks the relation to representational objectivity that was modified by virtue of the development of its language of form. Images say, behold, they have their collective subject in what they point to, which is outward, not inward. As with music, in the potentiation of its linguistic quality the history of art, which is equivalent to that of progressive individualization, is at the same time its opposite. That this we is, however, not socially univocal, that it is hardly that of a determinate class or social positions, has its origin perhaps in the fact that to this day art in the emphatic sense has only existed as bourgeois art. According to Trotsky's thesis, no proletarian art is conceivable, only socialist art. The aesthetic we is a social whole on the horizon of a certain indeterminateness, though, granted, as determinate as the ruling productive forces and relations of an epoch. Although art is tempted to anticipate a non-existent social whole, its non-existent subject, and is thereby more than ideology, it bears at the same time the mark of this subject's non-existence. The antagonisms of society are nevertheless preserved in it. Art is true insofar as what speaks out of it, indeed, it itself, is conflicting and unreconciled, but this truth only becomes art's own when it synthesizes what is fractured and thus makes its irreconcilability determinate. Paradoxically, art must testify to the unreconciled and at the same time envision its reconciliation. This is a possibility only for its non-discursive language. Only in this process is its we concretized. What speaks out of it, however, is truly its subject insofar as it indeed speaks out of it rather than being something depicted by it. The title of the incomparable final piece of Schumann's Scenes from Childhood, The Poet Speaks, one of the earliest models of expressionist music, takes cognizance of this. But the aesthetic subject is probably unrepresentable, because, being socially mediated, it is no more empirical than the transcendental subject of philosophy. The objectivation of the artwork takes place at the cost of the replication of the living. Artworks win life only when they renounce likeness to the human. The expression of an unadulterated feeling is always banal. The more unadulterated, the more banal. Not to be banal requires effort, for the artwork becomes objective as something made through and through, that is, by virtue of the subjective mediation of all of its elements. The insight of the critique of knowledge that subjectivity and reification are correlative receives unparalleled confirmation in aesthetics. The semblance character of artworks, the illusion of their being in itself, refers back to the fact that in the totality of their subjective mediatedness they take part in the universal delusional context of reification, and that, in Marxian terms, they need to reflect a relation of living labor as if it were a thing. The inner consistency through which artworks participate in truth also involves their untruth. In its most unguarded manifestations, art has always revolted against this, and today this revolt has become art's own law of movement. The antinomy of the truth and untruth of art may have moved Hegel to foretell its end. Traditional aesthetics possessed the insight that the primacy of the whole over the parts has constitutive need of the diverse, and that this primacy misfires when it is simply imposed from above. No less constitutive, however, is that no artwork has ever been fully adequate in this regard. Granted, the multiplicitous in the aesthetic continuum wants synthesis, yet at the same time, being determined extra-aesthetically, it withdraws from synthesis. The synthesis that is extrapolated out of multiplicity, which it has as a potential in itself, is unavoidably also the negation of this multiplicity. The equilibrium sought by form must misfire internally because externally, meta-aesthetically, it does not exist. Antagonisms that are unsolved in reality cannot be solved imaginatively, either. They work their way into the imagination and are reproduced in imagination's own inconsistency. In fact, this happens in proportion to the intensity with which they pursue their coherence. Artworks must act as if the impossible were for them possible. The idea of the perfection of works, with which none can dispense except at the cost of its own triviality, was dubious. Artists have a hard fate not only because of their always uncertain fate in the world, but because through their own efforts they necessarily work against the aesthetic truth to which they devote themselves. Inasmuch as subject and object have become disjoint in historical reality, art is possible only in that it passed through the subject. For mimesis of what is not administered by the subject has no other locus than in the living subject. The objectivation of art through its immanent execution requires the historical subject. If the artwork hopes through its objectivation to achieve that truth that is hidden from the subject, then this is so because the subject is itself not ultimate. The relation of the objectivity of the artwork to the primacy of the object is fractured. This objectivity bears witness to the primacy of the object in a condition of universal thraldom that only in the subject provides a place of refuge for what is in itself, while at the same time the form of the objectivity of this in itself, which is a semblance effected by the subject, is a critique of objectivity. This objectivity grants entry exclusively to the membra disjecta of the world of objects, which only in a state of decomposition becomes commensurable to the law of form. Subjectivity, however, though a necessary condition of the artwork, is not the aesthetic quality as such but becomes it only through objectivation. To this extent subjectivity in the artwork is self-alienated and concealed. This is not comprehended by Regel's concept of artistic volition. Yet this concept discerns an element essential to immanent critique, that nothing external adjudicates over the niveau of artworks. They, not their authors, are their own measure, in Wagner's words, their self-posited law. The question of their own legitimation is not lodged beyond their fulfillment. No artwork is only what it aspires to be, but there is none that is more than this without aspiring to be something. This bears closely on spontaneity, although, precisely, it also involves the non-volitional. Spontaneity manifests itself primarily in the conception of the work, through the design evident in it, but conception too is no ultimate category. It often transforms the self-realization of the artworks. It is virtually the seal of objectivation that under the pressure of its immanent logic the conception is displaced. This self-alien element that works contrary to the purported artistic volition is familiar, sometimes terrifyingly so, to artists as to critics. Nietzsche broached this issue at the end of Beyond Good and Evil. The element of self-alienness that occurs under the constraint of the material is indeed the seal of what was meant by genius. If anything is to be salvaged of this concept, it must be stripped away from its crude equation with the creative subject, who through vain exuberance bewitches the artwork into a document of its maker and thus diminishes it. The objectivity of artworks, a thorn in the side of the inhabitants of a society based on barter because they mistakenly expect that art will mollify the alienation, is translated back into the person who stands behind the work, even though he is usually only the character mask of those who want to promote the work as an article of consumption. If one does not simply want to abolish the concept of genius as a romantic residue, it must be understood in terms of its historico-philosophical objectivity. The divergence of subject and individual, adumbrated in Kant's anti-psychologism and raised to the level of a principle in Fichte, takes its toll on art, too. Art's authenticity, what is binding in it, and the freedom of the emancipated individual become remote from each other. The concept of genius represents the attempt to unite the two with a wave of the wand, to bestow the individual within the limited sphere of art, with the immediate power of overarching authenticity. The experiential content of such mystification is that in art authenticity, the universal element, is no longer possible except by way of the principium individuationis, just as, conversely, universal bourgeois freedom is exclusively that of particularization and individuation. This relation, however, is treated blindly by the aesthetics of genius and displaced undialectically into an individual who is supposedly at the same time subject. The intellectus archetypus, which in the theory of knowledge is expressly the idea, is treated by the concept of genius as a fact of art. Genius is purported to be the individual whose spontaneity coincides with the action of the absolute subject. This is correct insofar as the individuation of artworks, mediated by spontaneity, is that in them by which they are objectivated. Yet the concept of genius is false because works are not creations and humans are not creators. This defines the untruth of any genius aesthetics that suppresses the element of finite making, the techne in artworks, in favor of their absolute originality, virtually their natura naturans. It thus spawns the ideology of the organic and unconscious artwork, which flows into the murky current of irrationalism. From the start, the genius aesthetic shifted emphasis toward the individual, opposing a spurious universality, and away from society by absolutizing this individual. Yet whatever the misuse perpetrated by the concept of genius, it calls to mind that the subject in the artwork should not be reduced to its objectivation. In the critique of judgment, the concept of genius became the refuge for everything of which hedonism had deprived Kant's aesthetics. However, with incalculable consequences, Kant restricted geniality exclusively to the subject, indifferent to its egoleanness, which was later ideologically exploited by contrasting genius with scientific and philosophical rationality. The fetishization of the concept of genius that begins with Kant as the fetishization of derempted, abstract subjectivity, to put it in Hegelian terms, already in Schiller's votive offerings took on a quality of crass elitism. The concept of genius becomes the potential enemy of artworks. With a sidelong glance at Goethe, the person back of the work is purported to be more essential than the artworks themselves. In the concept of genius, the idea of creation is transferred with idealistic hubris. From the transcendental to the empirical subject, to the productive artist, this suits crude bourgeois consciousness as much because it implies a work ethic that glorifies pure human creativity regardless of its aim, as because the viewer is relieved of taking any trouble with the object itself. The viewer is supposed to be satisfied with the personality, essentially a kitsch biography, of the artist. Those who produce important artworks are not demigods but fallible, often neurotic and damaged, individuals. An aesthetic mentality, however, that wholly swept away the idea of genius, would degenerate into a desolate, pedantic arts and crafts mentality devoted to tracing out stencils. The element of truth in the concept of genius is to be sought in the object, in what is open, not in the repetition of the imprisoned. Incidentally, the concept of genius as it came in vogue in the late 18th century was in no way charismatic. In that epoch, any individual could become a genius to the extent that he expressed himself unconventionally as nature. Genius was an attitude to reality, ingenious doings, indeed almost a conviction or frame of mind. Only later, perhaps given the insufficiency of mere conviction in artworks, did genius become a divine blessing. The experience of real unfreedom destroyed the exuberance of subjective freedom as freedom for all and reserved it as the exclusive domain of genius. It becomes ideology in inverse proportion to the world's becoming a less human one, and the more consciousness of this spirit is neutralized, privileged genius becomes the proxy to whom reality promises what it denies humanity as a whole. What deserves to be salvaged in genius is what is instrumental to the work. The category of geniality can best be documented when a passage is described as being ingenious. Fantasy alone does not suffice for its definition. The genial is a dialectical knot. It is what has not been copied or repeated. It is free, yet at the same time bears the feeling of necessity. It is art's paradoxical sleight of hand and one of its most dependable criteria. To be genial means to hit upon a constellation. Subjectively, to achieve the objective, it is the instant in which the methexis of the artwork in language allows convention to be discarded as accidental. The signature of the genial in art is that the new appears by virtue of its newness as if it had always been there. Romanticism took note of this. The work of fantasy is less creatio ex nihilo, the belief of an art-alien religion of art, than the imagining of authentic solutions in the midst of the effectively pre-existing nexus of works. Experienced artists may be overheard referring derisively to a passage, "Here he's a genius." They chastise the intrusion of fantasy into the logic of the work, an intrusion not subsequently integrated. Instances of this are found not only in the work of self-promoting whiz-kids, but even at Schubert's Nouveau. The genial remains paradoxical and precarious because the freely discovered and the necessary cannot actually ever be completely fused. Without the ever-present possibility of failure, there is nothing genial in artworks. Because of its element of something that had not existed before, the genial was bound up with the concept of originality. Thus the concept originalgenie. As is well known, prior to the age of genius the idea of originality bore no authority. That in their new works composers of the 17th and early 18th centuries made use of whole sections of their own earlier works and those of others, or that painters and architects entrusted their designs to students for completion, is easily misused to justify the stereotypical and routine and to denounce subjective freedom. Yet what this practice demonstrates is that originality had yet to become the object of critical reflection, by no means that there was no originality in artworks. One glance at the difference between Bach and his contemporaries suffices to make the point. Originality, the specificity of a determinate artwork, is not antithetical to the logicality of artworks, which implies a universal Often originality emerges from a thoroughly consistent logical construction, of which mediocre talents are incapable. All the same, the question of the originality of older, archaic works is meaningless because the coercion exercised by collective consciousness, in which domination entrenches itself, was so extensive that originality, which presupposes something on the order of emancipated subjectivity, would be anachronistic. The concept of originality, as in Benjamin's sense of the originary, 5 does not so much summon up the primordial as the yet-to-be in works, their utopic trace. The original is the objective name of each work. If, however, originality arose historically, it is also enmeshed in historical injustice, in the predominance of bourgeois commodities that must touch up the ever-same as the ever-new in order to win customers. Yet with the growing autonomy of art, originality has turned against the market where it was never permitted to go beyond a certain limit. It withdrew into the artworks themselves, into the relentlessness of their integral organization. Originality remains touched by the historical fate of the category of individualness, from which it was derived. Originality no longer obeys what it has been associated with ever since it began to be self-consciously reflected upon, a so-called individual style. Although the collapse of that style has meanwhile come to be decried by traditionalists, who are in fact defending conventional goods, in the most progressive works individual style, cunningly tricked out of the requirements of construction, takes on the quality of a blemish, a deficiency, or at the least a compromise. This is one of the most important reasons why advanced artistic production aims less at originality in a particular work than at the production of a new type. Originality is in the process of being transformed into the act of inventing types, a transformation in which originality is changed qualitatively, without, however, disappearing in the process. This transformation, which altogether severs originality from mere inspiration, the unique detail that once seemed to be the substance of originality, throws light on fantasy, its organon. Under the spell of the belief in the subject as the creator's successor, fantasy effectively meant the capacity to bring forth something determinately artistic out of nothing. Its crude concept, that of absolute invention, is the exact correlate of the modern scientific ideal of the strict reproduction of what already exists. Here the bourgeois division of labor has furrowed a trench that divides art from any mediation with reality, just as it divides knowledge from everything that in any way transcends reality. This concept of fantasy was never essential to important artworks. The invention, for instance, of fantastic beings in contemporary plastic arts is of minor significance, just as the sudden intervention of a musical motif, though hardly to be discounted, remains powerless so long as it does not surpass its own factuality through what develops out of it. If everything in artworks, including what is most sublime, is bound up with what exists, which they oppose, fantasy cannot be the mere capacity to escape the existing by positing the non-existing as if it existed. On the contrary, fantasy shifts whatever artworks absorb of the existing into constellations through which they become the other of the existing, if only through its determinate negation. If the effort is made to envision a strictly non-existing object through what epistemologists dubbed fantasizing fiction, nothing is achieved that cannot be reduced, in its parts, and even in the elements that constitute its coherence, to what already exists. Only under the spell of the totally empirical does what is qualitatively opposed to it appear, though it does so exclusively as something on a second order of existence modeled on the first. Art transcends the non-existing only by way of the existing. Otherwise it becomes the helpless projection of what in any case already exists. Accordingly, fantasy in artworks cannot be restricted to the sudden vision. Although there is no conceiving of fantasy devoid of spontaneity, fantasy despite being closest to the creatio ex nihilo, is by no means art's one and all. Fantasy may be set in motion primarily by something concrete in the artwork, especially among those artists whose process of production works upward from below. Equally, however, fantasy is active in a dimension that a common prejudice holds to be abstract, namely in the dimension of the quasi-empty outline, which is then fleshed out and made good on through what prejudice considers the opposite of fantasy, labor. Even specifically, technological fantasy is not a recent development, as is evident in the compositional style of the Adagio of Schubert's string quintet as well as in the eddies of light in Turner's seascapes. Fantasy is also, and essentially so, the unrestricted availability of potential solutions that crystallize within the artwork. It is lodged not only in what strikes one both as existing and as the residue of something existing, but perhaps even more in the transformation of the existing. The harmonic variant of the main theme in the coda of the first movement of the Appassionata, with the catastrophic effect of the diminished seventh chord, is no less a product of fantasy than is the triadic theme of the brooding idea that opens the movement. With regard to Genesis, it cannot be excluded that the variant that is decisive for the whole might in fact have been Beethoven's initial idea, from which, retroactively as it were, the theme in its primary form was derived. It is no less of an achievement of fantasy that the later sections of the broadly cast development of the first movement of the Eroica give way to lapidary harmonic periods, as if suddenly there was no time for differentiation. The growing primacy of construction necessarily reduced the substantiality of the particular inspiration. Just how much labor and fantasy are implicated in each other, their divergence is invariably an index of failure, is supported by the experience of artists that fantasy is subject to command. They sense that the freedom to the involuntary is what distinguishes them from dilettantes. Even subjectively, the mediate and the immediate are in turn mediated in each other aesthetically and in knowledge. Not genetically, but in terms of its constitution, art is the most compelling argument against the epistemological division of sensuality and intellect. Reflection is fully capable of the act of fantasy in the form of the determinate consciousness of what an artwork at a certain point needs. The idea that consciousness kills, for which art supposedly provides unimpeachable testimony, is a foolish cliché in this context as anywhere else. Even its power to resolve objects into their components, its critical element, is fruitful for the self-reflection of the artwork. It excludes and modifies the inadequate, the unformed, and the incoherent. On the other hand, the category of aesthetic dumbness has its fundamentum in re as the lack of immanent reflection in works, which is evident, for instance, in the stupor of mechanical repetition. What is bad in artworks is a reflection that directs them externally, that forces them where, however, they imminently want to go can only be followed by reflection, and the ability to do this is spontaneous. If each and every artwork involves a probably aporetic nexus of problems, this is the source of what is perhaps not the worst definition of fantasy. As the capacity to discover approaches and solutions in the artwork, fantasy may be defined as the differential of freedom in the midst of determination. The objectivity of artworks is no more a residual determination than is any truth. Neoclassicism faltered because it deluded itself with the goal of achieving an ideal of objectivity, which appeared to it in apparently binding styles of the past. By way of a subjectively instituted procedure, it abstractly negated the subject in the work and formulated the imago of a subjectless in itself, which the subject, itself no longer eliminable by any act of will, could throw into relief solely by means of injury to itself. A rigor that establishes restrictions by imitating long-past heteronymous forms obeys nothing other than that very subjective volition that is to be tamed. Valéry outlined the problem but did not solve it. Form that is merely chosen and posited, which Valéry himself sometimes defends, is as accidental as the chaotic vitality he despised. The aporia of art today is not to be cured through any willing subordination to authority. It remains an open question. Just how, without coercion, it would be possible, given an unmitigated nominalism, to achieve anything on the order of an objectivity of form. This is impeded by instituted closure. The tendency toward this instituted closure was synchronous with the rise of political fascism, whose ideology similarly feigned that a state freed from the desperation and insecurity of its subjects during the period of late liberalism could be hoped for only on the basis of the abdication of the subject. Of course, this abdication was prompted by more powerful subjects. Even in its fallibility and weakness, the subject who contemplates art is not expected simply to retreat from the claim to objectivity. Otherwise it would hold that those alien to art, the Philistines devoid of any relation to art, who let it affect them as if they were a tabula rasa, would be the most qualified to understand and judge it, and the unmusical would be the best music critics. Like art itself, knowledge of it is consummated dialectically. The more the observer adds to the process, the greater the energy with which he penetrates the artwork. The more he then becomes aware of objectivity from within. He takes part in objectivity when his energy, even that of his misguided subjective projection, extinguishes itself in the artwork. The subjective detour may totally miss the mark, but without the detour no objectivity becomes evident. Every step toward the perfection of artworks is a step toward their self-alienation, and this dialectically produces ever anew those revolts that are too superficially characterized as subjectivity's rebellion against formalism of whatever sort. The growing integration of artworks, their immanent exigency, is also their immanent contradiction. The artwork that carries through its immanent dialectic reflects it as resolved. This is what is aesthetically false in the aesthetic principle. The antinomy of aesthetic reification is also one between the ever-fractured metaphysical claim of works to being exempted from time, and the transience of everything that establishes itself in time as enduring. Artworks become relative because they must assert themselves as absolute. Benjamin touched on this once in commenting that there is no redemption for artworks. The perennial revolt of art against art has its fundamentum in re. If it is essential to artworks that they be things, it is no less essential that they negate their own status as things, and thus art turns against art. The totally objectivated artwork would congeal into a mere thing, whereas if it altogether evaded objectivation it would regress to an impotently powerless subjective impulse and flounder in the empirical world. Notes 1. Immanuel Kant, Critique of Judgment, trans. Werner S. Pleuer, Indianapolis, 1987, page 43. 2. Ibid. 3. Ibid. Page 64. 4. Adorno, Notes to Literature, trans. Sherry Weber Nicholson, Volume 2. New York, 1992, page 163. Translation amended. Trans. 5. Der Begriff der Sprunglichen. The reference to Benjamin has been interpolated here by the translator. See Note 7 in Semblance and Expression. Trans. Chapter 10. Toward a Theory of the Artwork. That the experience of artworks is adequate only as living experience is more than a statement about the relation of the observer to the observed, more than a statement about psychological cathexis as a condition of aesthetic perception. Aesthetic experience becomes living experience only by way of its object, in that instant in which artworks themselves become animate under its gaze. This is George's symbolist teaching in the poem, The Tapestry, an art poetique that furnishes the title of a volume. Through contemplative immersion the immanent processual quality of the work is set free. By speaking, it becomes something that moves in itself. Whatever in the artifact may be called the unity of its meaning is not static, but processual, the enactment of antagonisms that each work necessarily has in itself. Analysis is therefore adequate to the work only if it grasps the relation of its elements to each other processually rather than reducing them analytically to purported fundamental elements. That artworks are not being, but a process of becoming can be grasped technologically. Their continuity is demanded teleologically by the particular elements they are in need of continuity and capable of it by virtue of their incompleteness and, often, by their insignificance. It is as a result of their own constitution that they go over into their other, find continuance in it, want to be extinguished in it, and in their demise determine what follows them. This immanent dynamic is, in a sense, a higher-order element of what artworks are. If anywhere, then it is here that aesthetic experience resembles sexual experience, indeed, its culmination. The way the beloved image is transformed in this experience, the way rigidification is unified with what is most intensely alive, effectively makes the experience the incarnate prototype of aesthetic experience. Yet it is not only the individual works that are immanently dynamic, so too is their relation to each other. Art is historical exclusively by way of individual works that have taken shape in themselves, not by their external association, not even through the influence that they purportedly exert over each other. This is why art mocks verbal definition, that whereby art's existence is constituted is itself dynamic as an attitude toward objectivity that both withdraws from and takes up a stance toward it, and in this stance maintains objectivity transformed. Artworks synthesize ununifiable, non-identical elements that grind away at each other. They truly seek the identity of the identical and the non-identical processually because even their unity is only an element and not the magical formula of the whole. The processual quality of artworks is constituted in such a fashion that as artifacts, as something humanly made, they have their place a priori in the native realm of spirit, but are, in order to become self-identical, in need of what is non-identical, heterogeneous, and not already formed. The resistance to them of otherness, on which they are nevertheless dependent, compels them to articulate their own formal language, to leave not the smallest unformed particle as remnant. This reciprocity constitutes art's dynamic. It is an irresolvable antithesis that is never brought to rest in the state of being. Artworks are such only in actu because their tension does not terminate in pure identity with either extreme. On the other hand, it is only as finished, molded objects that they become force fields of their antagonisms. Otherwise the encapsulated forces would simply run parallel to each other or dissipate. Artwork's paradoxical nature, stasis, negates itself. The movement of artworks must be at a standstill and thereby become visible. Their immanent processual character, the legal process that they undertake against the merely existing world that is external to them, is objective prior to their alliance with any party. All artworks, even the affirmative, are a priori polemical. The idea of a conservative artwork is inherently absurd. By emphatically separating themselves from the empirical world, their other, they bear witness that that world itself should be other than it is. They are the unconscious schemata of that world's transformation. Even for an artist like Mozart, who seems so unpolemical, and who according to general agreement moves solely within the pure sphere of spirit, accepting the literary themes that he chose for his greatest operas, the polemical element is central in the power by which the music sets itself at a distance that mutely condemns the impoverishment and falsity of that from which it distances itself. In Mozart, form acquires the power of that distancing as determinate negation. The reconciliation that it realizes is painfully sweet because reality to date has refused it. The resoluteness of distance, as presumably that of all classicism that is forceful rather than vacantly playing with itself, concretizes the critique of what has been repulsed. What crackles in artworks is the sound of the friction of the antagonistic elements that the artwork seeks to unify. It is script not least because, as in linguistic signs, its processual element is enciphered in its objectivation. The processual character of artworks is nothing other than their temporal nucleus. If duration becomes their intention in such a fashion that they expel what they deem ephemeral and, by their own hand, eternalize themselves in pure impregnable forms, or, worse, by the ominous claim to the universally human, they cut short their lives and assimilate themselves into the concept that, as the fixed circumference of shifting contents, by its form pursues precisely that temporal stasis against which the drawn tension of the artwork defends itself. Artworks, mortal human objects, pass away all the more rapidly the more doggedly they stave it off. Although permanence cannot be excluded from the concept of their form, it is not their essence. Daringly exposed, works that seem to be rushing toward their perdition have in general a better chance of survival than those that, subservient to the idol of security, hollow out their temporal nucleus and, inwardly vacuous, fall victim to time. The curse of neoclassicism, speculating on survival by adding something perishable, is hardly helpful. Today it is conceivable and perhaps requisite that artworks immolate themselves through their temporal nucleus, devote their own life to the instant of the appearance of truth, and tracelessly vanish without thereby diminishing themselves in the slightest. The nobility of such comportment would not be unworthy of art now that its loftiness has decayed to attitude and ideology. The idea of the permanence of works is modeled on the category of property and is thus ephemeral in the bourgeois sense. It was alien to many periods and important productions. It is said that when Beethoven finished the Appassionata, he commented that it would still be played 10 years later. Stockhausen's concept of electronic works, which, since they are not notated in the traditional sense but immediately realized in their material, could be extinguished along with this material, is a splendid one of an art that makes emphatic claim yet is prepared to throw itself away. Like other constituents through which art once became what it is, even its temporal nucleus has been exteriorized and explodes its concept. The common declarations against fashion that equate the transient with the nugatory are not only allied with the counterimage of an inwardness that has been compromised politically as well as aesthetically by its incapacity for exteriorization and a stubborn limitation to individual quiddity. In spite of its commercial manipulatability, fashion reaches deep into artworks. It does not simply exploit them. Such inventions as Picasso's Rayonism are like transpositions from haute couture experiments, pinning dresses together around the body for an evening rather than tailoring them in a traditional manner. Fashion is one of the ways in which historical movement affects the sensorium and, through it, artworks. And this is so usually by way of minimal self-obtuse impulses. The artwork is a process essentially in the relation of its whole and parts. Without being reducible to one side or the other, it is the relation itself that is a process of becoming. Whatever may in the artwork be called totality is not a structure that integrates the sum of its parts. Even objectified, the work remains a developing process by virtue of the propensities active in it. Conversely, the parts are not something given, as which analysis almost inevitably mistakes them. Rather, they are centers of energy that strain toward the whole on the basis of a necessity that they equally preform. The vortex of this dialectic ultimately consumes the concept of meaning. When, according to history's verdict, the unity of process and result no longer succeeds, when, above all, the individual elements refuse to mold themselves to the ever latently preconceived totality, the gaping divergence tears meaning apart. If the artwork is nothing fixed and definitive in itself, but something in motion, then its immanent temporality is communicated to its parts and whole in such a fashion that their relation develops in time and that they are capable of cancelling this relation. If artworks are alive in history by virtue of their own processual character, they are also able to perish in it. The indefeasibility of what is sketched on paper, painted on canvas, or carved in stone is no guarantee of the indefeasibility of what is essential to the artwork, its spirit, which is dynamic in itself. Artworks are, on no account, transformed exclusively by what reified consciousness takes to be the changing attitude of individuals toward works, which shifts according to the historical situation. Such change is external with regard to what transpires in the works themselves, the dissolution of their layers, one after the other, which was unforeseeable in the moment of the work's appearance, the determination of this transformation by their emerging and increasingly distinct law of form, the petrification of works that have become transparent, their decrepitude, and their falling silent. Ultimately, their development is the same as their process of collapse. The concept of an artifact, from which artwork is etymologically derived, does not fully comprise what an artwork is. Knowing that an artwork is something made does not amount to knowing that it is an art work. The exaggerated accent on its fabrication, whether to lambast art as human deception or to denounce its artificiality or preciousness in opposition to the delusion of art as unmediated nature, stands in sympathetic accord with Philistinism. The idea of providing a simple definition of art was dared only by those all-disposing philosophical systems that reserved a niche for every phenomenon. Hegel did indeed define beauty, but not art, presumably because he recognized its unity with and difference from nature. In art, the difference between the thing made and its genesis, the making, is emphatic. Artworks are something made that has become more than something simply made. This was not contested until art began to experience itself as transient. The confounding of artworks with their genesis, as if Genesis provided the universal code for what has become, is the source of the alienness of art scholarship to art. For artworks obey their law of form by consuming their genesis. Specifically, aesthetic experience, self-abandonment to artworks, is indifferent to their genesis. Knowledge of the genesis is as external to aesthetic experience as is the history of the dedication of the eroica to what musically transpires in that symphony. The attitude of authentic artworks toward extra-aesthetic objectivity is not so much to be sought in how this objectivity affects the process of production, for the artwork is in itself a comportment that reacts to that objectivity even while turning away from it. Germain here is Kant's discussion of the real and the imitated nightingale in Critique of Judgment, 2, the theme of Andersen's famous fairy tale that has so often been turned into opera. Kant's reflection on it substitutes the knowledge of the origin of the phenomenon for the experience of that phenomenon. If the fictitious youth was indeed able to so perfectly imitate the nightingale that no difference could be discerned, this would cancel any interest in the question of the authenticity or non-authenticity of the phenomenon, though it would be necessary to concede to Kant that such knowledge colors aesthetic experience. One sees a painting differently if one knows the name of the painter. No art is presuppositionless, and its presuppositions can no more be eliminated than art could be deduced from them. Rather than the Kantian artificer, Andersen with good instinct dealt with a toy. Stravinsky's opera characterizes the sound of that toy as a mechanical piping. 3 The difference from a natural song is perceptible in the phenomenon. As soon as the artifact wants to prompt the illusion of the natural, it founders. The artwork is both the result of the process and the process itself at a standstill. It is what at its apogee rationalist metaphysics proclaimed as the principle of the universe, a monad, at once a force field and a thing. Artworks are closed to one another, blind, and yet in their hermeticism they represent what is external. Thus it is, in any case, that they present themselves to tradition as that living autarky that Goethe was fond of calling entelechy, the synonym for monad. It is possible that the more problematic the concept of teleology becomes in organic nature, the more intensively it condensed itself in artworks. as an element of an overarching context of the spirit of an epic, entwined with history and society. Artworks go beyond their monadic limit even though they lack windows. The interpretation of an artwork as an immanent, crystallized process at a standstill approximates the concept of the monad. The thesis of the monadological character of artworks is as true as it is problematic. Their stringency and internal structuration are borrowed from their intellectual domination of reality. To this extent, what is transcendent to them is imported into them as that by which they in the first place become an immanent nexus. These categories are, however, so completely modified that only the shadow of bindingness remains. Irrevocably, aesthetics presupposes immersion in the particular work. There is no denying the progress made even in academic art scholarship through the demand for immanent analysis and the renunciation of methods concerned with everything but the artwork. At the same time, however, immanent analysis bears an aspect of self-deception. There is no determination of the particularity of an artwork that does not, as a universal, according to its form, go beyond the monad. It is delusive to claim the concept, which must be introduced externally to the monad in order to open it up from within, and thus to shatter it, has its source exclusively in the object. The monadological constitution of artworks in themselves points beyond itself. If it is made absolute, immanent analysis falls prey to ideology, against which it struggled when it wanted to devote itself to the artworks internally, rather than deducing their worldviews. Today it is already evident that immanent analysis, which was once a weapon of artistic experience against Philistinism, is being misused as a slogan to hold social reflection at a distance from an absolutized art. Without social reflection, however, the artwork is not to be understood in relation to that of which it constitutes one element, nor is it to be deciphered in terms of its own content. The blindness of the artwork is not only a corrective of the nature dominating, universal, it is also its correlative. As always, the blind and the empty belong together in their abstractness. No particular in the artwork is legitimate, without also becoming universal through its particularization. True, as an investigative procedure, subsumption never reveals aesthetic content, but if subsumption is rejected altogether, no content would be thinkable. Aesthetics would have to capitulate in front of the artwork as before a factum brutum. The aesthetically determined particular is to be referred to, the element of its universality, exclusively by way of its monadological closure, with a regularity that is indicative of something structural. Immanent analyses, if their contact with what has been formed is close enough, lead to universal determinations that emerge directly from the most extreme specification. Certainly this is also due to the analytical method. Explanation amounts to the reduction to what is already known, whose synthesis with what is to be explained inescapably involves a universal. But the reversal of the particular into the universal is no less determined by the individual object. Where it is concentrated in itself to an extreme, it executes tensions that originate in the genre. Exemplary here are Anton Webern's works, in which sonata movements shrink to aphorisms. Aesthetics is not obliged, as under the spell of its object, to exorcise concepts. Rather, its responsibility is to free concepts from their externality to the particular object and to bring them within the work. If anywhere, then, it is in aesthetics that Hegel's formulation of the movement of the concept has its locus. The reciprocal relation of the universal and the particular, which takes place unconsciously in artworks and which aesthetics must bring to consciousness, is what truly necessitates a dialectical approach. It could be objected that a residual dogmatic trust is operative here. External to the Hegelian system, it could be claimed, the movement of the concept has no sphere of legitimacy. The object can only be grasped as the life of the concept if the totality of what is objective coincides with spirit. To that the reply is that the monads, which artworks are, led by way of their own principle of particularization to the universal. The universal determinations of art are not simply an exigency of their conceptual reflection. They testify to the boundaries of the principle of individuation, which is no more to be ontologized than is its opposite. Artworks get ever closer to these boundaries the more uncompromisingly they pursue the principium individuationis. The artwork that appears as something universal bears the accidental quality of being an example of its genre. It is spuriously individual. Even Dada, the purely deictic gesture, was as universal as the demonstrative pronoun. That expressionism was more powerful as an idea than in its works perhaps has its origins in the fact that its utopia of the pure Tod T is itself a fragment of false consciousness. Yet the universal becomes substantial in artworks only by its self-transformation. Thus in Webern the universal musical form of the development becomes a not and renounces its developmental function. Its place is taken by a succession of segments of differing levels of intensity. As a result the not, like passages, become something wholly other, something more present and less relational than any development section ever was. Not only does the dialectic of the universal and particular descend into the depths of the universal in the midst of the particular, at the same time it destroys the invariance of the universal categories. Just how little a universal concept of art suffices for artworks is demonstrated by the artworks themselves in that, as Valéry noted, few fulfill the strict concept. Guilt for this is borne not only by the weakness of artists in the face of the formidable concept of their object, but also by the concept itself. The more single-mindedly artworks devote themselves to the emerging idea of art, the more precarious becomes the relation of artworks to their other, a relation that is itself demanded by the concept. But this relation can be conserved only at the price of precritical consciousness, desperate naivete. Today this is one of art's aporia. It is evident that supreme works are not the most pure, but tend to contain an extra-artistic surplus, especially an untransformed material element that burdens their immanent composition. However, it is no less evident that once the complete immanent elaboration of artworks, unsupported by anything unreflected that is other than art, has taken shape as an aesthetic norm, it is not possible willfully to reintroduce impure elements. The crisis of the pure artwork in the wake of the European catastrophes cannot be solved by breaking out of the pure work into an extra-aesthetic materiality whose moralistic pathos is pitched to obscure the fact that it is the easy way out. The line of least resistance is hardly suited to being established as the norm. The antinomy of pure versus impure art is subordinate to the more general antinomy that art is not the subordinating concept of its genres. These differ as much specifically as they diverge from one another. Point 4 The question, beloved of traditionalist apologists of every stripe, but is that still music? Is fruitless. It is concrete, however, to analyze the de-aesthetization of art as a praxis that, devoid of reflection and this side of art's own dialectic, progressively delivers art over to the extra-aesthetic dialectic. By contrast, that stereotypical question wants to use art's abstract, subordinating concept to constrain the movement of those discrete, mutually distinguishing elements in which art consists. Currently, however, art stirs most energetically where it decomposes its subordinating concept. In this decomposition, art is true to itself. It breaks the mimetic taboo on the impure as a hybrid. The inadequacy of the concept of art is registered by the linguistic sensorium in the expression a Sprachkunstwerk, a literary artwork. Not without a certain legitimacy, a literary historian coined it as a synonym for poetry in the largest sense. But the concept also does damage to poetic works that are artworks, and yet, because of their relatively autonomous discursive element, not only artworks are not artworks. Throughout, art likewise is in no way simply equivalent with artworks, for artists are always also at work on art and not only on artworks. Art as such is independent even of the artwork's consciousness. Functional forms and cult objects may develop historically into artworks. To deny this implies making oneself dependent on art's self-understanding, whose dynamic development is lodged in its own concept. The distinction urged by Benjamin between the artwork and the document 5 holds good insofar as it rejects works that are not in themselves determined by the law of form. Many works, however, are objectively artworks even when they do not present themselves as art. The name of exhibitions entitled documenta, which provide an enormous service, glosses over this problem and thus abets a historicist aesthetic consciousness that they, being museums of the contemporary, want to oppose. Concepts of this sort, and especially those of the so-called classics of modernism, contribute all too well to the loss of tension in post-World War II art, much of which goes slack the moment it appears. They comfortably adapt to the model of an epoch that likes to call itself the atomic age. The historical moment is constitutive of artworks. Authentic works are those that surrender themselves to the historical substance of their age, without reservation and without the presumption of being superior to it. They are the self-unconscious historiography of their epoch. This, not least of all, establishes their relation to knowledge. Precisely this makes them incommensurable with historicism, which, instead of following their own historical content, reduces them to their external history. Artworks may be all the more truly experienced the more their historical substance is that of the one who experiences it. The bourgeois world of art is ideologically blind even in the supposition that artworks that lie far enough in the past can be better understood than those of their own time. The layers of experience borne by important contemporary artworks, that which wants to speak in them, are, as objective spirit, incomparably more commensurable to contemporaries than are works whose historica, philosophical presuppositions are alienated from actual consciousness. The more intensively one seeks to comprehend Bach, the more puzzling is the gaze he returns, charged as it is with all the power that is his. Unless corrupted by willful stylization, a living composer would hardly be able to write a fugue that is better than a conservatory exercise or a parody or a feeble imitation of the well-tempered clavier. The most extreme shocks and gestures of alienation of contemporary art, seismograms of a universal, an inescapable form of reaction, are nearer than they appear to be by virtue of historical reification. What is considered to be intelligible to all is what has become unintelligible. What the manipulated repel as all too strange is what is secretly all too comprehensible, confirming Freud's dictum that the uncanny is repulsed only because it is all too familiar. What is blessed on the other side of the Iron Curtain as cultural heritage and accepted on this side as Western tradition is exclusively manipulable experiences that can be turned on and off at will. They are more than familiar to convention, whereas the familiar can scarcely be actualized any longer. These experiences die off in the same instant that they become immediately accessible. Their tensionless accessibility seals their fate. This is to be demonstrated equally by the fact that obscure and doubtlessly uncomprehended works are laid out in state in the pantheon of the classics, and stubbornly repeated, as by the fact that, except for a vanishing few that are reserved as exceptions for the most extreme avant-garde, the performances of traditional works turn out false and nonsensical, objectively incomprehensible. To make this evident, opposition is needed to the semblance of comprehensibility that has grown like a patina over each of these works and their performances. The aesthetic consumer is allergic to having this demonstrated. With some justification he feels that he is being robbed of what he protects as his possession, though he does not know that he is already robbed of it as soon as he claims it as his own. Foreignness to the world is an element of art. Whoever perceives it other than as foreign, fails to perceive it at all. Spirit in artworks is posited by their structure, it is not something added. from outside. This is responsible in no small way for the fetish character of artworks, because their spirit emerges from their constitution. Spirit necessarily appears as something in itself, and they are artworks only insofar as spirit appears to be such. Nevertheless, artworks are, along with the objectivity of their spirit, something made. Reflection must equally comprehend the fetish character, effectively sanction it as an expression of its objectivity, and critically dissolve it. To this extent, an art alien element, which art senses, is admixed to aesthetics. Artworks organize what is not organized. They speak on its behalf and violate it. They collide with it by following their constitution as an artifact. The dynamic that each artwork encapsulates is what is eloquent in it. One of the paradoxes of artworks is that, though they are dynamic in themselves, they are fixated, whereas it is only by being fixated that they are objectivated. Thus it is that the more insistently they are observed, the more paradoxical they become. Each artwork is a system of irreconcilables. Their process itself could not be presented without fixation. Improvisations are usually no more than juxtapositions, so to speak, marching in place. The written word and musical notation, if glimpsed for once strictly externally, are a disconcerting paradox of something existent that is in its own terms a process of becoming. The mimetic impulses that motivate the artwork, that integrate themselves in it and once again disintegrate it, are fragile, speechless expression. They only become language through their objectivation as art. Art, the rescue of nature, revolts against nature's transitoriness. Artworks become like language in the development of the bindingness of their elements, a wordless syntax even in linguistic works. What these works say is not what their words say. In art's intentionless language, the mimetic impulses are bequeathed to the whole, which synthesizes them. In music, an event or situation is able retroactively to shape a preceding development into something awesome even when it was not that in the first place. Such retroactive metamorphosis is exemplary as a metamorphosis by way of the spirit of the works. Artworks are distinguished from the gestalts on which psychological theory is based in that in artworks the elements are not merely maintained in a sort of independence, as is indeed possible in gestalts. Insofar as artworks appear, they are not, as psychical gestalts are purported to be, immediately given. By their spiritual mediation they enter into a contradictory relation with each other that appears in them at the same time that they strive to solve it. The elements are not arranged in juxtaposition but rather grind away at each other or draw each other in. The one seeks or repulses the other. This alone constitutes the nexus of the most demanding works. The dynamic of artworks is what speaks in them. Through spiritualization the works attain the mimetic impulses that primarily their spirit subjugates. Romantic art hopes to conserve the mimetic element by refraining from mediating it through form. The whole is to say what the particular scarcely still has the capacity to say. Nevertheless, romantic art cannot simply ignore the compulsion toward objectivation. It degrades what objectively refuses synthesis to something that is disconnected. If it dissociates itself in details, it inclines nonetheless, contrary to its superficial qualities, to the abstractly formal. In one of the greatest composers, Robert Schumann, this quality is bound up essentially with the tendency toward disintegration. The purity with which his work shapes an unreconciled antagonism is what gives it its power and rank. Precisely because of the abstract being for itself of form, the romantic artwork regresses back of the classicist ideal, which it rejects as formalistic. In classicism the mediation of the whole and part was far more emphatically sought, though admittedly not without traces of resignation in the whole, which oriented itself to types, but in the particular as well, which was tailored to the whole. At every point, the declining forms of romanticism tend toward the academic. Under this aspect, a sturdy typology of artworks emerges unavoidably. One type moves from above, from the whole down. The other moves in the opposite direction. That both types have endured fairly distinctly is demonstrated by the antinomy that produces them, and that is not to be resolved by any type. The irreconcilability of the universal and the particular. Rather than schematically extinguishing the particular, as was the predominant praxis of the age preceding him, Beethoven, showing an elective affinity for the spirit of the mature bourgeois spirit of the natural sciences, faced the antinomy of the universal and the particular by qualitatively neutralizing the particular. He thus did more than merely integrate music as a continuum of what is in the process of becoming, more than merely shield the form from the emerging threat of empty abstraction. In foundering, the particular elements dissolve into each other and determine the form through the process of their foundering. In Beethoven, the particular is and is not an impulse toward the whole, something that only in the whole becomes what it is, yet in itself tends toward the relative indeterminateness of basic tonal relations and toward amorphousness. If one hears or reads his extremely articulated music closely enough, it resembles a continuum of nothing. The tour de force of each of his great works is literally Hegelian, in that the totality of nothing determines itself as a totality of being, though it does so only as semblance and not with the claim of absolute truth. Yet this claim to absolute truth is at the very least suggested as the work's ultimate content by the composition's immanent stringency. The element of nature is represented by a polar opposition between the latently diffuse and ungraspable on the one hand, and the compelling force that constrains and shapes it on the other. The demon, the compositional subject that forges and hurls whole blocks, faces the undifferentiated smallest unities into which each and every movement is dissociated. Ultimately there is no material at all but only the unadorned system of basic tonal relations. Artworks are, however, again paradoxical in that not even their dialectic is literal. It does not transpire as does history, their secret model. In accord with the concept of the artifact, their dialectic is reproduced in existing works, which is the opposite of the process that they at the same time are. This is paradigmatic of art's illusory element. It remains to be shown, extrapolating from Beethoven, that in terms of their technical praxis all authentic works are tours de force. Many artists of the late bourgeois era, Ravel, Valéry, recognized this as their own task. Thus the once disdained concept of the artiste recovers its dignity. That trick is no primitive form of art and no aberration or degeneration but art's secret, a secret that it keeps only to give it away at the end. Thomas Mann alludes to this with his provocative comment that art is a higher form of prank. Technological as well as aesthetic analyses become fruitful when they comprehend the tour de force. In works at the highest level of form, the detested circus act is reenacted, the defeat of gravity, the manifest absurdity of the circus, why all the effort is in nous the aesthetic enigma. This comes to bear on questions of artistic performance. To perform a play or a composition correctly means to formulate it correctly as a problem in such a fashion that the incompatible demands it makes on the performer are recognized. The task of a rendering that will do justice to a work is in principle infinite. By its opposition to the empirical world, each artwork programmatically, as it were, establishes its unity. What has passed by way of spirit determines itself in its oneness against the accidental and chaotic that are embedded in nature. Unity is more than merely formal. By its force artworks rest themselves free from fatal disintegration. The unity of artworks is their caesura from myth. In themselves, and in accord with their immanent determination, they achieve a unity that is impressed upon the empirical objects of rational knowledge. Unity emerges from their own elements, from the multiplicity. Thus they do not extirpate myth but mollify it. turns of phrase such as that a certain painter well understood how to compose figures in a harmonious scene, or that the timing and placing of a pedal point in a Bach prelude have an especially felicitous effect. Goethe himself was on occasion not averse to formulations of this type, now have an archaic and provincial quality because they lag behind the concept of immanent unity and, admittedly, at the same time avow the surplus of arbitrary will in every work. Such comments praise what is defective in innumerable works, even if it is a defect that is constitutive of art. The material unity of artworks is all the more illusory the more its forms and elements are topoi and do not emerge immediately from the complexion of the individual work. One aspect of the opposition of modern art to immanent semblance, its insistence on the real unity of the unreal, is that it no longer tolerates anything universal in the form of an unreflected immediacy in itself. That the unity of the work does not, however, completely originate in the work's individual impulses is not due simply to how these impulses are manipulated. Semblance is defined by these impulses as well. While gazing longingly and needingly toward the unity they could fulfill and reconcile, they always at the same time flee from it. The prejudice of the idealist tradition in favor of unity and synthesis has neglected this. Unity is motivated not least of all by the fact that according to their own propensity the individual elements seek to escape it. Dispersed multiplicity does not offer itself neutrally to aesthetic synthesis as does epistemology's chaotic material, which, devoid of quality, neither anticipates nor eludes its forming. If the unity of artworks is also inescapably the violence done to multiplicity, symptomatic of which is the use in aesthetic criticism of expressions such as mastery over the material, multiplicity must, like the ephemeral and alluring images of nature in antiquity's myths, fear unity. The unity of logos, because it mutilates, is enmeshed in the nexus of its guilt. Homer's tale of Penelope, who in the evening unraveled what she had accomplished during the day, is a self-unconscious allegory of art. What cunning Penelope inflicts on her artifacts, she actually inflicts on herself. Ever since Homer's verses, this episode is not the addition or rudiment for which it is easily mistaken, but a constitutive category of art. Through this story, art takes into itself the impossibility of the identity of the one and the many as an element of its unity. Artworks, no less than reason, have their cunning. If the diffuseness and individual impulses of artworks were left to their own immediacy, to themselves, they would blow away without a trace. Artworks register what would otherwise vanish. Through unity the impulses forfeit their independence. It is only metaphorically that they are any longer spontaneous. This compels criticism even of very great artworks. The idea of greatness as a rule is bound up with the element of unity, sometimes at the cost of its relation to the non-identical. For this reason the concept of greatness itself is dubious in art. The authoritarian effect of great artworks, especially in architecture, both legitimates and indicts them. Integral form is inseparable from domination, though it sublimates it. The instinct against it is specifically French. Greatness is the guilt that works bare, but without this guilt they would remain insufficient. This is perhaps the reason for the superiority of major fragments, and the fragmentary character of others that are more finished, over fully complete works. This has always been registered by various types of form that are not among the most highly regarded. The quodlibet and medley in music, and in literature the apparently comfortable epic suspension of the ideal of dynamic unity, testify to this need. In every instance the renunciation of unity as a principle of form itself remains unity sui generis, however mediocre the quality. Yet, this unity is not binding, and an element of this absence of bindingness is probably binding in all artworks. As soon as unity becomes stable, it is already lost. The degree to which unity and multiplicity are internal to each other in artworks can be grasped in terms of the question of their intensity. Intensity is the mimesis achieved through unity and ceded by the multiplicity to the totality, although this totality is not immediately present in such a fashion that it could be perceived as an intensive force. The power accumulated in the totality is, so to speak, restored to the detail. That in many of its elements the artwork becomes more intense, thickens, and explodes, gives the impression of being an end in itself. The great unities of composition and construction seem to exist only for the purpose of such intensity. Accordingly, contrary to current aesthetic views, the whole in truth exists only for the sake of its parts, that is, its cares, the instant, and not the reverse. What works in opposition to mimesis ultimately seeks to serve it. One who reacts pre-artistically, who loves various passages of a composition or painting without considering the form, perhaps without noticing it, perceives something that is rightfully driven out by aesthetic cultivation yet remains essential to it. Whoever lacks an appreciation for beautiful passages in painting, too, as with Proust's Birgit, who, seconds before his death, is captivated by a small section of a yellow wall in a Vermeer painting, is as alien to the artwork as one who is incapable of experiencing its unity. All the same, such details gain their luminosity only by virtue of the whole. Many measures in Beethoven sound like the sentence in Elective Affinities. Like a star hope fell from the heavens below. This is true of the Adagio of the Sonata in D minor, Op. 31, No. 2. It only requires playing the passage first in context and then alone to be able to recognize how much its incommensurableness, radiating over the passage, owes to the work as a whole. The passage becomes extraordinary because its expression is raised above what precedes it by the concentration of a lyrical, humanized melody. It is individuated in relation to, and by way of, the totality. It is its product, as well as its suspension. Even totality, the gapless fittedness of artworks, is no ultimate category. Although it is intransigent in the face of regressive, atomistic perception, it is relativized because its force is proved exclusively in the particular into which it radiates. The concept of an artwork implies that of its success. Failed artworks are not art. Relative success is alien to art. The average is already the bad. The average is incompatible with the medium of particularization. Middling artworks, the healthy soil of minor masters so appreciated by historians of a similar stamp, presuppose an ideal similar to what Lukács had the audacity to defend as a normal artwork. However, being the negation of the spurious universal of the norm, art tolerates neither normal works nor middling ones that correspond to a norm or establish their meaning in terms of their distance to it. There is no scale for the ranking of artworks. Their self-identity mocks the dimension of more or less. For success, inner consistency is an essential element, but in no way the only one. That the artwork touch on something, the richness of the detail in the whole, the gesture of generosity even in the most brittle works, these are models of the demands that are present to art without their being reducible to the coordinates of inner consistency. Their plenitude would probably elude general theoretical reflection, yet they suffice for casting doubt not only on the concept of consistency but on that of success, which is in any case distorted by its association with the image of the straining model student. Yet the idea of success is all the same requisite if art is not to be abandoned to crude relativism, and the idea of success is active in the self-criticism that resides in each artwork and makes it one in the first place. Immanent to consistency is that it is not all there is to art. This distinguishes its emphatic concept from its academic correlative. What is only and thoroughly consistent is not consistent. what is nothing but consistent, regardless of what is to be formed, ceases to be something in itself and degenerates into something completely for another. This defines academic polish. Academic works are bad because the elements their logicality should synthesize engender no counter-impulses and in fact do not exist. The work undertaken by their unity is superfluous, tautological, and, insofar as it appears as the unity of something, inconsistent. These works are dry, which is in general what results when mimesis withers. According to the doctrine of temperament, Schubert, the mimic par excellence, would be sanguine, moist. The mimetically diffuse can be art because art is in sympathy with diffuseness. This is not the case for unity, which strangles the diffuse element of art to honor art. An artwork whose form springs from its truth content, however, is emphatically successful. It is not obliged to erase the traces of the process by which it has come to be what it is, its artificiality. The phantasmagorical is its opposite in that through its appearance it portrays itself as achieved instead of carrying through the process whereby it might actually succeed. This is the only moral of artworks. By pursuing it, artworks approximate themselves to a naturalness that is not unjustly demanded of art. They distance themselves from it as soon as they take the image of naturalness under their own charge. The idea of success is intolerant of administration, for it postulates objective aesthetic truth. Admittedly, there is no aesthetic truth without the logicality of the work. But to become aware of it requires consciousness of the whole process, which is sharpened as the critical problem posed by the work. The objective quality of the work is mediated through this process. Artworks have mistakes and can be vitiated by them, but there is no single mistake that the true consciousness of the process would not be able to legitimate as correct, thereby annulling the judgment. One is not necessarily a pedant to raise objections on the basis of compositional experience to the first movement of Schoenberg's string quartet in F-sharp minor. The immediate continuation of the first main theme in the viola anticipates precisely the motive of the second theme and as a result damages the economy that demands the binding contrast of a prolonged thematic dualism. If, however, one thinks through the movement as a whole, as a single instant, then the similarity is meaningful as an anticipation. Or, on the grounds of orchestrational logic, it could be objected that in the last movement of Mahler's Ninth Symphony, at the reintroduction of the main strophe, its melody twice appears in the same characteristic color, that of the solo horn, rather than being subjected to the principle of coloristic variation. On the first occasion, however, this sound is so penetrating, indeed exemplary, that the music does not disengage itself from it and yields to it. Thus the repetition turns out to be correct. The answer to the concrete aesthetic question of why a work can justly be said to be beautiful consists in the casuistic pursuit of just such self-reflecting logic. The empirical interminability of these reflections changes nothing in the objectivity of what they grasp. The objection lodged by healthy common sense, that the monadological rigor of immanent critique and the categorical claim of aesthetic judgment are incompatible because every norm trespasses on the immanence of the work, whereas without any norm the work is no more than accidental, perpetuates that abstract division of the universal and particular that makes artworks null and void. That whereby it is possible to distinguish what is correct and what is false in an artwork according to its own measure is the elements in which universality imposes itself concretely. In the monad, in what is formed in itself or incompatible with itself, a universal is lodged, even though it is impossible to pull it away from the specific form and hypostatize it. The ideological, affirmative aspect of the concept of the successful artwork has its corrective in the fact that there are no perfect works. If they did exist, reconciliation would be possible in the midst of the unreconciled. To which realm art belongs. In perfect works art would transcend its own concept. The turn to the friable and the fragmentary is in truth an effort to save art by dismantling the claim that artworks are what they cannot be and what they nevertheless must want to be. The fragment contains both those elements. The rank of an artwork is defined essentially by whether it exposes itself to, or withdraws from, the irreconcilable. Even in so-called formal elements there is, by virtue of their relation to the unreconcilable, a return of content, inhalt, that is refracted by their law. This dialectic in the form constitutes its depth. Without it, form would be what Philistines take it to be, empty play. Yet depth is not to be equated with the abyss of subjective inwardness, which is said to yawn wide in artworks. Rather, it is an objective category of works. The clever chatter about the superficiality of depth is as sophistic as is its solemn praise. In superficial works, synthesis does not intervene in the heterogeneous elements to which it refers but runs parallel with them. Those works are deep that neither mask the divergent or antagonistic nor leave it unreconciled. By forcing it into appearance that issues from the unreconciled, they incorporate the possibility of conciliation. Giving form to antagonisms does not reconcile or eliminate them. By appearing and determining all labor in the artwork, they become something essential. By becoming thematic in the aesthetic image, their substantiality emerges with all the more plasticity. Certainly many historical phases provided greater possibilities of reconciliation than does the contemporary historical situation, which radically refuses it. As the nonviolent integration of what diverges, however, the artwork at the same time transcends the antagonisms of existence without perpetrating the deception that they no longer exist. The deepest antinomy of artworks, the most threatening and fruitful, is that they are irreconcilable by way of reconciliation, whereas actually their constitutive irreconcilability at the same time deprives them too of reconciliation. Yet they converge with knowledge through their synthetic function, the joining of the disjoint. It is not possible to conceive the rank or quality of an artwork apart from its degree of articulation. In general, artworks are more valuable in direct relation to how articulated they are. When nothing dead, nothing unformed remains, when there is no part that has not been passed through in the forming process. The more deeply this process has penetrated, the more successful the work. Articulation is the redemption of the many in the one. For artistic praxis, the demand for articulation means that every specific form idea must be driven to its extreme for its realization in the artwork. Even the form idea that is the opposite of distinctness, the vague, requires the utmost distinctness of form, as in Debussy. Distinctness is not to be confused with bombastic, exalted gesturing, even though irritation with the latter originates more in anxiety than in critical consciousness. That style, flamboyant, which still stands in poor repute, may be perfectly appropriate and objective, according to the requirements of something that is to be presented. Even when the temperate, expressionless, disciplined, and middling is sought, it must be carried out with the utmost energy. The indecisive and mediocre is as bad as the harlequinade and the excitement that, through the choice of inappropriate means, becomes exaggerated. The more articulated the work, the more its idea becomes eloquent. Mimesis receives succor from its counterpole. Although the category of articulation, correlative with the principle of individuation, was not reflected until the modern age, it has objectively retroactive force even over works of the past. Their rank cannot be isolated from the later course of history. Many older works must fall because, built on stereotypes, they dispensed with articulation. Prima facie, the principle of articulation, as a principle of artistic procedure, bears analogy to the progress of subjective reason, taking it in strictly formal terms that the dialectical treatment of art relegates to being one element among others. This idea of articulation, however, would be too cheap. For articulation does not consist of differentiation that serves exclusively as a means for unification. Rather, it consists in the realization of that differentiated something that is, as Hölderlin wrote, good. Point 7 Aesthetic unity gains its dignity through the multiplicitous itself. It does justice to the heterogeneous. The generosity of artworks, the antithesis of their immanent discipline, is an aspect of their richness, however ascetically hidden that richness may be. Abundance protects them from ignominious rehashing. It promises what reality denies, but as an element subordinate to the law of form, not as a treasure that the work holds in its hands ready for the taking. The degree to which aesthetic unity is itself a function of multiplicity is evident in works that out of abstract enmity to unity seek to dissolve themselves into the multiplicitous, to renounce that whereby the differentiated becomes something differentiated in the first place. Works that are absolutely in flux, whose plurality is without reference to unity, thereby become indifferentiated, monotonous, and indifferent. The truth content of artworks, on which their rank ultimately depends, is historical right into its innermost cell. It is, however, not related to history in such a fashion that it, and thus the rank of artworks, simply varies with time. Of course such variation takes place, and artworks of quality, for example, are able to strip themselves of their outer layers in the course of history. In the process, however, truth content, quality, does not fall prey to historicism. History is immanent to artworks, not an external fate or fluctuating estimation. Truth content becomes historical by the objectivation of correct consciousness in the work. This consciousness is no vague timeliness, no kero sigma that would justify the course of a world history. That is not the development of truth. Rather, ever since freedom emerged as a potential, correct consciousness has meant the most progressive consciousness of antagonisms on the horizon of their possible reconciliation. The criterion of the most progressive consciousness is the level of productive forces in the work, part of which, in the age of arts, constitutive reflectedness, is the position that consciousness takes socially, as the materialization of the most progressive consciousness, which includes the productive critique of the given aesthetic and extra-aesthetic situation. The truth content of artworks is the unconscious writing of history, bound up with what has until now been repeatedly vanquished. Admittedly, just what is progressive is never so obvious as the innervation of fashion would like to dictate. It too has need of reflection. The determination of what is progressive involves the state of theory as a whole, for the decision cannot be resolved on the basis of isolated elements. By virtue of its artisanal dimension, all art has a quality of blind making. This element of the spirit of the times is permanently suspect of being reactionary. Even in art the operational dulls the critical edge. It is here that the self-confidence of the technical forces of production is compelled to recognize the limit of its identity with the utmost progressive consciousness. No modern work of rank, however stylistically and subjectively oriented to the past, is able to avoid this. Regardless of how much Anton Bruckner sought for theological restoration through his works, they are more than this ostensible intention. They participate in truth content precisely because, in spite of everything, they appropriated the harmonic and instrumental discoveries of their period. What they desire as eternal becomes substantial exclusively as modern and, in opposition to the modern. Rimbaud's Il faut être absolument moderne, itself modern, remains normative. However, because art's temporal nucleus is not its thematic actuality but its immanent organization, Rimbaud's norm, whatever it owes to reflection, finds its resonance in what is in a certain sense an unconscious impulse of disgust for the musty and stagnant. The capacity for sensing this is bound up with what is anathema to cultural conservatism, fashion. It has its truth as the unconscious consciousness of the temporal nucleus of art and is normatively legitimate insofar as it is not manipulated by the culture industry and torn away from objective spirit. Great artists since Baudelaire have conspired with fashion. If they denounced it, these denunciations were given the lie by the impulses of their own work. Although art resists fashion when it seeks to level art heteronomously, it is allied with it in its instinct for the historical moment, and in its aversion to provincialism and the subaltern, the refusal of which delineates the only humanly worthy concept of artistic niveau. Even such artists as Richard Strauss, perhaps even Monet, diminished in quality when, seemingly happy with themselves and with what they had achieved, they forfeited the power for historical innervation and the appropriation of the most progressive materials. The subjective impulse that registers what is to be done is the appearance of something objective transpiring back of this impulse, the development of productive forces, which art in its innermost has in common with society and at the same time opposes through its own development. In art, development has multiple meanings. It is one of the means that crystallize in art's autarky. Further, it is the absorption of techniques that originate socially, external to art, and that, because they are alien and antagonistic, do not always result in progress. And, lastly, human productive forces also develop in art, in the form of subjective differentiation. For example, although such progress is often accompanied by the shadow of regression in other dimensions, progressive consciousness ascertains the condition of the material in which history is sedimented right up to the moment in which the work answers to it. Precisely by doing so, progressive consciousness is also the transforming critique of technique. In this moment, consciousness reaches out into the open, beyond the status quo. It is not possible to eliminate from this consciousness the element of spontaneity. It is in that element that the spirit of the age indicates its determinacy and surpasses its mere reproduction. What does not simply reiterate given procedures is itself historically produced in accord with Marx's comment that each epoch solves the tasks that are posed to it. 8. In each epoch the aesthetic forces of production, the talents, emerge that, as if by second nature, correspond to the level of technique and by a sort of secondary mimesis drive it further. The categories that are held to be extratemporal natural endowments are just so temporally mediated. Thus, even the cinematographic gaze may appear innate. Aesthetic spontaneity is vouchsafed by its relation to extra-aesthetic reality. It is the determinate opposition to reality by way of adaptation to it. Just as spontaneity, which traditional aesthetics wanted to exempt from time as the creative principle, is temporal in itself, it participates in time that is individualized in the particular. By doing so, it gains the possibility of becoming objective in artworks. The concept of artistic volition is right in that it conceives the intrusion of the temporal into what is artistic, however impossible it is to reduce the artistic to the subjective denominator that is implicit in the idea of volition. In Parsifal, just as in all artworks, even in those of the so-called temporal arts, time becomes space. By virtue of what it stores within itself no less than by its own rationality, which it transposes to the logicality of artworks, the spontaneous subject is something universal, as that which brings forth a work in the here and now. It is a temporal particular. This was registered by the ancient doctrine of genius, but it was falsely attributed to charisma. This coincidence of the universal and the particular goes over into artworks, whereby the subject becomes aesthetically objective. Artworks are therefore transformed objectively, on no account simply in terms of their reception. The force bound up in them lives on. And yet reception should not be schematically neglected. Benjamin once spoke of the traces that the innumerable eyes of beholders have left behind on many paintings. 9. And Goethe's dictum that it is hard to judge what once made a great impression indicates more than merely respect for established opinion. The transformation of works is not prevented by their fixation in stone or on canvas, in literary texts or musical scores, even if the will, mythically trapped as ever, does its part in this fixation to seal the works away from time. The fixated is a sign, a function, not something in itself. The process between what has been fixated and the spirit is the history of works. If each work is in a condition of equilibrium, each may yet once again enter into motion. The elements of equilibrium are irreconcilable with each other. The development of artworks is the afterlife of their immanent dynamic. What works say through the configuration of their elements in different epochs means something objectively different, and this ultimately affects their truth content. Works may become uninterpretable and fall mute. Often their quality suffers. In general, the inner transformation of works most often involves a decline, a collapse into ideology. The past offers up ever fewer works of value. The so-called cultural reserve shrinks. The neutralization of culture as a reserve is the external aspect of the internal collapse of works. The historical transformation of artworks extends to their level of form. Although today no emphatic art can be imagined that does not lay claim to the highest level of form, this is no guarantee of survival. Conversely, works that may have held no great ambition for themselves sometimes display qualities they hardly had initially. Matthias Claudius and Johann Peter Hebel show greater powers of enduring than do more ambitious authors like Friedrich Hebel or the Flaubert of Salammbô. Parody, which thrives better at the lower than at the higher level of form, codifies the relationship. Levels of form should be maintained and relativized. However, if finished works only become what they are because their being is a process of becoming, they are in turn dependent on forms in which their process crystallizes. Interpretation, commentary, and critique. These are not simply brought to bear on works by those who concern themselves with them. Rather, they are the arena of the historical development of artworks in themselves, and thus they are forms in their own right. They serve the truth content of works as something that goes beyond them, which separates this truth content, the task of critique, from elements of its untruth. If the unfolding of the work in these forms is not too mascary, they must be honed to the point where they become philosophical. It is from within, in the movement of the immanent form of artworks and the dynamic of their relation to the concept of art, that it ultimately becomes manifest how much art, in spite of, and because of, its monadological essence, is an element in the movement of spirit and of social reality. The relation to the art of the past, as well as the barriers to its apperception, have their locus in the contemporary condition of consciousness as positively or negatively transcended. The rest is nothing more than empty erudition. All inventorying consciousness of the artistic past is false. Only a liberated, reconciled humanity will someday perhaps be able to devote itself to the art of the past without ignominy, without that infamous rancor at contemporary art, and thus make amends to the dead. The opposite of a genuine relation to the historical substance of artworks, their essential content, is their rash subsumption to history, their assignment to a historical moment. In Zermatt, the Matterhorn, the child's image of the absolute mountain, gives the appearance of being the only mountain on earth. From the Gorn Ridge it appears as one link in a colossal chain. But Gorn Ridge can only be approached from Zermatt. The situation is no different with regard to perspectives on artworks. The interdependence of quality and history should not be conceived, according to the stubborn cliché of a crude history of ideas that insists that history is the court that determines quality. This wisdom is a historico-philosophical rationalization of its own inadequacy, as if no judgment were possible in the here and now. Such humility is in no way superior to a pontificating judge of art. Cautious, postured neutrality is always ready to bow to ruling opinions. Its conformism extends even into the future. For this neutrality puts its trust in the course of world spirit, in an afterworld in which the authentic would be ever secure, whereas under its unceasing spell the world spirit confirms and bequeaths the old untruth. Occasional great discoveries or exhumations, such as those of El Greco, Buchner, and Lautréamont, have been powerful just because they make evident that the course of history as such in no way makes common cause with what is good. Even with regard to important artworks, the course of history must, as Benjamin put it, be brushed against the grain. 10 And no one is able to say what important works have been destroyed in the history of art, so deeply forgotten are they that they are not to be retrieved, or so slandered that they are beyond call. Rarely has the violence of historical reality tolerated even intellectual revisions. All the same, the idea of the judgment of history is not simply nugatory. For centuries, examples of the incomprehension of contemporaries have abounded. Ever since the end of feudal traditionalism, the demand for the new and original has necessarily collided with whatever views are prevailing. Simultaneous reception becomes ever more difficult. It is nevertheless striking how few artworks of the highest rank were brought to light even in the epoch of historicism, which ransacked everything it could lay hands on. It must be reluctantly admitted, moreover, that the most famous works of the most famous masters, themselves fetishes in commodity culture, are indeed often, though not always, superior in quality to those that have been neglected. In the judgment of history, domination in the form of prevailing opinion entwines with the unfolding truth of artworks. As the antithesis to existing society, truth is not exhausted according to society's laws. Rather, truth has its own laws, which are contrary to those of society, and in real history it is not only repression that grows but also the potential for freedom, which is unanimous with the truth content of art. The merits of a work, its level of form, its internal construction, tend to become recognizable only as the material ages or when the sensorium becomes dulled to the most striking features of the work. Beethoven could probably be heard as a composer only after the gesture of the Titanic, his primary effect, was outstripped by the crasser effects of younger composers like Berlioz. The superiority of the great Impressionists over Gauguin became evident only after his innovations had paled in the face of later developments. For quality to unfold historically, however, depends not just on it but on what came afterward, and it sets in relief what preceded it. Perhaps some relation rules between quality and the process of perishing. Inherent in many artworks is the force to break through the social barrier that they establish. Whereas Kafka's writings violate the collusion of the novel reader by the explosive, empirical impossibility of what is narrated, it is precisely by virtue of this violation that they become understandable to all. The view trumpeted in unison by Westerners and Stalinists of the incomprehensibility of modern art for the most part holds true descriptively. What is false in this view, however, is that they treat this reception as a fixed entity and ignore the interventions in consciousness of which incompatible works are capable. In the administered world, artworks are only adequately assimilated in the form of the communication of the uncommunicable, the breaking through of reified consciousness. Works in which the aesthetic form, under pressure of the truth content, transcends itself occupy the position that was once held by the concept of the sublime. In them, spirit and material polarize in the effort to unite. Their spirit experiences itself as sensually unrepresentable, while on the other hand their material, that to which they are bound external to their boundary, experiences itself as irreconcilable with the unity of the work. Kafka's writings are no more artworks than they could ever have been religious documents. The material, according to Benjamin, the language in particular, becomes desolate, starkly conspicuous. Spirit is imbued with the quality of a second-order abstractness. Kant's doctrine of the feeling of the sublime all the more describes an art that shudders inwardly by suspending itself in the name of an illusionless truth content, though without, as art, divesting itself of its semblance character. The Enlightenment concept of nature contributed to the invasion of the sublime into art. along with the critique of the absolutist world of forms that made nature taboo as monstrous, boorish, and plebeian, a critique that was itself part of the general cultural historical movement of the late 18th century. Artistic practice was penetrated by that which Kant had reserved for nature as sublime and which came increasingly into conflict with taste. The unleashing of the elemental was one with the emancipation of the subject and thus with the self-consciousness of spirit. This self-consciousness spiritualized art as nature. Art's spirit is the self-recognition of spirit itself as natural. The more art integrates into itself what is non-identical, what is immediately opposed to spirit, the more it must spiritualize itself. Conversely, spiritualization for its part introduced into art what is sensually displeasing and repugnant and what had previously been taboo for art. The sensually unpleasant has an affinity with spirit. The emancipation of the subject in art is the emancipation of art's own autonomy. If art is freed from consideration of its recipient, its sensual facade becomes increasingly a matter of indifference. The facade is transformed into a function of the content, which derives its force from what is not socially approved and prearranged. Art is spiritualized not by the ideas it affirms but through the elemental, the intentionless, that is, able to receive the spirit in itself. The dialectic of the elemental and spirit is the truth content. Aesthetic spirituality has always been more compatible with the fauve, the savage, than with what has already been appropriated by culture. Spiritualized, the artwork becomes in itself what was previously attributed to it as its cathartic effect on another spirit, the sublimation of nature. The sublime, which Kant reserved exclusively for nature, later became the historical constituent of art itself. The sublime draws the demarcation line between art and what was later called arts and crafts. Kant covertly considered art to be a servant. Art becomes human in the instant in which it terminates this service. Its humanity is incompatible with any ideology of service to humankind. It is loyal to humanity only through inhumanity toward it. By its transplantation into art, the Kantian definition of the sublime is driven beyond its boundaries. According to this definition, spirit, in its empirical powerlessness vis-a-vis nature, experiences its intelligible essence as one that is superior to nature. However, given that the sublime is supposed to be felt in the face of nature, the theory of subjective constitution implies that nature itself is sublime. Self-reflection in the face of its sublimity anticipates something of a reconciliation with nature. Nature, no longer oppressed by spirit, frees itself from the miserable nexus of rank second nature and subjective sovereignty. Such emancipation would be the return of nature, and it, the counterimage of mere existence, is the sublime. Though the traits of domination evident in its dimensions of power and magnitude, the sublime speaks against domination. This is touched on by Schiller's dictum that the human being is only fully human when at play. With the consummation of his sovereignty, he leaves behind the spell of sovereignty's aim. The more empirical reality hermetically excludes this event, the more art contracts into the element of the sublime. In a subtle way, after the fall of formal beauty, the sublime was the only aesthetic idea left to modernism. Even the hubris of art as a religion, the self-exaltation of art as the absolute, has its truth content in the allergy against what is not sublime in art, against that play that is satisfied with the sovereignty of spirit. What Kierkegaard subjectivistically terms aesthetic seriousness, the heritage of the sublime, is the reversal of works into what is true by virtue of their content. The ascendancy of the sublime is one with art's compulsion that fundamental contradictions not be covered up but fought through in themselves. Reconciliation for them is not the result of the conflict but exclusively that the conflict becomes eloquent. Thus, however, the sublime becomes latent. Art that is compelled toward a truth content, that is the locus of unarbitrated contradictions, is not capable of the positivity of negation that animated the traditional concept of the sublime as the presence of the infinite. This corresponds to the decline of the categories of play. Even in the 19th century, a famous classicist theory defined music, in opposition to Wagner, as the play of sounding, moving forms. The similarity of the process of musical events with the optical patterns of the kaleidoscope, a brooding Biedermeier invention, was frequently underscored. This similarity need not be denied out of the desire to hold culture pure. The collapsing constellations of symphonic music, as in Mahler's works, have their true analogue in the kaleidoscopic patterns in which a series of slightly varying images collapses and a qualitatively transformed constellation emerges. It is just that in music what is conceptually indeterminate, its flux and articulation, is exceedingly determinate, and in the totality of these determinations that it itself establishes, it achieves a content ignored by the concept of the play of forms. What parades as sublimity rings hollow, whereas what plays imperturbably regresses to the triviality from which it was born. Admittedly, as art became dynamic, as its immanent determination became that of being in action, its play character also secretly intensified. Thus, a half-century before Beckett, Debussy entitled his most important orchestral work Jeu, the critique of profundity and seriousness, which once took aim at the overbearing presumptions of provincial inwardness, in that it justifies an industrious and mindless participation, activity for its own sake, is no less ideological than what it criticizes. Indeed, the sublime ultimately reverses into its opposite. To speak of the sublime with regard to specific artworks is at this point impossible without the twaddle of culture, religion, and this results from the dynamic of the category of the sublime itself. The dictum that the sublime is only a step removed from the ridiculous pronounced by Napoleon at the moment when his luck turned has been overtaken by history and fulfilled in all its horror. At the time the dictum referred to a grandiose style, a pathos-laden discourse that, as a result of a disproportion between its high claims and its pedestrian reality, had a comic effect. But the targeted faux pas actually transpires within the concept of the sublime itself. The sublime was supposedly the grandeur of human beings who are spiritual and dominate nature. If, however, the experience of the sublime reveals itself as the self-consciousness of human beings' naturalness, then the composition of the concept changes. Even in Kant's formulation it was tinged with the nothingness of man. In this nothingness, the fragility of the empirical individual, the eternity of his universal destiny, his spirit, was to unfold. If, however, spirit itself is reduced to its natural dimension, then the annihilation of the individual, taking place within it, is no longer transcended positively. Through the triumph of the intelligible essence in the individual who stands firm spiritually against death, man puffs himself up as if in spite of everything. As the bearer of spirit, he were absolute. He thus becomes comical. Advanced art writes the comedy of the tragic. Here the sublime and play converge. The sublime marks the immediate occupation of the artwork by theology, an occupation that vindicates the meaning of existence one last time by virtue of its collapse. Against this verdict art is powerless. Something in Kant's construction of the sublime resists the objection that he reserved it exclusively for a feeling for nature because he had not yet experienced great subjective art. Unwittingly his doctrine expresses that the sublime is incompatible with the semblance character of art, in a way reminiscent perhaps of what Haydn implied in his reaction to Beethoven when he called him the great mogul. As bourgeois art stretched out its hand toward the sublime and thereby came into its own, the movement of the sublime toward its own negation was already implied. Theology, for its part, resists aesthetic integration. The sublime as semblance has its own absurdity and contributes to the neutralization of truth. This is the accusation of art in Tolstoy's Kreutzer Sonata. In any case, what is presented as evidence against the aesthetics of subjective feeling is that the feelings are illusory. Yet the feelings are real. The semblance is a quality of the aesthetic objects. Kant's asceticism toward the aesthetically sublime objectively anticipates the critique of heroic classicism and the emphatic art derived from it. However, by situating the sublime in overpowering grandeur and setting up the antithesis of power and powerlessness, Kant directly affirmed his unquestioning complicity with domination. Art must find domination a source of shame and seek to overturn the perdurable, the desideratum of the concept of the sublime. Even Kant was by no means unaware that the sublime is not quantitative grandeur as such. With profound justification he defined the concept of the sublime by the resistance of spirit to the overpowering. The feeling of the sublime does not correspond immediately with what appears. Towering mountains are eloquent not as what crushes overwhelmingly but as images of a space liberated from fetters and strictures, a liberation in which it is possible to participate. The legacy of the sublime is unassuaged negativity, as stark and illusionless as was once promised by the semblance of the sublime. This is however at the same time the legacy of the comic, which was always nourished by a feeling for the diminutive, the ludicrously pompous and insignificant, and which, for the most part, shored up established domination. The nonentity is comic by the claim to relevance that it registers by its mere existence and by which it takes the side of its opponent. Once seen through, however, the opponent power, grandeur, has itself become a nonentity. Tragedy and comedy perish in modern art and preserve themselves in it as perishing. Notes 1. See Stephen George, The Tapestry, From the Tapestry of Life, in the Works of Stephen George, trans. Marx and Merwitz, Chapel Hill, 1974. Page 185. The tapestry is merely barren lines, its parts at strife. Until one night the fabric leaps to life. Trans. 2. See Immanuel Kant, Critique of Judgment, trans. Werner S. Pleuer, Indianapolis, 1987, page 169. 3. See Hans Christian Andersen, The Nightingale, in the Complete Fairy Tales and Stories, trans. E. C. Hoggard, New York, 1974, pp. 203-212. See also Igor Stravinsky, The Nightingale, trans. 4. See Adorno, Die Kunst und die Künste, in Ohne Leitbild, Gesammelte Schriften, Volume 10.1, Frankfurt, 1977, pp. 168 ff. 5. See Walter Benjamin, One-Way Street and Other Writings, trans. Edmund Jeffett and Kingsley Shorter, London, 1979, page 66. 6. See Adorno, Moments Musico, Frankfurt, 1964, pp. 167 ff. 7. See Friedrich Hölderlin, Geschichte nach 1800, in Samtliche Werk, ed. F. Beissner, Volume 2, Stuttgart, 1953, page 328. 8. Karl Marx, Preface to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, trans. N. Stone, Chicago, 1904, page 12. Mankind always takes up only such problems as it can solve, trans. 9. See Benjamin, Some Motifs in Baudelaire, in Illuminations, trans. Harry Zahn, New York, 1968, page 188. 10. Benjamin, Theses on the Philosophy of History, in Illuminations, p. 257, Chapter 11, Universal and Particular. What befell the categories of the tragic and the comic testifies to the decline of aesthetic genres as such. Art has been caught up in the total process of nominalism's advance ever since the medieval ordo was broken up. The universal is no longer granted art through types, and older types are being drawn into the whirlpool. Croce's art critical reflection that every work be judged, as the English say, on its own merits raised this historical tendency to the level of theoretical aesthetics. Probably no important artwork ever corresponded completely to its genre. Bach, from whom the academic rules of the fugue were derived, wrote no transition section modeled on sequencing in double counterpoint, and the requirement to deviate from mechanical models was ultimately incorporated even in conservatory rules. Aesthetic nominalism was the consequence, which Hegel himself overlooked, of his doctrine of the primacy of dialectical stages over the abstract totality. But Croce, who tardily drew the implied consequences, dilutes the dialectic by simply dismissing, along with the genres, the element of universality rather than seriously undertaking to transcend it. This is in keeping with the general tendency of Croce's work to adapt the rediscovered Hegel to the reigning spirit of his age by means of a more, less positivistic doctrine of development. Just as the arts as such do not disappear tracelessly in the general concept of art, the genres and forms do not merge perfectly into the individual art forms. Unquestionably, Attic tragedy was also the crystallization of no less a universal than the reconciliation of myth. Great autonomous art originated in agreement with the emancipation of spirit. It could no more be conceived without an element of universality than could the latter. The principium individuationis, however, which implies the need for the aesthetically particular, is not only universal as a principle in its own right, it is inherent to the self-liberating subject. Its universal spirit is in terms of its own meaning not lodged beyond the particular individuals who bear it. The charismo sigma between subject and individual belongs to a late stage of philosophical reflection that was conceived for the sake of exalting the subject as the absolute. The substantial element of genres and forms has its locus in the historical needs of their materials. Thus the fugue is bound up with tonal relations, and it was virtually demanded by tonality as its telos. Once it had displaced modality and reigned supreme in imitative praxis. Specific procedures, such as the real or tonal answer of a fugue theme, became musically meaningful only when traditional polyphony found itself confronted with the new task of transcending the homophonic gravitational pull of tonality, of integrating tonality into polyphonic space and at the same time introducing contrapuntal and harmonic concepts. All the peculiarities of fugal form could be derived from these necessities, of which the composers themselves were in no way conscious. Fugue is the form in which polyphony that has become tonal and fully rationalized is organized. To this extent the fugue as form reaches beyond its individual realizations, and yet does not exist apart from them. For this reason, too, the emancipation from the model is universally prefigured by the model. If tonality is no longer binding, then fundamental categories of the fugue such as the distinction between dukes and comes, the standardized structure of response, and, in particular, the element of reprise in the fugue, which serves the return of the principal key, become functionless and technically false. If the differentiated and dynamic need for expression of individual composers no longer seeks objectivation in the fugue, which, incidentally, was far more differentiated than it now seems from the perspective of the consciousness of freedom, the form has at the same time become objectively impossible. Whoever persists in employing this form, which so quickly became archaizing, must construct it to the point that what emerges is its bare idea rather than its concreteness. The same holds for other forms. The construction of a predeterminate form acquires an as if quality that contributes to its destruction. The historical tendency itself has a universal element. Fugues became fetters historically. Forms can be inspiring, thorough motivic work, and hence the concrete structuration of music is predicated on the universal element in the fugal form. Even Figaro would never have become what it is if its music had not sought after what opera demands, and that implicitly poses the question of what opera is. The fact that Schoenberg, whether voluntarily or not, continued Beethoven's reflections on how quartets should be written, brought about that expansion of counterpoint that proceeded to revolutionize musical material as a whole. The glorification of the artist as creator does him an injustice because it attributes to conscious invention something that is anything but that. Whoever creates authentic forms fulfills them. Croce's insight, which swept aside the residue of scholasticism and old-fashioned rationalism, preceded the artworks themselves, a development that neither Croce, who was at heart a classicist, nor his mentor Hegel, would have approved. Yet the drive toward nominalism does not originate in reflection but in the artwork's own impulse, and to this extent it originates in a universal of art. From time immemorial, art has sought to rescue the special. Progressive particularization was imminent to it. Successful works have always been those in which specification has flourished most extensively. The universal aesthetic genre concepts, which, ever and again established themselves as norms, were always marked by a didactic reflection that sought to dispose over the quality, which was mediated by particularization, by measuring them according to common characteristics even though these common characteristics were not necessarily what was essential to the works. The authenticity of individual works is stored away in the genre. Still, the propensity toward nominalism is not simply identical with the development of art into its concept-alien concept. The dialectic of the universal and the particular does not, as does the murky concept of the symbol, eliminate their difference. The principium individuationis in art, its immanent nominalism, is not a given but a directive. This directive not only encourages particularization and thus the radical elaboration of individual works, bringing together the universals by which artworks are oriented, it at the same time obscures the boundary against unformed, raw imperia and thus threatens the structuration of works, no less than it sets it in motion. Prototypical of this is the rise of the novel in the bourgeois age, the rise of the nominalistic and thus paradoxical form par excellence. Every loss of authenticity suffered by modern art derives from this dialectic. The relation of the universal and the particular is not so simple as the nominalistic tendency suggests, nor as trivial as the doctrine of traditional aesthetics, which states that the universal must be particularized. The simple disjunction of nominalism and universalism does not hold. As August Halm, one now disgracefully forgotten, once pointed out, when writing of music, the existence and teleology of objective genres and types is as true as the fact that they must be attacked in order to maintain their substantial element. In the history of forms, subjectivity, which produces them, is qualitatively transformed and disappears into them. To the extent that Bach produced the form of the fugue on the basis of the initial efforts of his predecessors, and to the extent that it was his subjective product and in a sense fell mute after him, the process in which he produced it was objectively determined, the jettisoning of what was rudimentary and insufficiently perfected. What he achieved drew the consequences from what awaited and was needed yet still incoherent in the older canzona and Ricercar. The genres are no less dialectical than the particular. Although they originated historically and are transient, they do all the same have something in common with Platonic ideas. The more authentic the works, the more they follow what is objectively required, the object's consistency. And this is always universal. The power of the subject resides in its methexis in the universal, not in the subject's simple self-announcement. The forms hold sway over the subject up to that moment when the coherence of the works no longer coincides with the forms. They are exploded by the subject for the sake of coherence, which is a matter of objectivity. The individual work does not do justice to the genres by subsuming itself to them but rather through the conflict in which it long legitimated them, then engendered them, and ultimately cancelled them. The more specific the work, the more truly it fulfills its type. the dialectical, postulate that the particular is the universal has its model in art. This was first recognized and already diffused in Kant. From the perspective of teleology, reason functions in aesthetics as total, identity-positing reason. Itself purely a product, in Kant's terms the artwork ultimately knows nothing of the non-identical. Its purposefulness, which transcendental philosophy renders taboo in discursive knowledge by making it inaccessible to the subject, becomes manipulable in art. The universality in the particular is described virtually as pre-established. The concept of genius must function to guarantee it, though this is never made explicit. In the simplest sense of the word, individuation distances art from the universal. That art must a fond perdu become individuated makes its universality problematic. Kant was aware of this. If art is supposed whole and unfragmented, it is bound, from the outset, to fail. If it is jettisoned in order to be won, there is no guarantee that it will return. It is lost insofar as the individuated does not on its own, without any deus ex machina, go over into the universal. The sole path of success that remains open to artworks is also that of their progressive impossibility. If recourse to the pre-given universality of genres has long been of no avail, the radically particular work verges on contingency and absolute indifference, and no intermediary provides for compromise. In antiquity, the ontological view of art, on which genre aesthetics is based, was part of aesthetic pragmatism in a fashion that is now scarcely imaginable. As is well known, Plato's assessment of art shifted according to his estimation of its presumptive political usefulness. Aristotle's aesthetics remained an aesthetics of effect, though certainly more enlightened in the bourgeois sense and humanized insofar as it sought the effect of art in the effects of individuals, in accord with Hellenistic tendencies toward privatization. The effects postulated by both philosophers may already in their own time have become fictive. Still, the alliance of genre aesthetics and pragmatism is not so absurd as it may at first seem. Early on, the conventionalism latent in all ontology accommodated itself to pragmatism as the universal determination of ends. The principium individuationis is opposed not only to genres but to any subsumption by the prevailing praxis. Immersion in the individual work, which is contrary to genres, leads to an awareness of that work's immanent lawfulness. The works become monads, and are thus withdrawn from any disciplinary effect they could exercise externally. If the discipline exerted or buttressed by artworks becomes their own lawfulness, they forfeit their crudely authoritarian character vis-a-vis human beings. Authoritarian attitudes and insistence on optimally pure and unadulterated genres are compatible to authoritarian thinking. Unregimented concretion appears defiled and impure. The theory of the authoritarian personality noted this as intolerance of ambiguity, and it is unmistakable in all hierarchical art and society. Point 2. To be sure, whether the concept of pragmatism can without distortion be applied to antiquity is an open question. As a doctrine of the measurability of intellectual works in terms of their real effect, pragmatism presupposes a break between inner and outer, between the individual and collectivity, that was only beginning to take shape in antiquity, where it never attained the completeness it achieved in the bourgeois world. Collective norms did not have anything approaching the same status they have in modern society. Yet today the temptation to overemphasize the divergences between chronologically remote theorems, without being concerned with the invariance of their repressive traits, seems again to have increased. The complicity of Plato's judgments on art with these repressive elements is so obvious that ontological entêtement is needed to explain it away with the protestation that back then it all meant something completely different. Advancing philosophical nominalism liquidated the universals long before the genres, and the claims they made revealed themselves to art as posited and fragile conventions, as dead and formulaic. Genre aesthetics asserted itself even in the age of nominalism, right through German idealism, and this was probably not only thanks to Aristotle's authority. The idea of art as an irrational reserve, to which everything is relegated that does not fit into scientism, may also have had a part in this anachronism. There is even better reason to suppose that it was only with the help of genre concepts that theoretical reflection believed it could avoid aesthetic relativism, which to undialectical opinion is bound up with radical individuation. The conventions themselves become enticing, prix du progrès, to the extent that they were rendered powerless. They appear as afterimages of an authenticity of which art despairs without making them obligatory. That they cannot be taken seriously becomes a surrogate for an unachievable merriment. In that merriment, so willingly cited, the vanishing element of aesthetic play seeks refuge. Having become functionless, the conventions serve as masks. Yet these count among art's ancestors. In the rigidification that makes it a work in the first place, all art is reminiscent of masks. Quoted and distorted conventions are part of enlightenment in that they absolve the magic masks by recapitulating them in play, though they are almost always inclined to establish themselves positively and to become integrated into art as a force of repression. In any case, conventions and genres did not just stand in the service of society. Many, however, such as the topos of the maid-turned-master, were already a blunted form of rebellion. As a whole, the distance of art from the crudely empirical in which its autonomy developed would never have been achieved had it not been for conventions. Probably no one ever mistook the commedia dell'arte naturalistically. If this form of theater was only able to thrive in what was still a closed society, this society provided the preconditions for art to come into existence through an opposition in which its social opposition was cloaked. Nietzsche's defense of conventions, which originated in unrelenting opposition to the development of nominalism as well as in resentment toward progress in the aesthetic domination of material, rings false because he misinterpreted conventions literally, as agreements arbitrarily established and existing at the mercy of volition. Because he overlooked the sedimented social compulsion in conventions and attributed them to pure play, he was equally able to trivialize or defend them with the gesture of precisely. This is what brought his genius, which was superior, in its differentiation to that of all his contemporaries, under the influence of aesthetic reaction. Ultimately he was no longer able to distinguish levels of form. The postulate of the particular has the negative aspect of serving the reduction of aesthetic distance and thereby joining forces with the status quo. What is repulsive in its vulgarity does not simply damage the social hierarchy but serves to compromise art with art-alien barbarism. By becoming the formal laws of artworks, conventions inwardly shored up works and made them resistant to the imitation of external life. Conventions contain an element that is external and heterogeneous to the subject, reminding it of its own boundaries and the ineffability of its own accidentalness. The stronger the subject becomes and, complementarily, the more the social categories of order and the spiritual categories derived from these social categories weaken, the less it is possible to reconcile the subject and conventions. The increasing fissure between inner and outer leads to the collapse of conventions. If the fragmented subject then freely posits conventions, the contradiction degrades them to being mere administered events. As the result of choice or decree they fail to provide what the subject expected from them. What later appeared in artworks as the specific, unique, and non-substitutable quality of each individual work and became important as such was a deviation from the genre that had reached a point where it turned into a new quality, one mediated by the genre. That universal elements are irrevocably part of art at the same time that art opposes them, is to be understood in terms of art's likeness to language. 4. Language is hostile to the particular and nevertheless seeks its rescue. Language mediates the particular through universality and in the constellation of the universal, but it does justice to its own universals only when they are not used rigidly in accord with the semblance of their autonomy but are rather concentrated to the extreme on what is specifically to be expressed. The universals of language receive their truth content by way of a process that countervails them. Every salutary effect of language, indeed each that is not essentially destructive, depends on the words. Language's secret. In however many forms language may prove to be effective, it is not through the mediation of contents, Inhilton, but through the purest disclosure of its dignity and essence. And if I prescind from other forms of efficacy, such as poetry and prophecy, it appears to me that the crystal pure elimination of the unutterable from language is the given and most accessible form for us to act within, and to this extent through language. This elimination of the unutterable seems to me to converge precisely with a properly objective, functional style and to indicate the relation between knowledge and action within the linguistic magic. My concept of objective and at the same time highly political style and writing is this: to focus on what is denied to the word. Only where this sphere of the wordless discloses itself with unutterably pure force can a magical spark spring between word and dynamic act, unifying them. Only the intensive aiming of words toward the nucleus of the innermost muteness can be effective. I do not believe that the word at any point stands at a greater remove from the divine than does genuine action, that is, if it is otherwise unable to lead to the divine except by its own self and its own purity. Taken as a means, it becomes a rank natural growth. 3. What Benjamin calls the elimination of the unutterable is no more than the concentration of language on the particular, the refusal to establish its universals as metaphysical truth. The dialectical tension between Benjamin's extremely objectivistic and, accordingly, universalistic metaphysics of language and a formulation that agrees almost literally with Wittgenstein's famous maxim, which was incidentally published 5 years after Benjamin's letter and thus unknown to him, may be transposed to art, with the admittedly decisive proviso that the ontological asceticism of language is the only way to say the unutterable. In art, universals are strongest where art most closely approaches language. That is, when something speaks, that, by speaking, goes beyond the here and now. Art succeeds at such transcendence, however, only by virtue of its tendency toward radical particularization, that is, only in that it says nothing but what it says by virtue of its own elaboration, through its immanent process. The element that in art resembles language is its mimetic element. It only becomes universally eloquent in the specific impulse by its opposition to the universal. The paradox that art says it and at the same time does not say it, is because the mimetic element by which it says it, the opaque and particular, at the same time resists speaking. When conventions are in an ever unstable equilibrium with the subject, they are called styles. The concept of style refers as much to the inclusive element through which art becomes language, for style is the quintessence of all language in art, as to a constraining element that was somehow compatible with particularization. The styles deserved their much bemoaned collapse as soon as this piece became recognized as an illusion. What is to be lamented is not that art renounced styles but rather that art, under the spell of its authority, feigned styles. This is the origin of all lack of style in the 19th century. Objectively, mourning over the loss of style, which is usually nothing but an incapacity for individuation, stems from the fact that after the collapse of the collective bindingness of art, or the semblance of such bindingness, for the universality of art always bore a class character and was to this extent particular, artworks were no longer radically elaborated, any more so than the early automobile succeeded at freeing itself from the model of the buggy, or early photographs from the model of portraiture. The inherited canon has been dismantled. Artworks produced in freedom cannot thrive under an enduring societal unfreedom, whose marks they bear even when they are daring. Indeed, in the copy of style, one of the primal aesthetic phenomena of the 19th century, that specifically bourgeois trait of promising freedom while prohibiting it, can be sought. Everything is to be at the service of the hand that grasps it, but the grasping hand regresses to the repetition of what is available, which is not actually that at all. In truth, bourgeois art, because it is radically autonomous, cannot to be conflated with the pre-bourgeois idea of style. By stubbornly ignoring this consequence, bourgeois art expresses the antinomy of bourgeois freedom itself. This antinomy results in the absence of style. There is nothing left, as Brecht said, to hold on to under the compulsion of the market and the necessity of adaptation, not even the possibility of freely producing authentic art. For this reason, what has already been condemned to oblivion is resurrected. The Victorian terrace houses that deface Baden parody villas all the way into the slums. However, the devastations that are chalked up to an age without style and criticized on aesthetic grounds are in no way the expression of the spirit of an age of kitsch but, rather, products of something extra-aesthetic, that is, of the false rationality of an industry oriented to profit. Because capital mobilizes for its own purposes what strikes it as being the irrational elements of art, it destroys these elements. Aesthetic rationality and irrationality are equally mutilated by the curse of society. The critique of style is repressed by its polemical romantic ideal. Carried to its extreme, this critique would encompass the whole of traditional art. Authentic artists like Schoenberg protested fiercely against the concept of style. It is a criterion of radical modernism that modernism reject the concept. The concept of style never fully did justice to the quality of works. Those works that seem most exactly to represent their style have always fought through the conflict with it. Style itself was the unity of style and its suspension. Every work is a force field, even in its relation to style, and this continues to be the case in modernism, where, unbeknownst to modernism and precisely there where it renounced all will to style, something resembling style formed under the pressure of the imminent elaboration of works. The higher the ambition of artworks, the more energetically they carry out the conflict with style, even when this requires renouncing that success in which they already sense affirmation. Retrospectively, style may be exalted only because in spite of its repressive aspects it was not simply stamped externally on artworks but was rather, as Hegel liked to say in regard to antiquity, to a certain degree substantial. Style permeated the artwork with something like objective spirit. Indeed, it even teased out elements of specification, which it required for its own realization. During periods in which objective spirit was not completely commandeered and spontaneity had yet to be totally administered, there was also still felicity in style. Constitutive in Beethoven's subjective art was the totally dynamic form of the sonata, in other words, the late absolutist style of Viennese classicism that only came into its own once Beethoven carried out its implications. Nothing of the sort is possible any longer, for style has been liquidated. Instead, the concept of the chaotic is uniformly conjured up. It merely projects the inability to follow the specific logic of a particular work back onto this work. With astonishing regularity, the invectives against new art are enunciated in tandem with a demonstrable lack of comprehension, often even of any basic knowledge. There is no avoiding the recognition that the bindingness of styles is a reflex of society's repressive character, which humanity intermittently and ever under the threat of regression seeks to shake off. Without the objective structure of a closed and thus repressive society, it would be impossible to conceive an obligatory style. With regard to individual artworks, the concept of style is at best applicable as the quintessence of the elements that are eloquent in it. The work that does not subsume itself to any style must have its own style, or, as Berg called it, its own tone. It is undeniable that with regard to the most recent developments, those works that are elaborated in themselves converge. What the academic study of history calls a personal style is vanishing. If it protestingly seeks to survive, it almost inevitably collides with the immanent lawfulness of the individual work. The complete negation of style seems to reverse dialectically into style. The discovery of conformist traits in nonconformism 4 has, however, become no more than a truism, good only to help the bad conscience of conformists secure an alibi from what wants change. This in no way diminishes the dialectic through which the particular becomes universal. That in nominalistically advanced artworks the universal, and sometimes the conventional, reappears results not from a sinful error but from the character of artworks as language, which progressively produces a vocabulary within the windowless monad. Thus expressionist poetry, as Motz has shown, employs certain color conventions that can also be found in Kandinsky's book. 5 Expression, the fiercest antithesis to abstract universality, requires such conventions in order to be able to speak as its concept promises. If expression restricts itself to the locus of the absolute impulse, it would be unable to determine it adequately enough for this impulse to speak out of the artwork. Even though in all its aesthetic media expressionism, contrary to its idea, drew on style-like elements, only among its lesser representatives was this in the interest of accommodation to the market. In all other cases this phenomenon followed directly from its idea. For its own realization, expressionism must accept aspects that reach beyond the total, and this in turn compromises its realization. Naive faith in style goes hand in hand with rancor against the concept of progress in art. Conservative cultural philosophy, stubbornly insensible to the immanent tendency that motivates artistic radicalism, has the habit of sagely explaining that the concept of progress is itself outmoded and endures only as a bad relic of the 19th century. This provides a semblance of intellectual superiority over the supposed technological dependency of avant-garde artists, as well as a certain demagogical effect. An intellectual benediction is bestowed on a widespread anti-intellectualism that has degenerated into the cultivated terrain of the culture industry. The ideological character of such efforts, however, is no dispensation from reflection on the relation of art to progress. As Hegel and Marx knew, in art, the concept of progress is more refracted than in the history of the technical forces of production. To its very core, art is enmeshed in the historical movement of growing antagonisms. In art there is as much and as little progress as in society. Hegel's aesthetics suffers not least of all because, like his system as a whole, it oscillates between thinking in invariance and unrestrained dialectical thinking, and although it grasped, as no previous system had, the historical element of art as the development of truth, it nevertheless conserved the canon of antiquity. Instead of drawing dialectics into aesthetic progress, Hegel brought this progress to a halt. For him it was art and not its prototypical forms that was transient. The consequences in communist countries 100 years later could not have been foreseen. Their reactionary art theory is nourished, not without Marx's approval, on Hegel's classicism. That according to Hegel art was once the adequate stage of spirit and now no longer is, demonstrates a trust in the real progress of consciousness of freedom that has since been bitterly disappointed. Hegel's theorem of art as the consciousness of needs is compelling, and it is not outdated. In fact, the end of art that he prognosticated did not occur in the 150 years that have since lapsed. It is in no way the case that what was destined to perish has simply been forced along, emptily. The quality of the most important works of the epoch, and particularly those that were disparaged as decadent is not open to discussion with those who would simply like to annul that quality externally and thus from below, even given the most extreme reductionism in art's consciousness of needs. The gesture of self-imposed muteness and vanishing, art persists, as in a sort of differential. Because there has not yet been any progress in the world, there is progress in art, il faut continuer. Admittedly, art remains caught up in what Hegel called world spirit and is thus an accomplice, but it could escape this guilt only by destroying itself and thus directly abetting speechless domination and deferring to barbarism. Artworks that want to free themselves of their guilt weaken themselves as artworks. One would only succeed in holding true to the monodimensionality of the world spirit if one were to insist on reducing it exclusively to the concept of domination. Artworks that, in epics of liberation that go beyond the historical instant, are fraternally allied with the world spirit, owe it their breath, vigor, and indeed everything by which they go beyond the ever-sameness of the administered world. In these works, the subject opens its eyes, nature awakens to itself, and the historical spirit itself participates in this awakening. As much as progress in art is not to be fetishized but to be confronted with its truth content, it would be pitiful to distinguish between good progress as temperate and bad progress as what has run wild. Oppressed nature expresses itself more purely in works criticized as artificial, which with regard to the level of the technical forces of production, go to the extreme, than it does in circumspect works whose parti pris for nature is as allied with the real domination of nature as is the nature lover with the hunt. Progress in art is neither to be proclaimed nor denied. No later work, even were it the work of the greatest talent, could match the truth content of Beethoven's last quartets without reoccupying their position point by point with regard to material, spirit, and procedures. The difficulty of coming to a general judgment about the progress of art has to do with a difficulty presented by the structure of its history. It is inhomogeneous. At most, series are to be discerned that have a successive continuity that then breaks off, often under social pressure that can indeed be that of conformity. To this day, continuity in artistic developments has required relatively stable social conditions. Continuities in genres parallel social continuity and homogeneity. It can be supposed that there was little change in the Italian public's attitude to opera from the time of the Neapolitans to Verdi, perhaps even to Puccini, and a similar continuity of genre, marked by a relatively consistent development of means and prohibitions, can be seen in late medieval polyphony. The correspondence between closed historical developments in art and, possibly, static social structures indicates the limits of the history of genres. Any abrupt change of social structure, such as occurred with the emergence of a bourgeois public, brings about an equally abrupt change in genres and stylistic types. Thoroughbass music, which in its beginnings was primitive to the point of regression, repressed the highly developed Dutch and Italian polyphony. Its powerful revival in Bach was marginalized tracelessly for decades after his death. Only desultorily is it possible to speak of a transition from one work to another. Spontaneity, the compulsion toward the yet ungrasped, without which art is unthinkable, would otherwise have no place in its history, would be mechanically determined. This holds true for the production of individually significant artists. The continuity of their work is often fragmented, not only in the case of the work of purportedly protean natures, who seek security by switching models, but even in the case of the most discriminating. They sometimes produce works that are starkly antithetical to what they have already completed, either because they consider the possibilities of one type of work to be exhausted or as a preventative to the danger of rigidification and repetition. In the works of many artists, production develops as if the new works wanted to recover what the earlier work, in becoming concretized and therefore, as ever, limiting itself, had to renounce. No individual work is ever what traditional idealist aesthetics praises as a totality. Each is inadequate as well as incomplete, in extract from its own potential, and this runs contrary to its direct continuation if one leaves out of consideration various series of works in which painters, in particular, try out a conception with an eye to its possibilities for development. This discontinuous structure is, however, no more causally necessary than it is accidental and disparate. Even if there is no transition from one work to another, their succession nevertheless stands under the unity of the problem posed. Progress, the negation of what exists through new beginnings, takes place within this unity. Problems that previous work either did not solve or spawned in the course of their own solutions await attention, and that sometimes necessitates a break. Yet not even the unity of the problem provides an uninterrupted structure for the history of art. Problems can be forgotten. Historical antitheses can develop, in which the thesis is no longer preserved. Just how little progress in art has been a phylogenetically unbroken course can be learned ontogenetically. Innovators rarely have more power over what is old than did their predecessors. No aesthetic progress without forgetting. Hence, all progress involves regression. Brecht made forgetting his program on cultural critical grounds that are justly suspicious of cultural tradition as a golden chain of ideologies. Phases of forgetting and, complementarily, those of the re-emergence of what has long been taboo, for example, the reprise of the didactic poem in Brecht, usually involve genres rather than individual works. This is also true of taboos such as that which has today fallen on subjective, and especially erotic, poetry, which was once an expression of emancipation. In fact, the continuity of art can be construed only from a very great distance. Rather, the history of art has nodal points. Although partial histories of genre have their legitimacy, such as those of landscape, painting, portraiture, the opera, they should not be overtaxed. This is strikingly corroborated by the history of parody and contrafactum in older music. In Bach's oeuvre it is his technique, the complexion and density of the composition, that is truly progressive and more to the point than whether he wrote secular or religious, vocal or instrumental music. To this extent nominalism retrospectively affects the knowledge of older music. The impossibility of a univocal construction of the history of art and the fatality of all disquisitions on its progress, which exists and then again does not exist, originate in art's double character as being socially determined in its autonomy and at the same time social. When the social character of art overwhelms its autonomy, when its immanent structure explosively contradicts its social relations, autonomy is sacrificed, and with it art's continuity. It is one of the weaknesses of the history of ideas that it idealistically ignores this. For the most part, when continuity shatters, it is the relations of production that win out over the forces of production. There is no cause to chime in with such social triumph. Art develops by way of the social whole, that is to say, it is mediated by society's ruling structure. Art's history is not a string of individual causalities. No univocal necessities led from one phenomenon to the next. Its history may be called necessary only with regard to the total social tendency, not in reference to its individual manifestations. Its pat construction from above is as false as faith in the incommensurable genius of individual works that transports them out of the realm of necessity. A non-contradictory theory of the history of art is not to be conceived. The essence of its history is contradictory in itself. Undoubtedly, the historical materials and their domination, technique, advance, discoveries such as those of perspective in painting and polyphony in music are the most obvious examples. Beyond this, progress is also undeniable in the logical development of established methodology, as is evident in the differentiation of harmonic consciousness between the age of thoroughbass composition and the threshold of new music, or in the transition from Impressionism to Pointillism. Such unmistakable progress is, however, not necessarily that of quality. Only blindness could deny the aesthetic means gained in painting from Giotto and Cimabue to Piero della Francesca. However, to conclude that Piero's paintings are therefore better than the frescoes of Assisi would be school-marmish. Whereas with regard to a particular work the question of quality can be posed and decided, and whereas relations are thereby indeed implicit in the judgment of various works, such judgments become art alien pedantry as soon as comparison is made under the heading of better than. Such controversies are in no way immune from cultural nonsense. However much works are distinguished from each other by their quality, they are at the same time incommensurable. They communicate with each other exclusively by way of antitheses. Every work is the mortal enemy of the other. 6. They become comparable only by annihilating themselves, by realizing their life through their mortality. It is difficult to distinguish, and if at all then only in concreto, which archaic and primitive traits result from technique and which from the objective idea of the work. The two can be separated only arbitrarily. Even flaws may become eloquent, whereas what is excellent may in the course of history narrow the truth content. The history of art is just that, antinomical. The subcutaneous structure of Bach's most important instrumental works can only be brought out in performance by means of an orchestral palette that he did not have at his disposal. Yet it would be ridiculous to wish for perspective in medieval paintings, which would rob them of their specific expression. Progress can be surpassed by progress. The reduction, and ultimately the cancelling, of perspective in modern painting produces correspondences with preperspectival works that raises in estimation the distant past above the more recent past. These correspondences become Philistine, however, if primitive and superseded methods are employed for modern works and progress in the mastery over the material is disparaged and revoked. Even progressive mastery over the material is sometimes paid for with a loss in the mastery over the material. The greater familiarity with exotic musics that had previously been dismissed as primitive suggests that Western music's polyphony and rationalization, which are inseparable and which opened up all its richness and depths, dulled the power of differentiation that is alive in the minimal, rhythmic and melodic variations of monodic music. The rigidity, and, for European ears, the monotony, of exotic music was obviously the condition for this differentiation. Ritual pressure strengthened the capacity to differentiate in a narrow sphere, where it was tolerated, whereas European music, under less pressure, was less in need of such correctives. As a result, only Western music achieved full autonomy, the status of art, and the consciousness that is immanent to it cannot arbitrarily leave it in order to broaden itself in some fashion. Undeniably, a finer capacity to differentiate, which is always an aspect of the aesthetic mastery over material, is bound up with spiritualization. It is the subjective correlative of objective control. The capacity to sense what has become possible, as a result of which art becomes freer to its own task. The protest against the mastery over material itself. Volition within the involuntary is the paradoxical formula for the possible dissolution of the antinomy of aesthetic domination. The mastery over the material implies spiritualization, though this spiritualization, as the autonomy of spirit vis-a-vis its other, immediately endangers itself again. The sovereign aesthetic spirit has a tendency to communicate itself rather than to give voice to what is at stake, which alone would fulfill the idea of spiritualization. The prix du progrès is inherent in progress itself, and this is most apparent in the declining authenticity and bindingness of art and in the growing sense of accidentalness. This is directly identical with progress of the domination of the material, as seen in the intensification of the elaboration of the individual work. it is uncertain whether this loss is factual or merely semblance. For naive consciousness, as for that of the musician, a song from Die Winterreise may seem more authentic than one by Webern, as if the former had hit upon something objective, whereas in the latter the content is narrowed to merely individual experience. Yet this distinction is dubious. In works with the dignity of Webern's music, differentiation, which to untutored ears damages the objectivity of the content, is of a piece with the developing capacity to shape the work more precisely, to purge it of all residue of the schematic, and precisely this is what is called objectivation. Intimate experience of authentic modern art loses the feeling of contingency that arises as long as a language is perceived to be necessary, that has not been demolished simply by the subjective need for expression, but rather by this need in the process of objectivation. Clearly, artworks themselves are not indifferent to the transformation of their binding element into monad. That they appear to become more indifferent is not simply the result of their diminishing social effect. There is reason to think that works, through the shift to pure immanence, forfeit their coefficient of friction, an element of their essence, that they also become more indifferent in themselves. However, that radically abstract images can be displayed in public spaces without irritating anyone does not justify any restoration of representational art, which is a priori comforting even when Che Guevara is chosen for the goal of reconciliation with the object. Finally, progress is not only that of the domination of material and spiritualization but also the progress of spirit in Hegel's sense of the consciousness of freedom. Whether the domination of the material in Beethoven goes beyond that in Bach can be disputed endlessly. With regard to various dimensions, each had superior mastery of the material. Although the question of whom to rank higher is idle, the same cannot be said of the insight that the voice of the maturity of the subject, the emancipation from and reconciliation with myth, that is, the truth content, reached a higher development in Beethoven than in Bach. This criterion surpasses all others. The aesthetic name for mastery over material, technique, a borrowing from antiquity, which ranked the arts among artisanal activities, is of recent date in its present acceptation. It bears the traces of a phase in which, analogous to science, methods were considered to be independent of their object. In retrospect, all artistic procedures that form the material and allow themselves to be guided by it coalesce under the technological aspect, including those procedures that originated in the artisanal praxis of the medieval production of goods, a praxis from which art, resisting integration into capitalism, never completely diverged. In art, the threshold between craft and technique is not, as in material production, a strict quantification of processes, which is incompatible with art's qualitative telos, nor is it the introduction of machines. Rather, it is the predominance of conscious free control over the aesthetic means, in contrast to traditionalism, under the cover of which this control matured. Vis-a-vis content, Gehalt. The technical aspect is only one aspect among many others. No artwork is nothing but the quintessence of its technical elements. That any view of artworks that perceives nothing but how they are made falls short of aesthetic experience is admittedly a standard apologetic topos proffered by cultural ideology, yet it nevertheless remains true in opposition to the functionalist view of art at the point where functionalism is forsaken. Technique is, however, constitutive of art, because in it is condensed the fact that each artwork is a human artifact and that what is artistic in it becomes a human product. Technique and content must be distinguished. What is ideological is the abstraction that extracts the supra-technical from what is purportedly merely technique, as if in important works technique and content did not produce each other reciprocally. Shakespeare's nominalistic breakthrough into mortal and infinitely rich individuality, as content, is as much a function of an anti-tectonic, quasi-epic succession of short scenes as this episodic technique is under the control of the content, a metaphysical experience that explodes the meaning-giving order of the old unities. In the priestly word message, the dialectical relation of content and technique is reified as a simple dichotomy. Technique has key significance for the knowledge of art. It alone leads reflection to the interior of works, though of course only on condition that one speak their language. Because the content is not something made, technique does not circumscribe art as a whole, yet it is exclusively from its concretion that the content can be extrapolated. Technique is the definable figure of the enigma in artworks, at once rational and conceptless. It authorizes judgment in a region that does not make judgments. Certainly the technical questions of artworks become infinitely complex and cannot be solved on the basis of a single maxim. Yet in principle they can be imminently decided. Technique, as the measure of the logic of works, is also the measure of the suspension of logic. The surgical excision of technique would suit a vulgar mentality, but it would be false. For the technique of a work is constituted, by its problems, by the aphoretic task that it objectively poses to itself. It is only with regard to this problem that the technique of a work can be discerned and the question answered as to whether or not it suffices, just as, inversely, the objective problem of the work must be inferred from its technical complexion. If no work can be understood without an understanding of its technique, technique conversely cannot be understood without an understanding of the work. The degree to which, beyond the specification of a particular work, a technique is universal or monadological, varies historically, yet even in idealized eras, when style was binding, technique had the responsibility of assuring that style did not abstractly rule the work but entered into the dialectic of the work's individuation. How much more significant technique is than art alien irrationalism would like to admit is obvious in that, presupposing the capacity for the experience of art, experience unfolds all the more richly the more deeply consciousness penetrates the artwork's technical complexion. Understanding grows along with an understanding of the technical treatment of the work. That consciousness kills is a nursery tale. Only false consciousness is fatal. Métier initially makes art commensurable to consciousness because for the most part it can be learned. What a teacher finds fault with in a student's work is the first model of a lack of métier. Corrections are the model of métier itself. These models are pre-artistic insofar as they recapitulate pre-established patterns and rules. They take a step beyond this when they become the comparison of technical means with the sought-after goal. At a primitive level of education, beyond which, admittedly, the usual study of composition rarely goes, the teacher finds fault with parallel fifths and in their place suggests better voice leading. But if he is not a pedant, he will demonstrate to the student that parallel fifths are legitimate artistic means for intended effects, as in Debussy, and that external to tonality the prohibition loses its meaning altogether. Métier ultimately sloughs off its provisional, limited shape. The experienced eye that surveys a score or a drawing ascertains, almost mimetically, before any analysis, whether the objet d'art has métier and enervates its level of form. Yet this does not suffice. An account is necessary of the work's métier, which appears as a breath, the aura of artworks, in strange contrast to the dilettante's image of artistic skill. The auratic element, paradoxically apparent and bound up with métier, is the memory of the hand that, tenderly, almost caressingly, passed over the contours of the work and, by articulating them, also mollified them. This relation of aura and métier can be brought out by analysis, which is itself lodged in métier. In contrast to the synthesizing function of artworks, which is familiar to all, the analytical element is strangely ignored. Its locus is the counterpole to synthesis, that is, it focuses on the economy of the elements out of which the work is composed. Yet, no less than synthesis, it inheres objectively in the artwork. The conductor, who analyzes a work in order to perform it adequately rather than mimicking it, recapitulates a precondition of the possibility of the work itself. Analysis provides clues to a higher concept of métier. In music, for instance, the flow of a piece is concerned with whether it is thought in individual measures or in phrases that reach over and above them, or whether impulses are followed through and pursued rather than being left to peter out in patchwork. This movement in the concept of technique provides the true gradus ad parnassum. Only in the course of an aesthetic casuistry, however, does this become completely evident. When Alban Berg answered in the negative the naive question whether Strauss was not to be admired at least for his technique, he pointed up the arbitrariness of Strauss's method, which carefully calculates a series of effects without seeing to it that, in purely musical terms, one event emerges from, or is made requisite by, another. This technical critique of highly technical works obviously disregards a conception of composition that asserts the principle of shock as fundamental and actually transfers the unity of the composition into the irrational suspension of what traditional style called logicality, unity. It could be argued that this concept of technique ignores the immanence of the work and has external origins, specifically in the ideal of a school that, like Schoenberg's, anachronistically maintains the idea of developing variation, a vestige of traditional musical logic, in order to mobilize it against tradition. But this argument avoids the actual artistic issue. Berg's critique of Strauss's métier hits the mark because whoever refuses logic is incapable of the elaboration of the work that serves that métier to which Strauss himself was committed. True, already in Berlioz the breaks and leaps of the imprévu were sought after, they at the same time disrupt the thrust of the music's course, which is replaced by the thrusting gesture. Music organized in such temporal dynamic fashion as that of Strauss is incompatible with a compositional method that does not coherently organize temporal succession. Ends and means are contradictory. The contradiction cannot be assuaged simply within the realm of means, but, instead extends to the goal itself, the glorification of contingency, which celebrates as an unencumbered life something that is no more than the anarchy of commodity production and the brutality of those who control it. There is a false concept of continuity implicit in the view of artistic technique as a straight line of progress independent from content. Movements espousing the liberation of technique are capable of being affected by the untruth of the content. Just how inwardly technique and content, contrary to accepted opinion, are mutually defining was expressed by Beethoven when he said that many of the effects that are commonly attributed to the natural genius of the composer are in truth due to the adroit use of the diminished seventh chord. The dignity of such sober assessment condemns all the chatter about creativity. Beethoven's objectivity was the first time justice was done equally to aesthetic illusion and the illusionless. The recognition of inconsistencies between technique and artwork's intention, especially its expressive mimetic dimension, and its truth content sometimes provokes revolts against technique. Self-emancipation at the price of its goal is endogenous to the concept of technique. It has a propensity to become an end in itself as a sort of contentless proficiency. Fauvism was a reaction against this in painting. The analogous reaction in music was the rise of Schoenberg's free atonality in opposition to the orchestral brilliance of the Neue Deutsche School. In his essay, Problems in Teaching Art, Schoenberg, who, more than any other musician of his epoch, insisted on consistent craftsmanship, expressly attacked blind faith in technique. Reified technique sometimes provokes correctives that border on the wild, the barbaric, the technically primitive and art alien. What can truly be called modern art was hurled out by this primitive impulse, which, because it could not domesticate itself, transformed itself at every point once again into technique. Yet this impulse was in no way regressive. Technique is not an abundance of means but, rather the accumulated capacity to be suited to what the object itself demands. This idea of technique is sometimes better served by the reduction of means than by piling it up and exhausting the work. Schoenberg's economical piano pieces, Op. 11, with all the wonderful ungainliness of their innovativeness, are technically superior to the orchestration of Strauss's Heldenleben, of which only a part of the score is acoustically perceptible. Here the means are no longer adequate even to their most immediate end, the sounding appearance of what is imagined. It is possible that the mature Schoenberg's second technique, the 12-tone system, fell short of what was achieved by the earlier act of suspension involved in his first technique, atonality. But even the emancipation of technique, which draws technique into its particular dialectic, is not simply the original sin of routine, which is how it appears to the unalloyed need for expression. Because of its close bond with content, technique has a legitimate life of its own. In the process of change, art habitually finds itself in need of those elements that it was previously obliged to renounce. This neither explains nor excuses the fact that to date, artistic revolutions have been reactionary, but it is certainly bound up with it. Prohibitions, including the prohibition on luxuriating plenitude and complexity, have a regressive aspect. This is one of the reasons why prohibition, however saturated it may be with refusal, ultimately collapses. This constitutes one of the dimensions in the process of objectivation. When, some 10 years after World War II, composers had had enough of post-Weberian pointillism, a striking example of which is Bouleza's Marteau sans maître, the process repeated itself, this time as the critique of the ideology of any absolute new beginning, of starting out with a clean slate. 4 decades earlier the transition from Picasso's Demoiselles d'Avignon to synthetic cubism may have had a related meaning. The same historical experiences are expressed in the rise and fall of technical allergies as are expressed in the content. In this, content communicates with technique. Kant's idea of purposefulness, which as he conceived it established the connection between art and the interior of nature, is most closely related to technique. Technique is that whereby artworks are organized as purposeful in a way that is denied to empirical existence. Only through technique do they become purposeful. Because of its sobriety, the emphasis on technique in art alienates Philistines. It makes art's provenance in prosaic praxis, of which art stands in horror, all too obvious. Nowhere does art make itself so guilty of illusoriness as in the irrevocable technical aspect of its sorcery, for only through technique, the medium of art's crystallization, does art distance itself from the prosaic. Technique ensures that the artwork is more than an agglomeration of what is factually available, and this more is art's content. In the language of art, expressions like technique, métier, and craft are synonyms. This points up that anachronistic aspect of craft that Valéry's melancholy did not overlook. It admixes something idyllic with art's existence in an age in which nothing true is any longer permitted to be harmless. On the other hand, however, whenever autonomous art has seriously set out to absorb industrial processes, they have remained external to it. Mass reproduction has in no way become its immanent law of form to the extent that identification with the aggressor would like to suggest. Even in film, industrial and aesthetic craftsman-like elements diverge under socioeconomic pressure. The radical industrialization of art, its undiminished adaptation to the achieved technical standards, collides with what in art resists integration. If technique strives for industrialization as its vanishing point, it does so at the cost of the immanent elaboration of the work and thus at the cost of technique itself. This instills into art an archaic element that compromises it. The fanatic predilection that generations of youth have had for jazz unconsciously protests against this and at the same time manifests the implicit contradiction, for production that adapts to industry or, at the least, acts as if it had done so, falls helplessly behind the artistic compositional forces of production in terms of its own aesthetic complexion. The current tendency, evident in media of all kinds, to manipulate accident is probably an effort to avoid old-fashioned and effectively superfluous craftsman-like methods in art without delivering art over to the instrumental rationality of mass production. The suspicious question as to art in the age of technology, as unavoidable as it is a socially naive slogan of the epoch, can be approached only by reflection on the relation of artworks to purposefulness. Certainly artworks are defined by technique as something that is purposeful in itself. The work's terminus ad chem, however, has its locus exclusively in itself, not externally. Therefore, the technique of its immanent purposefulness also remains without a purpose, whereas technique itself constantly has extra-aesthetic technique as its model. Kant's paradoxical formulation expresses an antinomical relation, though the antinomist did not make it explicit, in the process of becoming increasingly technical, which irrevocably binds them to functional forms. Artworks come into contradiction with their purposelessness. In applied arts, products are, for example, adapted to the streamlined form that serves to reduce air resistance, even though the chairs will not be meeting with this resistance. Applied arts are, however, a prophetic warning for art. Art's irrevocably rational element, which is concentrated as its technique, works against art. It is not that rationality kills the unconscious, the substance of art, or whatever. Technique alone made art capable of admitting the unconscious into itself. But precisely by virtue of its absolute autonomy, the rational, purely elaborated artwork would annul its difference from empirical existence. Without imitating it, the artwork would assimilate itself to its opposite, the commodity. It would be indistinguishable from completely functional works except that it would have no purpose, and this, admittedly, would speak against it. The totality of inner aesthetic purposefulness develops into the problem of art's purposefulness beyond its own sphere, a problem for which it has no answer. The judgment holds that the strictly technical artwork comes to ruin, and those works that restrict their own technique are inconsequential. If technique is the quintessence of art's language, it at the same time inescapably liquidates its language. In art no less than in other domains, the concept of the technical force of production cannot be fetishized. Otherwise, it would become a reflex of that technocracy that is a form of domination, socially disguised under the semblance of rationality. Technical forces of production have no value in themselves. They receive their importance exclusively in relation to their purpose in the work, and ultimately in relation to the truth content of what has been written, composed, or painted. Of course, such purposefulness of technical means in art is not transparent. Purpose often hides in technology without the latter's adequacy to the purpose being immediately ascertainable. Thus the discovery and rapid development of instrumental technique in the early 19th century bore the technocratic traces of Saint-Simonian technocracy. How this instrumental integration of works in all their dimensions was related to purpose only became evident at a later stage, and at that point once again, qualitatively transformed orchestral technique. In art, the entwinement of purpose and technical means is an admonition for the circumspect invocation of categorical judgments on their quid pro quo. Likewise, it is uncertain whether adaptation to extra-aesthetic technique necessarily amounts, inner aesthetically, to progress. This could hardly be claimed in the case of the Symphonie Fantastique, a pendant to early world fairs, in comparison with the contemporaneous late work of Beethoven. beginning. In those years, the erosion of subjective mediation, which almost always accompanies technologization, took its toll on music, as is evident in the lack of real compositional elaboration in Berlioz's work. The technological artwork is by no means a priori more consistent than that which, in response to industrialization, turns inward, intent on producing the effect of an effect without a cause. What hits the mark in the various reflections on art, in what journalists call the technological age, which is just as much marked by the social relations of production as by the level of productive forces, is not so much the adequacy of art to technical development as the transformation of the experiential forms sedimented in artworks. The question is that of the aesthetic world of imagery. Pre-industrial imagery irretrievably had to collapse. The sentence with which Benjamin's reflections on surrealism began, "It no longer feels right to dream about the blue flower," 8, gets to the heart of the matter. Art is mimesis of the world of imagery and at the same time its enlightenment through forms of control. The world of imagery, itself thoroughly historical, is done an injustice by the fiction of a world of images that effaces the relations in which people live. The utilization of available technical means in accord with the critical consciousness of art does not offer a solution to the problem whether and how art is possible that, as an uneducable innocence thinks of it, would be relevant in today's world. On the contrary, any solution demands the authenticity of a form of experience that does not lay claim to an immediacy it has lost. Today, immediacy of aesthetic comportment is exclusively an immediate relationship to the universally mediated. That today any walk in the woods, unless elaborate plans have been made to seek out the most remote forests, is accompanied by the sound of jet engines overhead not only destroys the actuality of nature as, for instance, an object of poetic celebration. It affects the mimetic impulse. Nature poetry is anachronistic not only as a subject, its truth content has vanished. This may help clarify the anorganic aspect of Beckett's as well as of Celan's poetry. It yearns neither for nature nor for industry, it is precisely the integration of the latter that leads to poetization, which was already a dimension of Impressionism, and contributes its part to making peace with an unpeaceful world. Art, as an anticipatory form of reaction, is no longer able, if it ever was, to embody pristine nature or the industry that has scorched it. The impossibility of both is probably the hidden law of aesthetic non-representationalism. The images of the post-industrial world are those of a corpse. They want to avert atomic war by banning it, just as 40 years ago surrealism sought to save Paris through the image of cows grazing in the streets, the same cows after which the people have bombed out Berlin, rebaptized Kurfürstendamm as Kudamm.9 in relation to its telos. All aesthetic technique falls under the shadow of irrationality, which is the opposite of that for which aesthetic irrationalism criticizes technique, and this shadow is anathema to technique. Of course, an element of universality cannot be eliminated from technique any more than from the movement of nominalism as a whole. Cubism and composition with 12 tones related only to one another 10 are, in terms of their idea, universal procedures in the age of the negation of aesthetic universality. The tension between objectivating technique and the mimetic essence of artworks is fought out in the effort to save the fleeting, the ephemeral, the transitory in a form that is immune to reification and yet akin to it in being permanent. It is probably only in this Sisyphean struggle that the concept of artistic technique took shape. It is akin to the tour de force. This is the focal point of Valeri's theory, a rational theory of aesthetic irrationality. Incidentally, art's impulse to objectivate the fleeting, not the permanent, may well run through the whole of its history. Hegel failed to recognize this and for this reason, in the midst of dialectics, failed to recognize the temporal core of art's truth, content. The subjectivization of art throughout the 19th century, which at the same time unbound its technical forces of production, did not sacrifice the objective idea of art but rather, by bringing it fully into time, set it in sharper, purer relief than any classicist purity ever achieved. Thus, the greatest justice that was done to the mimetic impulse becomes the greatest injustice, because permanence, objectivation, ultimately negates the mimetic impulse. Yet the guilt for this is borne not by art's putative decline, but by the idea of art itself. Aesthetic nominalism is a process that transpires in the form and that ultimately becomes form. Even here the universal and the particular are mediated. The nominalistic prohibitions on predefined forms are, as prescriptions, canonical. The critique of forms is entwined with the critique of their formal adequacy. Prototypical in this regard is the distinction between closed and open forms, which is relevant to all theory of form. Open forms are those universal genre categories that seek an equilibrium with the nominalistic critique of universality that is founded on the experience that the unity of the universal and the particular, which is claimed by artworks, fundamentally fails. No pregiven universal unprotestingly receives a particular that does not derive from a genre. The perpetuated universality of forms becomes incompatible with form's own meaning. The promise of something rounded, overarching, and balanced is not fulfilled. For this is a promise made to what is heterogeneous to the forms, which probably never tolerated identity with them. Forms that rattle on after their moment is passed to the form itself injustice. Form that has become reified with regard to its other is no longer form. The sense of form, in Bach, who in many regards opposed bourgeois nominalism, did not consist in showing respect for traditional forms but rather in keeping them in motion, or better, in not letting them harden in the first place. Bach was nominalistic on the basis of his sense of form. A not unrancorous cliché praises the novel for its gift of form, yet the cliché has its justification not in the novel's happy manipulation of forms but in its capacity for maintaining the lability of forms to what is formed, of yielding to it out of sensual sympathy rather than simply taming it. The sense for forms instructs on their problematic, that the beginning and end of a musical phrase, the balanced composition of a painting, stage rituals such as death or marriage, of heroes are vain because they are arbitrary. What is shaped does not honor the form that shapes. If, however, the renunciation of ritual in the idea of an open genre, which is itself often conventional enough, like the rondo, is free of the lie of necessity, the idea of the genre becomes all the more exposed to contingency. The nominalistic artwork should become an artwork by being organized from below to above, not by having principles of organization foisted on it. But no artwork left blindly to itself possesses the power of organization that would set up binding boundaries for itself. Investing the work with such a power would in fact be fetishistic. Unchecked aesthetic nominalism liquidates, just as philosophical critique does with regard to Aristotle, all forms as a remnant of a spiritual being in itself. It terminates in a literal facticity, and this is irreconcilable with art. In an artist with the incomparable level of form of Mozart, it would be possible to show how closely that artist's most daring and thus most authentic formal structures verge on nominalistic collapse. The artifactual character of the artwork is incompatible with the postulate of pure relinquishment to the material. By being something made, artworks acquire that element of organization, of being something directed, in the dramaturgical sense, that is anathema to the nominalistic sensibility. The historical aporia of aesthetic nominalism culminates in the insufficiency of open forms, a striking example of which is Brecht's difficulty in writing convincing conclusions to his plays. A qualitative leap in the general tendency to open form is, moreover, not to be overlooked. The older open forms were based on traditional forms that they modified but from which They maintained more than just the external trappings. The classical, Viennese sonata was a dynamic yet closed form, and this closure was precarious. The rondo, with the intentional freedom in the alternation of refrain and couplets, was a decidedly open form. All the same, in the fiber of what was composed, the difference was not so substantial. From Beethoven to Mahler, the sonata rondo was much employed, which transplanted the development section of the sonata to the rondo, thus balancing off the playfulness of the open form with the bindingness of the closed form. This was possible because the rondo form was itself never literally pledged to contingency but rather, in the spirit of a nominalistic age, and in recollection of the much older spirit of the rounded canon, the alternation between choir and soloist adapted to the demand for an absence of constraint in an established form. The rondo lent itself better to cheap standardization than did the dynamically developing sonata, whose dynamic, in spite of its closure, did not permit typification. The sense of form, which in the rondo at the very least gave the impression of contingency, required guarantees in order not to explode the genre. Antecedent forms in Bach, such as the presto of his Italian concerto, were more flexible, less rigid, more complexly elaborated than were Mozart's rondos, which belonged to a later stage of nominalism. The qualitative reversal occurred when, in place of the oxymoron of the open form, a new procedure appeared that, indifferent to the genres, completely followed the nominalistic commandment. Paradoxically, the results had greater closure than their conciliatory predecessors. The nominalistic urge for authenticity resists the playful forms as descendants of feudal divertissement. The seriousness in Beethoven is bourgeois. Contingency impinged on form. Ultimately, contingency is a function of growing structuration. This explains apparently marginal events such as the temporally contracting scope of musical compositions, as well as the miniature format of Klee's best works. Resignation vis-a-vis time and space gave ground to the crisis of nominalistic form until it was reduced to a mere point, effectively inert. Action painting, l'art informel, and aleatorical works may have carried the element of resignation to its extreme. The aesthetic subject exempts itself of the burden of giving form to the contingent material it encounters, despairing of the possibility of undergirding it, and instead shifts the responsibility for its organization back to the contingent material itself. The gain here is, however, dubious. Form purportedly distilled from the contingent and the heterogeneous itself remains heterogeneous and, for the artwork, arbitrary. In its literalness it is alien to art. Statistics are used to console for the absence of traditional forms. This situation holds embedded in itself the figure of its own critique. Nominalistic artworks constantly require the intervention of the guiding hand they conceal in the service of their principle. The extremely objective critique of semblance incorporates an illusory element that is perhaps as irrevocable as the aesthetic semblance of all artworks. Often in artistic products of chance a necessity is sensed to subordinate these works to, effectively, a stylizing procedure of selection. Corriger la fortune. This is the fateful writing on the wall of the nominalistic artwork. Its fortune is nothing of the kind but rather that fateful spell from which artworks have tried to extricate themselves ever since art lodged its claim against myth in antiquity. Beethoven's music, which was no less affected by nominalism than was Hegel's philosophy, is incomparable in that the intervention enjoined by the problematic of form is permeated with autonomy, that is, with the freedom of the subject that is coming to self-consciousness. He legitimated what, from the standpoint of the artwork that was to be developed entirely on its own terms, must have seemed like an act of coercion on the basis of its own content. No artwork is worthy of its name that would hold at bay what is accidental in terms of its own law of form. For form is, according to its own concept, the form of something, and this something must not be permitted to become merely the tautology of form, but the necessity of this relation of form to its other undermines form. Form cannot set itself up vis-a-vis the heterogeneous as that purity that is form it wants to be just as much as it requires the heterogeneous. The immanence of form in the heterogeneous has its limits. Nevertheless, the history of the whole of bourgeois art was not possible, except as the effort if not to solve the antinomy of nominalism then at least to give it shape, to win form from its negation. In this the history of modern art is not merely analogous to the history of philosophy, it is the same history. What Hegel called the unfolding of truth occurred as the same process of unfolding both in art and philosophy, the necessity of bringing about the objectivation of the nominalistic element, which this element at the same time resists, engenders the principle of construction. Construction is the form of works that is no longer imposed on them ready-made yet does not arise directly out of them either, but rather originates in its reflection through subjective reason. Historically, the concept of construction originated in mathematics. It was applied to substantive concerns for the first time in Schelling's speculative philosophy, where it was to serve as the common denominator of the diffusely contingent and the need for form. The concept of construction in art comes close to this, because art can no longer rely on any objectivity of universals and yet by its own concept is nonetheless the objectivation of impulses. Objectivation becomes functionalized. By demolishing the security of forms, nominalism made all art plein air long before this became an unmetaphoric slogan. Thinking and art both became dynamic. It is hardly an unfair overgeneralization to say that nominalistic art has a chance of objectivation only through immanent development, through the processual character of every particular artwork. Dynamic objectivation, however, the determination of the work as existing in itself, involves a static element. In construction, the dynamic reverses completely into the static. The constructed work stands still. Nominalism's progress thus reaches its own limit. In literature, the prototype of dynamization was intrigue. In music, the prototype was the development section. In Haydn's developments, a self-preoccupied busyness, opaque to itself in terms of its own purpose, became an objective determining basis of what is perceived as an expression of subjective humor. The individual activity of the motifs as they pursue their separate interests, all the while assured by a sort of residual ontology that, through this activity they serve the harmony of the whole, is unmistakably reminiscent of the zealous, shrewd, and narrow-minded demeanor of intrigants, the descendants of the dumb devil. His dumbness infiltrates even the emphatic works of dynamic classicism, just as it lingers on in capitalism. The aesthetic function of such means was dynamically, through development, to confirm the process ignited by a unique element. The premises immediately posited by the work are fulfilled as its result. There is a kind of cunning of unreason that strips the intrigant of his narrow-mindedness. The tyrannical individual becomes the affirmation of the process. The reprise, peculiarly long-lived in the history of music, embodies, to an equal degree, affirmation and, as the repetition of what is essentially unrepeatable, limitation. Intrigue and development are not only subjective activity, temporal development for itself. They also represent unleashed, blind, and self-consuming life in the works. Against it, artworks are no longer a bulwark. Every intrigue, literally and figuratively, says, "This is how things are, this is what it's like out there." In the portrayal of this, comments say, the unwitting artwork is permeated by its other, its own essence, the movement toward objectivation, and is motivated by that heterogeneous other. This is possible because intrigue and development, which are subjective aesthetic means, when transplanted into the work, acquire that quality of subjective objectivation that they have in the external world, where they reproach social labor and its narrow-mindedness with its potential superfluity. This superfluity is truly the point at which art coincides with the real world's business. To the extent to which a drama, itself a sonata-like product of the bourgeois era, is in musical terms worked, that is, dissected into the smallest motifs and objectivated in their dynamic synthesis, to this extent, and right into the most sublime moments, the echo of commodity production can be heard. The common nexus of these art technical procedures and material processes, which has developed in the course of industrialization, has yet to be clarified but is nevertheless strikingly evident. With the emergence of intrigue and development, however, commodity production not only migrates into artworks in the form of a heterogeneous life but indeed also as their own law, nominalistic. Artworks were unwitting tableaux économiques. This is the historico-philosophical origin of modern humor. Certainly it is through external industry that life is reproduced. It is a means to an end. But it subordinates all ends until it itself becomes an end in itself and truly absurd. This is recapitulated in art in that the intrigues, plots, and developments, as well as the depravity and crime of detective novels, absorb all interest. By contrast, the conclusions to which they lead sink to the level of the stereotypical. Thus real industry, which by its own definition is only a for something, contradicts its own definition and becomes silly in itself and ridiculous for the artist. Through the form of his finales, Haydn, one of the greatest composers, showed the futility of the dynamics by which they are objectivated, and did so in a way that became paradigmatical for art. This is the locus of whatever may justly be called humor in Beethoven. However, the more intrigue and dynamics become ends in themselves, intrigue already reached the level of thematic frenzy in Les Liaisons Dangereuses, the more comic do they become in art as well, and the more does the affect associated subjectively with this dynamic effectively become rage over the lost penny. It becomes the element of indifference in individuation. The dynamic principle, by means of which art was long and insistently justified, in hoping for homeostasis between the universal and the particular, is rejected. Even its magic is shorn away by the sense for form. It begins to seem inept. This experience can be traced back to the middle of the 19th century. Baudelaire, the apologist of form no less than the poet of the Vie moderne, expressed this in the dedication of Le Spleen de Paris, when he wrote that he can break off where he pleases, and so may the reader, for I have not strung his wayward will to the endless thread of some unnecessary plot. 11. What was organized by nominalistic art by means of development is stigmatized as superfluous once the intention of its function is recognized, and this becomes an irritant. With this comment, the chief figure of the whole of L'Art pour l'Art effectively capitulates. His Degout extends to the dynamic principle that engenders the work as autonomous in itself. Since that moment the law of all art has been its antilaw. Just as for the bourgeois nominalistic artwork the necessity of a static form decayed, here it is the aesthetic dynamic that decays in accord with the experience first formulated by Kernberger but flashing up in each line and stanza of Baudelaire, that life no longer exists. This has not changed in the situation in which contemporary art finds itself. Art's processual character has been overtaken by the critique of semblance, and not merely as the critique of aesthetic universality but rather as that of progress in the midst of what is ever the same. Process has been unmasked as repetition and has thus become an embarrassment to art. Enciphered in modern art is the postulate of an art that no longer conforms to the disjunction of the static and dynamic. Beckett, indifferent to the ruling cliché of development, views his task as that of moving in an infinitely small space toward what is effectively a dimensionless point. This aesthetic principle of construction, as the principle of il faut continuer, goes beyond stasis, and it goes beyond the dynamic in that it is at the same time a principle of treading water and, as such, a confession of the uselessness of the dynamic. In keeping with this, all constructivistic techniques tend towards stasis. The telos of the dynamic of the ever-same is disaster. Beckett's writings look this in the eye. Consciousness recognizes the limitedness of limitless self-sufficient progress as an illusion of the absolute subject, and social labor aesthetically mocks bourgeois pathos once the superfluity of real labor came into reach. The dynamic in artworks is brought to a halt by the hope of the abolition of labor and the threat of a glacial death. Both are registered in the dynamic, which is unable to choose on its own. The potential of freedom manifest in it is at the same time denied by the social order, and therefore it is not substantial in art either. That explains the ambivalence of aesthetic construction. Construction is equally able to codify the resignation of the weakened subject and to make absolute alienation the sole concern of art, which once wanted the opposite, as it is able to anticipate a reconciled condition that would itself be situated beyond static and dynamic. The many interrelations with technocracy give reason to suspect that the principle of construction remains aesthetically obedient to the administered world, but it may terminate in a yet unknown aesthetic form, whose rational organization might point to the abolition of all categories of administration along with their reflexes in art. Notes 1. August Halm, 1869–1929, the musicologist and author of Harmonieler, 1905, and essays collected in Von Form und Sinn der Musik, 1978, trans. 2. C. Adorno et al. The Authoritarian Personality, New York, 1982, pp. 275 ff. Trans. 3. C. Walter Benjamin, The Correspondence of Walter Benjamin 1910. 1940, ed. Gershom Scholem and T. W. Adorno, trans. Manfred Jacobson and Evelyn Jacobson, Chicago, 1994, page 80. 4. C. Adorno, Minima Moralia, trans. E.F.N. Jeffcott, London, 1974. pp. 206 ff. 5. C. Kurt Motz, Die Farbensprache der expressionistischen Lyrik, in Deutsche Vierteljahrschrift für Literaturwissenschaft und Geistesgeschichte, Volume 31, 1957, pp.198 ff. See also Wassily Kandinsky, Concerning the Spiritual in Art, trans. M. T. H. Sadler, New York, 1946, trans. 6. Adorno is quoting from his Die Kunst und die Künste in Ohne Liedbild, Gesammelte Schriften, Volume 10.1, Frankfurt, 1977, trans. 7. C. Arnold Schoenberg, Problems in Teaching Art, in Style and Idea. Ed. Leonard Stein, trans. Leo Black, Berkeley, 1975, pp. 365–368. 8. C. Walter Benjamin, Schriften, ed. T. W. Adorno and G. Adorno, Volume 1, Frankfurt, 1955, page 421. The blue flower is the Blau Bloom of Novalis's Heinrich von Ofterdingen, which became a symbol of romantic longing. Trans. 9. A punning abbreviation of Avenue of the Elector to Avenue of the Cows. Trans. 10. Schoenberg's own description of his technique in composition with 12 tones, in Style and Idea, pp. 214–245. Trans. 11. Charles Baudelaire, to Arsène Houssaye, in the Poems in Prose. Trans. F. Scarfe, London, 1989, page 25. Chapter Society. 12. Prior to the emancipation of the subject, art was undoubtedly in a certain sense more immediately social than it was afterward. Its autonomy, its growing independence from society, was a function of the bourgeois consciousness of freedom that was itself bound up with the social structure. Prior to the emergence of this consciousness, art certainly stood in opposition to social domination and its mores, but not with an awareness of its own independence. There had been conflicts between art and society desultorily ever since art was condemned in Plato's state, but the idea of a fundamentally oppositional art was inconceivable, and social controls worked much more immediately than in the bourgeois era until the rise of totalitarian states. On the other hand, the bourgeoisie integrated art much more completely than any previous society had. Under the pressure of an intensifying nominalism, the ever-present yet latent social character of art was made increasingly manifest. This social character is incomparably more evident in the novel than it was in the highly stylized and remote epics of chivalry. The influx of experiences that are no longer forced into a priori genres, the requirement of constituting form out of these experiences, that is, from below. This is realistic in purely aesthetic terms, regardless of content, inhalt. No longer sublimated by the principle of stylization, the relation of content to the society from which it derives at first becomes much less refracted, and this is not only the case in literature. The so-called lower genres too held their distance from society, even when, like Attic comedy, they made bourgeois relations and the events of daily life thematic. The flight into no man's land is not just one of Aristophanes' antics but rather an essential element of his form. If, in one regard, as a product of the social labor of spirit, art is always implicitly a fait social, in becoming bourgeois art its social aspect was made explicit. The object of bourgeois art is the relation of itself as artifact to empirical society. Don Quixote stands at the beginning of this development. Art, however, is social not only because of its mode of production, in which the dialectic of the forces and relations of production is concentrated, nor simply because of the social derivation of its thematic material. Much more importantly, art becomes social by its opposition to society, and it occupies this position only as autonomous art, by crystallizing in itself as something unique to itself. Rather than complying with existing social norms and qualifying as socially useful, it criticizes society by merely existing, for which Puritans of all stripes condemn it. There is nothing pure, nothing structured strictly, according to its own immanent law, that does not implicitly criticize the debasement of a situation evolving in the direction of a total exchange, society in which everything is heteronomously defined. Art's asociality is the determinate negation of a determinate society. Certainly through its refusal of society, which is equivalent to sublimation through the law of form, autonomous art makes itself a vehicle of ideology. The society at which it shudders is left in the distance, undisturbed. Yet this is more than ideology. Society is not only the negativity that the aesthetic law of form condemns but also, even in its most objectionable shape, the quintessence of self-producing and self-reproducing human life. Art was no more able to dispense with this element than with critique until that moment when the social process revealed itself as one of self-annihilation, and it is not in the power of art, which does not make judgments, to separate these two elements intentionally. A pure productive force such as that of the aesthetic, once freed from heteronomous control, is objectively the counterimage of enchained forces, but it is also the paradigm of fateful, self-interested doings. Art keeps itself alive through its social force of resistance. Unless it reifies itself, it becomes a commodity. Its contribution to society is not communication with it but rather something extremely mediated. It is resistance in which, by virtue of inner aesthetic development, social development is reproduced without being imitated. At the risk of itself alienation. Radical modernity preserves art's immanence by admitting society only in an obscured form, as in the dreams with which artworks have always been compared. Nothing social in art is immediately social, not even when this is its aim. Not long ago even the socially committed Brecht found that to give his political position artistic expression it was necessary to distance himself precisely from that social reality at which his works took aim. Jesuitical machinations were needed sufficiently to camouflage what he wrote as socialist realism to escape the Inquisition. Music betrays all art. Just as in music society, its movement and its contradictions appear only in shadowy fashion, speaking out of it, indeed, yet in need of identification, so it is with all other arts. Whenever art seems to copy society, it becomes all the more an as if. For opposite reasons, Brecht's China in The Good Woman of Sichuan is no less stylized than Schiller's Messina in The Bride of Messina. All moral judgments on the characters in novels or plays have been senseless even when these judgments have justly taken the empirical figures back of the work as their targets. Discussions about whether a positive hero can have negative traits are as foolish as they sound to anyone who overhears them from so much as the slightest remove. Form works like a magnet that orders elements of the empirical world in such a fashion that they are estranged from their extra-aesthetic existence, and it is only as a result of this estrangement that they master the extra-aesthetic essence. Conversely, by exploiting these elements the culture industry all the more successfully joins slavish respect for empirical detail, the gapless semblance of photographic fidelity, with ideological manipulation. What is social in art is its immanent movement against society, not its manifest opinions. Its historical gesture repels empirical reality, of which artworks are nevertheless part in that they are things. Insofar as a social function can be predicated for artworks, it is their functionlessness. Through their difference from a bewitched reality, they embody negatively a position in which what is would find its rightful place, its own. Their enchantment is disenchantment. Their social essence requires a double reflection on their being for themselves and on their relations to society. Their double character is manifest at every point. They change and contradict themselves. It was plausible that socially progressive critics should have accused the program of l'art pour l'art, which has often been in league with political reaction, of promoting a fetish with the concept of a pure, exclusively self-sufficient artwork. What is true in this accusation is that artworks, products of social labor that are subject to or produce their own law of form, seal themselves off from what they themselves are. To this extent, each artwork could be charged with false consciousness and chalked up to ideology. In formal terms, independent of what they say, they are ideology in that a priori they posit something spiritual as being independent from the conditions of its material production and therefore as being intrinsically superior and beyond the primordial guilt of the separation of physical and spiritual labor. What is exalted on the basis of this guilt is at the same time debased by it. This is why artworks with truth content do not blend seamlessly with the concept of art, l'art pour l'art. Theorists, like Valéry, have pointed this out. But the guilt they bear of fetishism does not disqualify art, any more so than it disqualifies anything culpable. For in the universally, socially mediated world nothing stands external to its nexus of guilt. The truth content of artworks, which is indeed their social truth, is predicated on their fetish character. The principle of heteronomy, apparently the counterpart of fetishism, is the principle of exchange, and in it domination is masked. Only what does not submit to that principle acts as the plenipotentiary of what is free from domination. Only what is useless can stand in for the stunted use value. Artworks are plenipotentiaries of things that are no longer distorted by exchange, profit, and the false needs of a degraded humanity. In the context of total semblance, art's semblance of being in itself is the mask of truth. Marx's scorn of the pittance Milton received for Paradise Lost, a work that did not appear to the market as socially useful labor, one is as a denunciation of useful labor, the strongest defense of art against its bourgeois functionalization, which is perpetuated in art's undialectical social condemnation. A liberated society would be beyond the irrationality of its faux phrase and beyond the ends means rationality of utility. This is enciphered in art and is the source of art's social explosiveness. Although the magic fetishes are one of the historical roots of art, a fetishistic element remains admixed in artworks, an element that goes beyond commodity fetishism. Artworks can neither exclude nor deny this. Even socially, the emphatic element of semblance in artworks is, as a corrective, the organon of truth. Artworks that do not insist fetishistically on their coherence, as if they were the absolute that they are unable to be, or worthless from the start, but the survival of art becomes precarious as soon as it becomes conscious of its fetishism and, as has been the case since the middle of the 19th century, insists obstinately on it. Art cannot advocate delusion by insisting that otherwise art would not exist. This forces art into an aporia. All that succeeds in going even minutely beyond it is insight into the rationality of its irrationality. Artworks that want to divest themselves of fetishism by real and extremely dubious political commitment regularly enmesh themselves in false consciousness. As the result of inevitable and vainly praised simplification, in the short-sighted praxis to which they blindly subscribe, their own blindness is prolonged. The objectivation of art, which is what society from its external perspective takes to be art's fetishism, is itself social in that it is the product of the division of labor. That is why the relation of art to society is not to be sought primarily in the sphere of reception. This relation is anterior to reception in production. Interest in the social decipherment of art must orient itself to production rather than being content with the study and classification of effects that for social reasons often totally diverge from the artworks and their objective social content. Since time immemorial, human reactions to artworks have been mediated to their utmost and do not refer immediately to the object. Indeed, they are now mediated by society as a whole. The study of social effect neither comes close to understanding what is social in art nor is it in any position to dictate norms for art, as it is inclined to do by positivist spirit. The heteronomy, which reception theory's normative interpretation of phenomena foists on art, is an ideological fetter that exceeds everything ideological that may be inherent in art's fetishization. Art and society converge in the artwork's content, Gehalt, not in anything external to it. This applies also to the history of art. Collectivization of the individual takes place at the cost of the social force of production. In the history of art, real history returns by virtue of the life of the productive force that originates in real history and is then separated from it. This is the basis of art's recollection of transience. Art preserves it, and makes it present by transforming it. This is the social explanation of its temporal nucleus. Abstaining from praxis, art becomes the schema of social praxis. Every authentic artwork is internally revolutionary. However, whereas society reaches into art and disappears there by means of the identity of forces and relations, even the most advanced art has, conversely, the tendency toward social integration. Yet contrary to the cliché that touts the virtues of progress, this integration does not bring the blessings of justice in the form of retrospective confirmation. More often, reception wears away what constitutes the work's determinate negation of society. Works are usually critical in the era in which they appear. Later they are neutralized, not least because of changed social relations. Neutralization is the social price of aesthetic autonomy. However, once artworks are entombed in the pantheon of cultural commodities, they themselves, their truth content, are also damaged. in the administered world neutralization is universal. Surrealism began as a protest against the fetishization of art as an isolated realm, yet as art, which after all surrealism also was, it was forced beyond the pure form of protest. Painters for whom the quality of painter was not an issue, as it was for André Masson, struck a balance between scandal and social reception. Ultimately, Salvador Dali became an exalted society painter, the Laszlo or Van Dongen of a generation that liked to think of itself as being sophisticated on the basis of a vague sense of a crisis that had in any case been stabilized for decades. Thus the false afterlife of surrealism was established. Modern tendencies, in which erupting shock-laden contents, inhaled, demolish the law of form, are predestined to make peace with the world, which gives a cozy reception to unsublimated material as soon as the thorn is removed. In the age of total neutralization, false reconciliation has of course also paved the way in the sphere of radically abstract art. Non-representational art is suitable for decorating the walls of the newly prosperous. It is uncertain whether that also diminishes the immanent quality of artworks. The excitement with which reactionaries emphasize this danger speaks against its reality. It would be truly idealistic to locate the relation of art and society exclusively as mediated in problems of social structure. Art's double character, its autonomy and fate social, is expressed ever and again in the palpable dependencies and conflicts between the two spheres. Frequently there are direct socio-economic interventions in artistic production, a contemporary instance of which is the long-term contracts between painters and art merchants who favor what is called work with a personal touch, or more bluntly, a gimmick. That German expressionism vanished so quickly may have its artistic reasons in the conflict between the idea of an artwork, which remained its goal, and the specific idea of the absolute scream. Expressionist works could not totally succeed without betraying themselves. Also important was that the genre became politically obsolete as its revolutionary impetus went unrealized and the Soviet Union began to prosecute radical art. Nor should it be concealed that the authors of that movement, which went unreceived until 40 or 50 years later, had to make a living and were compelled, as Americans say, to go commercial. This could be demonstrated in the case of most German expressionist writers who survived World War I. What is sociologically to be learned from the fate of the expressionists is the primacy of the bourgeois profession over the need for expression that inspired the expressionists in however naive and diluted a fashion. In bourgeois society, artists, like all who are intellectually productive, are compelled to keep at it once they have taken on the trade name of artist. Superannuated expressionists not unwillingly chose marketably promising themes. The lack of any imminent necessity for production, coupled with the concurrent economic compulsion to continue, is apparent in the product. As its objective insignificance among the mediations of art and society, the thematic, the open or covert treatment of social matters, is the most superficial and deceptive. The claim that the sculpture of a coal miner a priori says more, socially, than a sculpture without proletarian hero, is by now echoed only where art is used, for the purpose of forming opinion, in the wooden language of the people's democracies of the Eastern Bloc, and is subordinated to empirical aims, mostly as a means for improving production. Émile Meunier's idealized coal miner and his realism dovetail with a bourgeois ideology that dealt with the then still visible proletariat by certifying that it too was beautiful humanity and noble nature. Even unvarnished naturalism is often of a part with a deformed bourgeois character structure, a suppressed, in psychoanalytic terms, anal pleasure. It feeds on the suffering and decay it scourges. Like Blut und Boden authors, Zola glorified fertility and employed anti-Semitic clichés. On the thematic level, in the language of indictment, no boundary can be drawn between aggressiveness and conformism. an agit prop chorus of the unemployed with the performance directive that it be performed in an ugly fashion, may have functioned around 1930 as a certificate of correct political opinion, though it hardly ever testified to progressive consciousness, but it was always uncertain if the artistic stance of growling and raw technique really denounced such things or identified with them. Real denunciation is probably only a capacity of form, which is overlooked by a social aesthetic that believes in themes. What is socially decisive in artworks is the content, inhalt, that becomes eloquent through the work's formal structures. Kafka, in whose work monopoly capitalism appears only distantly, codifies in the dregs of the administered world what becomes of people under the total social spell more faithfully and powerfully than do any novels about corrupt industrial trusts. The thesis that form is the locus of social content, Gehalt, can be concretely shown in Kafka's language. Its objectivity, its Kleistern quality has often been remarked upon, and readers who measure up to Kafka have recognized the contradiction between that objectivity and events that become remote through the imaginary character of so sober a presentation. However, this contrast becomes productive not only because the quasi-realistic description brings the impossible menacingly close. At the same time, this critique of the realistic lineaments of Kafka's form, a critique that to socially committed ears seems all too artistic, has its social aspect. Kafka is made acceptable by many of these realistic lineaments as an ideal of order, possibly of a simple life and modest activity in one's assigned station, an ideal that is itself a mask of social repression. The linguistic habitus of the world as it is the medium through which the social spell becomes aesthetic appearance. Kafka wisely guards against naming it, as if otherwise the spell would be broken, whose insurmountable omnipresence defines the arena of Kafka's work and which, as its a priori, cannot become thematic. His language is the instrument of that configuration of positivism and myth that has only now become obvious socially. Reified consciousness, which presupposes and confirms the inevitability and immutableness of what exists, is, as the heritage of the ancient spell, the new form of the myth of the ever-same. Kafka's epic style is, in its archaism, mimesis of reification. Whereas his work must renounce any claim to transcending myth, it makes the social web of delusion knowable in myth through the how, through language. In his writing, absurdity is as self-evident as it has actually become in society. Those products are socially mute that do their duty by regurgitating telephone quell whatever social material they treat and count this metabolic exchange with second nature as the glory of art as social reflection. The artistic subject is inherently social, not private. In no case does it become social through forced collectivization or the choice of subject matter. In the age of repressive collectivization, art has the power to resist the compact majority, a resistance that has become a criterion of the work and its social truth, in the lonely and exposed producer of art, while at the same time this does not exclude collective forms of production such as the composer's workshop that Schoenberg envisioned. By constantly admitting into the production of his work an element of negativity toward his own immediacy, the artist unconsciously obeys a social universal. In every successfully realized correction, watching over the artist's shoulder is a collective subject that has yet to be realized. The categories of artistic objectivity are unitary with social emancipation when the object, on the basis of its own impulse, liberates itself from social convention and controls. Yet artworks cannot be satisfied with vague and abstract universality such as that of classicism. Rather, they are predicated on fissuredness and thus on the concrete historical situation. Their social truth depends on their opening themselves to this content. The content becomes their subject, to which they mold themselves to the same extent that their law of form does not obscure the fissure but rather, in demanding that it be shaped, makes it its own concern. However profound and still largely obscure the part of science has been in the development of artistic forces of production, and however deeply, precisely through methods learned from science, society reaches into art, just so little is artistic production scientific, even when it is a work of integral constructivism. In art, all scientific discoveries lose their literal character. This is evident in the modification of optical perspectival laws in painting and in the natural overtone relations in music. When art, intimidated by technique, tries to conserve its miniature terrain by proclaiming its transformation into science, it misconceives the status of the sciences in empirical reality. On the other hand, the aesthetic principle is not to be played out as sacrosanct, as would suit irrationalism. In opposition to the sciences, art is not an arbitrary cultural complement to science but, rather, stands in critical tension to it. When, for instance, the cultural and human sciences are rightly accused of a lack of spirit, this is almost always at the same time a lack of aesthetic discernment. It is not without reason that the certified sciences demand furiously to be left in peace whenever art, whatever they attribute to it, intervenes in their sphere. That someone can write is cause for suspicion on scientific grounds. Crudeness of thinking is the incapacity to differentiate within a topic, and differentiation is an aesthetic category as much as one of understanding. Science and art are not to be fused, but the categories that are valid in each are not absolutely different. Conformist consciousness prefers the opposite, partly because it is incapable of distinguishing the two and partly because it refuses the insight that identical forces are active in non-identical spheres. The same holds true with regard to morality. Brutality toward things is potentially brutality toward people. The raw, the subjective nucleus of evil is a priori negated by art, from which the ideal of being fully formed is indispensable. This, and not the pronouncement of moral theses or the striving after moral effects, is art's participation in the moral and makes it part of a more humanly worthy society. Social struggles and the relations of classes are imprinted in the structure of artworks. By contrast, the political positions deliberately adopted by artworks are epiphenomena and usually impinge on the elaboration of works and thus, ultimately, on their social truth content. Political opinions count for little. It is possible to argue over how much Attic tragedy, including those by Euripides, took part in the violent social conflicts of the epic. However, the basic tendency of tragic form, in contrast to its mythical subjects, the dissolution of the spell of fate and the birth of subjectivity, bears witness as much to social emancipation from feudal, familial ties as, in the collision between mythical law and subjectivity, to the antagonism between fateful domination and a humanity awakening to maturity. That this antagonism, as well as the historico-philosophical tendency, became an a priori of form rather than being treated simply as thematic material, endowed tragedy with its social substantiality. Society appears in it all the more authentically the less it is the intended object. Real partisanship, which is the virtue of artworks no less than of men and women, resides in the depths, where the social antinomies become the dialectic of forms, by leading them to language through the synthesis of the work. Artists do their part socially. Even Lukács in his last years found himself compelled toward such considerations. Figuration, which articulates the wordless and mute contradictions, thereby has the lineaments of a praxis. That is not simply flight from real praxis. Figuration fulfills the concept of art itself as a comportment. It is a form of praxis and need not apologize that it does not act directly, which it could not do even if it wanted to. The political effect even of so-called committed art is highly uncertain. The social standpoint of artists may serve to interfere with conformist consciousness, but in the actual development of works they become insignificant. That he expressed abominable views when Voltaire died says nothing about the truth content of Mozart's works. At the actual time when artworks appear, there is certainly no abstracting from their intention. Whoever would attempt an assessment of Brecht exclusively on the basis of the artistic merit of his works would fail him no less than one who judges his meaning according to his theses. The immanence of society in the artwork is the essential social relation of art, not the immanence of art in society. Because the social content of art is not located externally to its principium individuationis but rather inheres in individuation, which is itself a social reality, art's social character is concealed and can only be grasped by its interpretation. Yet even in artworks that are to their very core ideological, truth content, can assert itself. Ideology, socially necessary semblance, is by this same necessity also the distorted image of the true. A threshold that divides the social consciousness of aesthetics from the Philistine is that aesthetics reflects the social critique of the ideological in artworks, rather than mechanically reiterating it. Stifter provides a model of the truth content of an oeuvre that is undoubtedly ideological in its intentions. Not only the conservative restorative choice of thematic material and the fabula docet are ideological, but so is the objectivistic deportment of the form, which suggests a micrologically tender world, a meaningfully correct life that lends itself to narration. This is why Stifter became the idol of a retrospectively noble bourgeoisie. Yet the layers of his work that once provided him with his half-esoteric popularity have with time peeled away and vanished. This, however, is not the last word on Stifter, for the reconciling, conciliatory aspects, especially in his last works, are exaggerated. Here objectivity hardens into a mask and the life evoked becomes a defensive ritual. Shimmering through the eccentricity of the average is the secret and denied suffering of the alienated subject and an unreconciled life. The light that falls over his mature prose is drained and bleak, as if it were allergic to the happiness of color. It is, as it were, reduced to a pencil sketch by the exclusion of everything unruly and disturbing to a social reality that was as incompatible with the mentality of the poet as with the epic a priori that he took from Goethe and clung to. What transpires, in opposition to the will of his prose, through the discrepancy between its form and the already capitalist society devolves upon its expression. Ideological exaggeration endows his work mediately with its non-ideological truth content, with its superiority over all consoling, assiduously pastoral literature, and it won for it that authentic quality that Nietzsche admired. Stifter is the paradigm of how little poetic intention, even that meaning that is directly embodied or represented in an artwork, approximates its objective content. In his work the content is truly the negation of the meaning, yet this content would not exist if the meaning were not intended by the work and then cancelled and transformed by the work's own complexion. Affirmation becomes the cipher of despair and the purest negativity of content contains, as in Stifter, a grain of affirmation. The iridescence that emanates from artworks, which today taboo all affirmation, is the appearance of the affirmative ineffable, the emergence of the non-existing as if it did exist. Its claim to existence flickers out in aesthetic semblance, yet what does not exist, by appearing, is promised. The constellation of the existing and non-existing is the utopic figure of art. Although it is compelled toward absolute negativity, it is precisely by virtue of this negativity that it is not absolutely negative. By no means do artworks primarily develop this inwardly antinomial affirmative element as a result of their external attitude to what exists, that is, to society. Rather, it develops immanently in them and immerses them in twilight. No beauty today can evade the question whether it is actually beautiful and not instead surreptitiously acquired by static affirmation. The antipathy toward applied arts is, indirectly, the bad conscience of art as a whole, which makes itself felt at the sound of every musical chord and at the sight of every color. There is no need for social criticism of art to investigate this externally, it emerges from the inner aesthetic formations themselves. The heightened sensitivity of the aesthetic sensorium converges asymptotically with the socially motivated irritability toward art. In art, ideology and truth cannot be neatly distinguished from each other. Art cannot have one without the other, and this reciprocity in turn is an enticement toward the ideological misuse of art as much as it is an enticement toward summarily finishing it off. It is only a step from the utopia of the self-likeness of artworks to the stink of the heavenly roses that art scatters here below as do the women in Schiller's tirade. The more brazenly society is transformed into a totality in which it assigns everything, including art, to its place, the more completely does art polarize into ideology and protest, and this polarization is hardly to art's advantage. Absolute protest constrains it and carries over to its own raison d'etre. Ideology thins out to an impoverished and authoritarian copy of reality. In the culture resurrected after the catastrophe, art, regardless of its content and substance, Inhalt and Gehalt, has even taken on an ideological aspect by its mere existence. In its disproportion to the horror that has transpired and threatens, it is condemned to cynicism. Even where it directly faces the horror, it diverts attention from it. Its objectivation implies insensitivity to reality. This degrades art to an accomplice of the barbarism to which it succumbs no less when it renounces objectivation and directly plays along, even when this takes the form of polemical commitment. Every artwork today, the radical ones included, has its conservative aspect. Its existence helps to secure the spheres of spirit and culture, whose real powerlessness and complicity with the principle of disaster becomes plainly evident. But this conservative element, which, contrary to the trend toward social integration, is stronger in advanced works than in the more moderate ones, does not simply deserve oblivion. Only insofar as spirit, in its most advanced form, survives and perseveres as any opposition to the total domination of the social totality possible. A humanity to which progressive spirit fails to bequeath what humanity is poised to liquidate would disappear, in a barbarism that a reasonable social order should prevent. Art, even as something tolerated in the administered world, embodies what does not allow itself to be managed and what total management suppresses. Greece's new tyrants knew why they banned Beckett's plays, in which there is not a single political word. Asociality becomes the social legitimation of art. For the sake of reconciliation, authentic works must blot out every trace of reconciliation in memory. All the same, the unity that even dissociative works do not escape is not without a trace of the old reconciliation. Artworks are, a priori, socially culpable, and each one that deserves its name seeks to expiate this guilt. Their possibility of surviving requires that their straining toward synthesis develop in the form of their irreconcilability. Without the synthesis, which confronts reality as the autonomous artwork, there would be nothing external to reality's spell. The principle of the isolation of spirit, which casts a spell around itself, is also the principle that breaks through the spell by making it determinate. That the nominalistic tendency of art toward the destruction of all pre-established categories of order has social implications is evident in the enemies of modern art, right up to Emil Steiger. Their sympathy for what they call a libido, a guiding principle, is precisely their sympathy for social, particularly sexual, repression. The bond between a socially reactionary posture and hatred for the artistically modern, which the analysis of the obedient character makes apparent, is documented by new and old fascist propaganda, and it is also confirmed by empirical social research. Point 2. The rage against the purported destruction of sacrosanct cultural goods, which for that reason alone can no longer be experienced as such. serves to mask the real destructive wishes of the indignant. For the ruling consciousness, any consciousness that would have the world other than it is, always seems chaotic because it deviates from a petrified reality. Inevitably, those who rail loudest against the anarchy of modern art, which for the most part hardly exists, convince themselves of what they presume to be the nature of their enemy on the basis of crude errors at the simplest level of information. Indeed, there is no responding to them, because what they have decided in advance to reject they are not willing to experience in the first place. In this, the division of labor incontestably bears part of the blame. The non-specialist will no more understand the most recent developments in nuclear physics than the lay person will straightaway grasp extremely complex new music or painting. Whereas, however, the incomprehensibility of physics is accepted on the assumption that in principle its rationality can be followed and its theorems understood by anyone, modern art's incomprehensibility is branded as schizoid arbitrariness, even though the aesthetically incomprehensible gives way to experience no less than does the scientifically obscure. If art is capable of realizing its humane universality at all, then it is exclusively by means of the rigorous division of labor. Anything else is false consciousness. Works of quality, those that are fully formed in themselves, are objectively less chaotic than innumerable works that have orderly facades somehow slapped on while underneath, their own structure crumbles. Few are disturbed by this. Deep down and, contrary to its better judgment, the bourgeois character tends to cling to what is inferior. It is fundamental to ideology that it is never fully believed, and that it advances from self-disdain to self-destruction. The semi-educated consciousness insists on the "I like that," laughing with cynical embarrassment at the fact that cultural trash is expressly made to dupe the consumer. As a leisure time occupation, art should be cozy and discretionary. People put up with the deception because they sense secretly that the principle of their own sane realism is the fraud of equal exchange. It is within this false and at the same time art-alien consciousness that the fictional element of art, its illusoriness, develops in bourgeois society. Mundus vult discipi is the categorical imperative of artistic consumption. This taints all supposedly naive artistic experience, and to this extent it is not naive. The dominant consciousness is objectively led to this dank attitude because the administered must renounce the possibility of maturity, including aesthetic maturity, that is postulated by the order that they cling to, as their own and at any price. The critical concept of society, which inheres in authentic artworks without needing to be added to them, is incompatible with what society must think of itself if it is to continue as it is. The ruling consciousness cannot free itself from its own ideology without endangering society's self-preservation. This confers social relevance on apparently derivative aesthetic controversies that society appears in artworks with polemical truth as well as ideologically is conducive to historico-philosophical mystification. Speculation all too easily falls prey to the idea of a harmony between society and artworks that has been pre-established by the world spirit. But theory must not capitulate to that relationship. The process that transpires in artworks and is brought to a standstill in them is to be conceived as the same social process in which the artworks are embedded. According to Leibniz's formulation, they represent this process windowlessly. The elements of an artwork acquire their configuration as a whole in obedience to immanent laws that are related to those of the society external to it. Social forces of production, as well as relations of production, return in artworks as mere forms divested of their facticity because artistic labor is social labor. Moreover, they are always the product of this labor. In artworks, the forces of production are not in themselves different from social productive forces except by their constitutive absenting from real